Chair, on the sinumpaang salaysay of Leopoldo Untalantan Jr., specifically item 25 and 26, similar to the sinumpaang salaysay of Fernando P. Magdadaro, specifically on statement 15 to 16. Similarly, in these two sinumpaang salaysay, there seems to be more details that needs to be extracted, Mr. Chair. So if I may request the committee to probably request the incident report that happened on this between the statement 25-26 and statement 15 and 16, so that we will be able to establish that a similar situation could have occurred kasama ang mga makapangyarihang kamay sa taas, specifically on the incidents that happened. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman Garin. Comsec, please take note of the request of Congresswoman Garin. So, we have already exhaustively discussed the issue of EJK for today. Is there any motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman Dan Fernandez?
before we end this first part of our hearing, may I invite also the former mayor and colleague of ours, Congressman Tommy Esmeña, to shed light on this issue regarding the former PCSO chairman, Garma, and SPO for Art Narsolis, considering that I saw that he posted years ago about the violation of Superintendent Garma allegedly receiving 1 million per week on the STL doon po sa according sa PCSO. So we wanted to make a clarification on this matter that he posted, and there's also allegation that this SPO for Art is the one getting the money. So that's the reason why we wanted to invite this person, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, with that, we have already discussed thoroughly the issue of the two personalities that we invited. So I move that we suspend for the meantime, and then we shift on the other issue about POGO. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion clearly stated by the movant, Congressman Dan Fernandez, and
Second.
duly seconded. And hearing no objection,
Mr. Chairman.
the motion is carried.
Ano yun?
Now,
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
Just to clarify the motion that was seconded, is it a motion to suspend?
It is a motion to suspend the
First
hearing
issue.
on the subject
Anyway.
of
first
the hearing today, no? Which is
on
the
the
extrajudicial killings, because as we have listed in our agenda, the second part of our agenda for today is the issue on the illegal POGOs.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Co-Chair Fernandez with that motion, Mr. Chairman, before we roll in that motion, let me ask Mr. Chairman, how about the status and the security of both witnesses, Mr. Chairman? After
Yes.
after the suspension.
Congressman Fernandez, please.
Yes,
respond.
since Mr. Chairman, the case of these two personalities, which is under the jurisdiction of the Bucor, and considering that we have a continuing hearings that will be conducted by this Quadcom, I move that we secure these two personalities in the House of Representatives, considering the safety and the security and the magnanimity of the revelation that they have manifested in this hearing. I think it is incumbent upon us to give them a secured place to stay.
Mr. Chair.
So I move that we take cognizance of the two PDLs under the custody of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Chair, may I request for 1 minute suspension?
1 minute suspension.
Bakit? Since there is also under the manual of the Bureau of Correction, it is stated clearly on Section 1.
Hold on, Congressman Fernandez. Just to put everything in the proper context, the parliamentary status is that there was a motion that we suspend the hearing on the extrajudicial killing because we have another agenda that we included for today's Quadcom hearing. And in the Chairman Paduano likewise moved that while we suspend the hearing on the extrajudicial killings subject matter, or rather, Congressman Dan Fernandez stated that the witnesses that we invited for today's hearing must be secured within the premises of the House of Representatives in order that they can be assured of their participation in the subsequent hearings that the committee will schedule. And Congressman Dan Fernandez cited several justification. And may I ask the good Congressman Fernandez to please cite for the record for clarity among the members of the Honorable Committee as to what is the legal basis or the basis for the House of Representatives to detain our witnesses within our premises or the House of Representatives Detention Center. So, Congressman Fernandez,
Yes,
can you please cite the justification?
Since these two PDLs have been finally convicted, the jurisdiction of the Bucor stays with the Director General of the Bureau of Correction. And under the manual of the Bucor, in Section 1, the movement of PDL outside security camps, the Director General may a PDL to be taken out of the security camp under the following instances. And one of those is 1.2, to appear before in any congressional inquiry in aid of legislation. And that's the reason why we take the two personalities under our jurisdiction, Mr. Chairman. But in relation to Mr. Jimmy Guban, which unfortunately we were not able to take his custody in the House of Representatives, considering that his case is still under the Court of Appeals, and the court take cognizance of that person. And that's the reason why it is incumbent upon this committee to request the court for his transfer of security in the House of Representatives. So, Mr. Chairman, under this provision, we can request the Bucor Director General to transfer the custody in these premises. So, can we have the what do you call this? The assurance of the Director General of the Bucor to transfer the two PDLs in the House of Representatives?
Yes, Your Honor, I will submit to the authority of this committee, and I will allow these two PDLs to stay in the premises of the Congress while undergoing hearing.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, General Katapang. May we direct the Secretariat of the Quadcom as well as the Legal Department of the House of Representatives to make the proper documentation and communication to the Bucor Director with respect to the detention of our two PDLs within the premises of the House of Representatives. So, thank you for that assurance, General Katapang. So, COMSEC and our legal, please coordinate with the Bucor. Now that we have already suspended the hearing on the issue of the extrajudicial killings, we will now shift to the next part of our agenda for today's Quadcom hearing. This is the issue on illegal POGO. But before that, 1 minute suspension.
Okay.
to give way para po makakain ang ating mga witnesses at pati na rin po ang kawani ng Bucor, General. Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, since we're about to begin on the second issue that is listed on our today's agenda, may we allow our resource persons to sit on the right side of this hall.
Comsec.
May I allow the COMSEC to give us some ilan bang budget natin sa POGOs? Mr. Chairman, I still remember that when we conducted our first hearing in Pampanga, we were not able to discuss a lot of things about POGOs. And one of those are the illegal POGOs that were established all over the country. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, 402,000 illegal POGOs were scattered all over the Philippines. And we assigned that to the different mayors. And I think it's just right for us to find out if these POGOs, illegal POGOs, are being monitored not only by the different mayors but also by the PNP, CIDG, and the PAOK-TF. And accordingly, we have to find out if they have acceded to our request to report on this Quadcom, the status of all those illegal POGOs. Because I believe, Mr. Chairman, that other POGOs which have been raided by PAOK-TF have scattered all over the country. For example, the Bawan sa Tarlac po, 1,200 supposed to be illegal POGOs, illegal Chinese who are operating the POGOs. 200 lang ang na-apprehend. And 1,000 have escaped. And we need really to take seriously on the order of the President dahil 6 months lang. As a matter of fact, baka less than 6 months po. December, kailangan. Wala na po talaga lahat yung illegal POGOs. And that's the reason why, siguro, Mr. Chairman, our first resource persons who have been invited, can we invite us, the former Secretary Harry Roque, to sit on the right side of our hall? And with that, Mr. Chairman, siguro I yield back to our chairman of this CODCOM.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez.
Mr. Chair.
For us to be able to begin the discussion and deliberation on the issue of illegal POGOs, I just would like to ask the committee secretary to please recognize first the resource persons that we invited for today's hearing. Comsec, you are directed to recognize all our resource persons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. For today's hearing, we invited the following agencies and personalities. For agencies, we invited the Anti-Money Laundering Council, and we have with us Attorney Adrian A. Arpon, the Deputy Director of the Investigation and Enforcement Department of AMLC.
Can we invite them over as well to sit here, if you can? Comsec, go ahead.
From the Bureau of Immigration, we have Attorney Jose Carlitos Licas and Attorney Vicente Uncad. Please acknowledge if you're around. Yes. Kindly transfer.
BI,
Yes, sir.
please. Please occupy the vacant seats na lang. We have a lot of vacant seats. Can you please occupy them?
We also invited the Bureau of Internal Revenue. They have not yet confirmed their presence, so please acknowledge if you're around. We also invited the Commission on Audit. No confirmation of their attendance. From the Department of Agrarian Reform, we have with us Undersecretary Luis Mienrado C. Pangolayan. From the Department of Foreign Affairs, yes, we have the representatives here. Thank you, sir. We also invited the DILG, the Department of Justice, and it's represented by Assistant State Prosecutor Gino Paulo Santiago. He is here. We also invited the Interagency Council Against Trafficking. The department, they have confirmed their attendance, but they are not yet around. Okay. We also invited the Department of Labor and Employment, the Land Registration Authority, the Land Transportation Office, the National Bureau of Investigation, and they are represented by their agents, the Office of the Ombudsman, the Office of the Solicitor General, the Pag-ibig Fund, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, and they are represented by USEC, by DG Moro Virgilio Lazo, the Director General, and ASEC Renato Gumban. They are here. We invited also the Philippine Statistics Authority, the Philippine National Police. They have confirmed their attendance. The Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, or PAOC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and they are represented by Attorney Hali Oliver Labayo. The Social Security System is also invited, and they are represented by Attorney Maria Garong. The local governments of Angeles City, they sent an excuse letter, and also Mayor Kapil also sent an excuse letter. For the key personalities, we invited the incorporators of Hongsheng Gaming Technology in Bamban, the Biancham Holdings and Trading Corporation, And we received an excuse letter from Madam Myla Roque, and Attorney Harry Roque is present. We also invited the Zone Yuan Technology Incorporated, the Baofu Land Corporation, the Lucky South 999 Outsourcing, and Lucky South 99 Corporation. They have not manifested their attendance, Your Honors. Also, we invited Whirlwind Corporation. Again, they are not around. And we have with us Mr. Ronaldo. Mr. Ronaldo T. Cruz sent an excuse letter. So I'm sorry. Mr. Ronaldo T. Cruz, Mrs. Nila T. Cruz de Guzman, Mrs. Celine Cruz Roque, and Mr. Froilan T. Cruz are all around. They are present. Thank you. We invited also Attorney Gerald Medina, Attorney Nadine Miralles, who sent an excuse letter, and Mr. Danny Corral. That's all, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Tambuting.
For a orderly discussion, since the resource persons, except for the Honorable Harry Roque, is seated on the right side, may we also ask all those that were called, if we can clear the area on that area, and all resource persons be asked to sit there, and mic be given to them para po alam natin na lahat ng resource persons ay nandun at hindi sa iba't ibang lugar, para we can ask them. We will have to administer their oath, I suppose. So let's put them in one area of the room, if that's okay with the permission of the chair.
Yes, thank you, Congressman Tambunting. May we ask that the resource persons that were invited for today, who are present, can you please occupy the seats on the right side?
I meant, kasi baka kulang ho dito, baka kailangan ho doon sa may salamin, on the doon
Yes.
ho natin ilagay yung iba. Kasi hindi ho siya kakasya dito. There's easily 30 of them.
Can we ask the page to please assist our resource persons? Paki-occupy lang yung mga upuan dyan sa right side.
Hindi sila kasali doon sa na-show ko, sir. Teka muna, sir. Nagpadala din ng...
Mr. Chairman,
Just for a minute, Congressman Dan, to give way to our resource persons to be properly seated.
I move to suspend the hearing
1
while
minute
they're
suspension.
putting. Thank you.
We know, COMSEC, can you please inform the committee as to who were those resource persons who were invited last hearing but were not able to attend and has submitted and was issued a show cause order and has submitted their excuse letter to the committee, as well as those who were invited for today's hearing but failed to attend so that a show cause order can be issued to them, COMSEC.
While waiting, Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to move that we take the oath of those first time that had been invited in this committee, and ask the
Okay.
COMSEC to take their oath.
Those that attended the first time and has not taken their oath before this committee, can we please ask you to stand up? And COMSEC, please administer their oath.
Those who have not yet taken their oath, please stand. And please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry? So help you God. The answer yes is yes, sir.
Thank you, COMSEC. Now, may we know who are the invited guests in the last hearing that we had in August 16 but failed to attend and was issued a show cause order, COMSEC?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, all those personalities, the key personalities, the incorporators invited incorporators of the corporations in the POGO investigation, such as the Zun Yuan Technology Incorporated, Baofu Land Corporation, Lucky South 99 Outsourcing, Lucky South 99, Whirlwind Corporation. They were invited last time, they have not attended, and the committee agreed to issue show cause orders. We have issued show cause orders, and until now they have not yet signified their attendance. Although some of them, the Secretariat is just finalizing the list, some of them replied and gave their excuse why they were absent the last time. As for the others, we have with us Attorney Harry Roque, and they were invited last time. They gave their excuse letters.
Okay. Thank you, COMSEC.
Mr. Chair, just in an inquiry, Mr. Chair. If I may be
Okay,
allowed to ask.
Congressman Jong.
Yeah, yes. Are we also to bring in Ms. Ronaldine Baterna today to join us here in
Sir,
today's
President.
hearing? Because this representation would like to ask a few questions would be clarified. And these questions can only be clarified if Ms. Baterna is here with us.
Yes,
Chairman.
for the information of Congressman Adjong, she is presently detained in the premises of the House of Representatives since last week, August 7. And we have not included her in our list for today's invited resource persons. But if the committee feels that her presence in our hearing today is necessary, then we can ask the Sergeant at Arms to escort Ms. Baterna to this committee hearing.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think the participation of Ms. Baterna is very important in the ongoing investigation of POGO, since her invitation emanated from her position, alleged position, when she was a signee of the sublease contract between Southwind Corporation and Lucky South 99.
Okay.
And if you are to continue discussing the issue of POGO, I believe, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, that the presence of Ms. Baterna is needed in this ongoing investigation. And I, for one, would have few questions I would like to ask of her.
Okay,
If I can put that, Mr. Chair, with all due respect to the fourth chairman, I would like to request that we also include in today's committee hearing Ms. Ronaldine Baterna, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the chair would ask the committee secretariat to coordinate with our Sergeant at Arms and escort Ms. Baterna to attend our committee hearing for today. Thank you, Congressman Adjong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Earlier, when we...
Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Okay, Congressman Paduano and then Congressman Dagook.
Anyway, Mr.
Paduano.
Chairman, ito admin matters lang because I was just interrupted by Kong Jian. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, those corporations mentioned by the COMSEC, which has issued the COCOS order, and until now, they are not present in this hearing, Mr. Chairman. That's why, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that a subpoena ad testificandum should be issued to those corporations being mentioned by the COMSEC. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a subpoena ad testificandum to all those corporations mentioned by the committee secretary, Mr. Chairman. So move.
There is a motion to issue subpoena to the resource persons that have failed to attend in our committee hearing today. Duly seconded, and hearing no objection, the motion is carried. COMSEC, please process the subpoena for the resource persons that failed to attend today's hearing.
Mr. Chairman, one.
Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, I have been with the letter coming from the municipality of Porac, Pampanga. The good mayor, Calpil, is present during the last hearing in our public hearing in Pampanga. But as of today, they are not present, and he sent us a letter that there is a cluster conference, island cluster conference from August 20 to 23, 2024. Mr. Chairman, may I know that if there is somebody from the municipality of Porac, Pampanga present today? Please stand po. Mayroon pa dito? Wala. Mr. Chairman, I do believe that, of course, this is an official function by the mayor, but supposedly he has sent somebody now to represent municipality of Porac, Pampanga. Hindi naman po pwede lahat. Vice Mayor, lahat, di ba? So, with that, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that a COCOS order should be issued to the municipality of Porac, Pampanga, addressed to Mayor Calpil, Mr. Chairman. So move.
There's a motion stated by Congressman Paduano, duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, may I know who is representing PAOK here?
PAOK.
PAOK,
Okay.
Presidential...
Is there a representative from PAOK?
Mr. Chairman, I have received a communication from General Cruz stating that the group cannot attend this hearing today because they will be filing cases against the respondents in the Porac and Banban cases.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez. Does that satisfy Congressman Abante?
Mr. Chair, the reason I ask, since the time that the President ordered the banning of all POGOs in the country, and that has been how many months from the banning, no? Only 2 have been arrested by PAOK. That's why it's so important that they should be here. Every time that we have a hearing on the POGOs, PAOK should be here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. We will make sure that in the next hearing of the Quadcom, the PAOK head or any representative from PAOK will be present. Thank you, Congressman Abante. Next is Congressman Dagook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I just inquire, Mr. Chair, if we have a separate listing of interpellators on POGO or just a continuation of the list of interpellators used in EGK?
No, this is a different subject matter, Congressman Dagoc. We have a list of the members who wishes to interpolate, and we already have 7, 8 names in the list. So those who want to
Am I
interpolate...
included in that list, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, Congressman Dagoc. I can put your name in number 7.
Please,
Number
Mr.
8.
Chair, and I would also ask if we have here the Dole Provincial Office of Pampanga, the SSS Provincial Office, and PhilHealth, because those are the agencies I have requested last hearing.
Yes,
Thank
I
you, Mr.
recall
Chair.
that Congressman Dagoc, through a motion, has invited representatives from Dole Pampanga, PhilHealth, and
SSS.
SSS. Are they present, Comsec?
We invited them. They have not yet manifested their attendance, sir. Pag-ibig Fund, Dole, and SSS is represented by the national office, not by Pampanga. Dole region is here also.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So, thank you. Now, we will now proceed to, since this is a continuation of the subject matter of illegal POGO, we will now proceed with the interpellators. Those that listed their names in this, those who have not listed their names yet, please call the attention of the committee secretary so that your names will be included. The first to interpellate is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. Congresswoman Luistro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect to Attorney Harry Roque. Attorney, for the record, kayo po ba ay may pamilya?
Meron po.
Maari niyo po bang banggitin ang pangalan ng inyong asawa?
Si Myla Roque po.
And I understand, Attorney Harry Roque, that your wife, Myla Roque, is likewise a government employee. Do you confirm?
Former. She no longer is.
She used to be
She
a
used to be.
government employee.
Yes, ma'am.
May we be enlightened, Attorney Roque? Saan po ba siya nagtrabaho before?
Well, let me correct, ma'am, your statement that she was a government employee. She was not, because she was a private representative to the Board of Trustees of the Pag-ibig Fund. And her category as a as a private sector representative did not make her a government employee. As in fact, she was not covered by GSIS, and there's even an issue on whether or not the private sector representative should even file a SALN.
Nevertheless, Attorney Roque, as private representative of Pag-ibig Board of Trustee, what benefits or allowances does she receive?
She gets per diem, per hearing,
Per diem per hearing,
per meeting, I should
per
say, Your
meeting.
Honor. Yes,
And
Your
may
Honor.
we be enlightened, kailan po ba siya na-appoint as private representative dito sa Pag-ibig Board of Trustees?
If I'm not mistaken, it was around 2017.
2017?
If
And
I'm not
when-
mistaken po.
When did it end, Attorney Roque?
It ended, if I'm not mistaken, 2022 or 23, Your Honor. I cannot remember
2022
exactly.
and 2023. And you will agree with me that during the time of the appointment of your wife as private representative of Pag-ibig Board of Trustee, the president was then President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam, Mr. Chair.
How about you, Attorney Roque? Did you get any government appointment during those times?
I was a member of the 17th Congress from June of 2016 until November of 2017. From November of 2017 until October of 2018, I was presidential spokesperson, and I became presidential spokesperson again from April 2020 until November of 2021.
May we know, Attorney Roque, let's go back to your wife. Magkano po ba yung tinatanggap niyang per diem per meeting?
Hindi ko po talaga alam kasi hindi namin pinag-uusapan yan, but it was a very modest sum.
And with reference to your engagement in the government, 2017, 17 Congress, may we know how much your salary is as member of the House during that time?
I do not recall, but I still have colleagues from the 17th Congress here. So I think it was, I cannot remember the exact amount, but it was, I don't know, maybe 200, 300,000. I don't know, 200,000 po, no? 200,000 a month.
And you likewise mentioned about your appointment as the presidential spokesperson. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you please enlighten us how much was your salary as presidential spokesperson?
Almost the same because it was the same salary grade as a congressman.
I understand as well, Attorney Roque, that you have children.
Yes, Your Honor.
May we know the names of your children?
The first one is Bianca Jacinta, and the second one is Harrison Jacob.
Bianca and Harrison. Does these names of your children have any connection with Biancham?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Biancham Holdings and Trading. You confirm?
Yes, Madam Mr. Chair.
And can you please enlighten us? When was this holding company incorporated, Attorney Roque?
As early as 2015, before there was POGO, I believe. It was already
2015.
founded. Yes, Your Honor.
And during that time, can you please enlighten us, sino po ba ang mga incorporators? First incorporators of Biancham Holdings and Trading.
That's myself, my wife, my then law partner Joel Butuyan, Eileen Garcia, and one of my staff lawyers who has since passed, Jarme Garcia.
Can you enlighten us further? Gaano ho ba kalaki ang inyong ownership dito sa Biancham Holdings and Trading, Attorney Roque?
It differed over the years, Mr. Chair, because it started as a small company. It was amended once. And,
Mr. Chair, can we please direct our resource speaker to limit his answers to the questions which are being propounded? If
Mr.
I may
Chair.
proceed, Mr. Chair, would you confirm, Attorney Roque, that at the time of the incorporation of Biancham Holdings and Trading, you were holding 49.96% ownership, while your wife, Myla, is holding 49.96% ownership. Do you confirm?
if that is what appears in records, I confirm that, Mr. Chair, but I do not have a copy of the records before me right now.
In other words, Mr. Chair, the remaining 0.8% is the ownership which are being shared by Joel Butuyan, Zarmay Garcia, and Eileen Garcia. And it was mentioned earlier by our resource speaker that all these incorporators were his associates, either in Batuyan and Rael, and in Center Law. Do you confirm?
I confirm that, Mr. Chair. It is a family corporation with my close associates as nominal stockholders to complete the 5 shareholders that were then required by the old corporation code. It is no longer required to have 5.
How do you describe the nature of this ownership when it is only 0.8% being shared by 3? Because, to my opinion, they are nominal, if not dummy.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, they're not dummies. I think the correct term is they are nominal shareholder. They hold qualifying shares so that we can complete the minimum 5 members of the board and incorporators that was then required by the old corporation code.
This
no longer required.
representation, Mr. Chair, take notice of the answer of the resource speaker. And do you confirm as well that from 2014 to 2020, you were the president of Biancham?
If that is what the records indicate, I do not have the records before me, but I will confirm if that is what appears in the Securities and Exchange Commission. Yes.
It does, Mr. Chair. And do you confirm as well that your wife, Myla, was a member of the Board of Directors of Biancham from 2014 to 2020 as well?
I confirm that, Mr. Chair, because that is the nature of the 5 incorporators and the requirement of 5 directors as well.
And do you confirm as well that as the president, a calibrated lawyer, a prominent personality in the legal circle, of course, it is a common knowledge that yearly the company or the corporation is required to file an audited financial statement. Does our resource speaker confirm?
I confirm that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I request our Secretariat to please flash in our screen the 2014 Statement of Assets and Liabilities of Biancham.
Technical, can you please plus the SAL-N of Attorney Roque?
Mr. Chair, I wish to correct, with all due respect, this is audited financial statement of Biancham and not SAL-N. And I am requesting that the page of assets be flashed in the screen. This is 2014.
Okay, could you please flash the audited financial statements of that company, technical?
Mr. Chair, while we are waiting for the document to be shared to the public, I wish to share that the document discloses cash for 2014 of Biancham in the total amount of 125,300 pesos. And then, Mr. Chair, I wish to invite as well the attention of the public, especially the Quad, to the 2015 audited financial statement of Biancham. Noticeably, the cash increased from 125,000 from 2014 to 3,125,300 pesos in 2015. I wish to take note, Mr. Chair, 2014 and 2015 were prior to the administration of former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Having seen 2014 and 2015 assets of Biancham, kindly flash the 2018 assets of Biancham Holdings.
Could you please plus the 2018 audited financial statement of 2018?
For the information of the committee, Mr. Chair, from 125,000 in 2014 to 3 million in 2015, the cash or the current assets skyrocketed in 2018 to 67,775,800 pesos. With all due respect, Attorney Roque, saan po nanggaling itong napakalaking perang ito? Please enlighten us.
Nagbenta po ang pamilya ko ng isang 1.8 hectares na lupa sa multinational village, Parañaque. We sold it to the Velarde Group. In turn, the Velarde Group swapped it to the SM Group. And our 1.8 hectares now is where the SM warehouse is located.
And can you please enlighten us, magkano po ba ang pinagbentahan nyo ng property na nabanggit ninyo?
Ang zonal valuation po, nung panahon na binenta
Mr.
namin,
Chair, we are asking about the selling price, not the zonal valuation.
ma'am, because the selling price is the zonal valuation, it was 12,000 per square meters times...
Not at all times, Mr. Chair.
No,
The zonal valuation is not always the selling price of the property, and that is a common knowledge. Please enlighten the Quad. How much was the selling price of your property, which was the source of your 67,775,800 pesos cash of Biancham in 2018?
I do not remember the exact amount, but it is roughly for the 1.8 hectares, 216 million, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, in line with the answer of the resource speaker, I respectfully move that we be provided with a copy of the sale document, the deed of sale of the property that was mentioned by our resource speaker. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I manifest that I have a PowerPoint presentation that I intended to use, and I precisely included in that PowerPoint presentation the deed of sale, Your Honor, of this property of 1.8 hectares in Multinational Village, Parañaque.
Mr. Chair, that will depend on the Quad if he will be allowed to make his presentation, Mr. Chair. If I may proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please proceed, and we will decide on that request by the resource persons at the appropriate time. Please proceed.
I understand as well that in view of your appointment as presidential spokesperson, you are likewise bound by Republic Act number 6713. That is the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. May I ask our resource speaker, ito po bang 67,775,800 pesos, did you disclose this in your statement of asset and liabilities and net worth?
I remember I declared cash of 60 million, Mr. Chair, in my SALN.
What explains the disparity? Why not declare the 67 million instead of 60 million cash only?
Because I did not have 67 million in cash at that point in time, Mr. Chairman. I had other assets, but the cash was 60 million at the time when I last filed my SALN as presidential spokesperson, Mr. Chair.
Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, the document reflects the amount of 67,775,800 pesos. This is contained in the 2018 audited financial statement of Biancham as of 2018. And if I may share, Mr. Chair, Section 2, Rule 130 of the Rules of Court, documentary evidence. Documents as evidence consist of writings, recordings, photographs, or any material containing letters, words, sounds, numbers, figures, symbols, or their equivalent, or other modes of written expression offered as proof of their contents. Photographs include still pictures, drawings, stored images, X-ray films, motion pictures, or videos. This representation, Mr. Chair, wish to manifest that we are establishing the amount contained in the audited financial statement, which has disparity to the amount that was disclosed as represented by the resource speaker in his SALN for 2018. Mr. Chair, if I may continue. For the information of the Filipino people, I wish to share Section 8, Republic Act number 6713. This is the Code of Conduct of Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. It states that a public official statement of assets and liabilities, or SALN, includes, among others, all other assets such as investments, cash on hand, or in banks, stocks, bonds, and the like. And I maintain, Mr. Chair, whatever is reflected in the audited financial statement should have been declared in exact amount in the SALN of the resource speaker. If I may continue, Mr. Chair, Republic Act number 3019, Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, Section 7, Statement of Assets and Liabilities. Every public officer within 30 days after the approval of this act, or after assuming office, or within the month of January of every other year thereafter, as well as upon the expiration of his term of office, or upon his resignation or separation from office, shall prepare and file with the office of the corresponding department head, or in the case of head of department or chief of an independent office, with the office of the president, or in the case of members of the Congress and the officials and employees thereof, with the office of the secretary of the corresponding house, a true, detailed, and sworn statement of assets and liabilities, including a statement of the amounts and sources of his income, the amounts of his personal and family expenses, and the amount of income taxes paid for the next preceding calendar year, provided that public officers assuming office less than 2 months before the end of the calendar year may file these statements in the following months of January. Given these legal provisions, Mr. Chair, both 3019 and 6713, may we ask the resource speaker, did you strictly comply with the requirements of these laws?
Mr. Chair, to the best of my abilities, yes, because my last net worth that I declared was 124 million pesos.
In line with that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully move that we direct the resource speaker to submit his SALN from 2016 until 2022 as described and required by Section 7 of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, Mr. Chair. So moved.
Please, Attorney Roque, submit your SALN since 2016 to 2022.
Your Honors, may I manifest that I will do even more than that. I have asked the House of Representatives to submit my SALN even when I was working as a working law student in this honorable chamber.
Mr. Chair, may we direct our resource
way back,
speaker
Your Honor, 1988.
to just answer
I'm
the
preparing
question?
everything on my SALN.
Mr.
Your
Chairman.
Honor.
Attorney Roque, please answer the question of...
I will comply, Your Honor, and will even submit earlier SALNs which are filed with the House of Representatives.
Congresswoman
Chairman.
Ministro.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman, perhaps.
Mr. Chairman, let me remind our former colleague, Attorney Harry Roque, please do not talk unless until you're recognized by the chairman.
I am so reminded, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Congresswoman
Chair.
Ministro, please proceed.
Proceeding to my second point, Mr. Chair, I wish to invite the attention of the resource speaker to the two versions of his or Biancham's General Information Sheet. And may I request the Secretariat to once again share these two documents to the public. We have one GIS. This is dated March 2, 2020. And another GIS dated October 21, 2020. If we will compare, Mr. Chair, in March 2020, you still see the name Herminio Harry L. Roque Jr., who owns 98%, and Myla Roque, who owns 21%. However, Mr. Chair, with the GIS of Biancham in October 2020, The names of Harry Roque and Myla Roque are no longer in the stockholders' information. And I wish to invite the attention of the Quadcom that a certain Percival Ortega, per October 2020 GIS, is now the owner of 99.99% ownership of Biancham Holdings. Can we request the resource speaker to enlighten us on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We invested proceeds from the sale of our Parañaque property, the 1.8 hectares, into a real estate project in Bataan, in a corporation known as First Bataan. Now, in that investment, bulk of the cash that we used belonged to an old maid aunt who was living with me, who was also my ward. It was with her consent, although I was officially appointed her guardian, because she believed that when we sold the 1.8 hectares in Parañaque, we should buy land elsewhere, because that is what my grandfather specifically instructed her. So bulk of what we used to purchase the land in Bataan came from my aunt, her share in the sale of the 1.8 hectares in Parañaque, whereas my siblings and I invested our proceeds from our share from our mother's side in the same project. Now, at that time, we had to reflect more or less the true ownership of the property, because my aunt would want that already. No? So what we did was we hired one of my friends, one of my lawyer friends, who knew everyone, who knew my aunt, who was a retired judge, who knew my brothers and sisters, who knew me, to act as trustee, because we were in the process of allocating the correct amount of shares for everyone. Because what happened was, when the Parañaque sale happened, two of my siblings did not join us in the investment. So we had to reflect, we have to put it first in the name of a lawyer in trust, as we arrange eventually how the property will be divided amongst us. No? Unfortunately, my aunt has since died, and we are now in the process of settling her estate. And so Attorney Ortega stands as trustee representing the estate of my aunt. And that is why there had to be a reorganization which will also have to await final resolution upon approval of my aunt's estate, which is actually judicial, because my aunt left a will.
Mr. Chair, I wish to invite the attention of our resource speaker to these two documents, notwithstanding the fact that there was a trust agreement between Percival Ortega and Attorney Harry Roque, notwithstanding the fact about the agreement among the family. May I know what mode of transfer was used for the spouses Roque to be able to transfer it to the name of Percival Ortega?
In the form of a trust, all of us executed trust agreements to Percival Ortega, because he will be eventually the one to divide amongst us the property, also pursuant to what the judgment of the estate court will adjudge.
May we direct the resource speaker, Mr. Chair, that we be furnished with a copy of this trust agreement?
Mr. Chair, with all due respects, this is a legislative inquiry on POGOs, and I think it has become too personal already.
Mr. Chair?
I will submit a copy of the deed of sale of the property to show that the money that we used to acquire the property in Bataan was legitimately sourced and did not come from POGOs. But I think family matters should be left alone already, especially since, as I said, there's also settlement of estate in process. No? I just would like to raise the issue of materiality. I answered questions on source of funds to prove it did not come from POGO, because we sold 1.8 hectares in which is a commercial property in multinational village Parañaque, which I felt was material to this inquiry. But to inquire now even on family trust affairs, I think it's too much already. I think I have shared what the committee should know, that we had funds to acquire the land and legitimately sourced through a sale transaction which is duly documented, and I will submit a copy of the said document, including also a copy of the zone evaluation in the area to indicate at least minimum price by which we sold the 1.8 hectares. With all due respects, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Does the movement
with all due respect to
require-
the resource speaker, but I insist that we provided with the mode or the instrument that was used in the transfer of the shareholdings from spouses Roque to Attorney Percival Ortega. I wish to go back to our previous committee hearings, Mr. Chair. We have established a number of circumstantial evidence already, which, when taken together, will lead to one reasonable conclusion, that our resource speaker has connection to Lucky South 99. At first, I was surprised by the sudden increase of the assets of Biancham that is coming from 125,000 to 3 million, and then in 2018 to 67 million. And now, Mr. Chair, we have seen a sudden change in the name of the shareholder or the stockholder of Biancham, formerly from spouses Roque and now to Attorney Percival Ortega. I wish to rule out, to verify, ito po bang mga movement ng pera na ito? After all, he is the one who mentioned na hindi ito galing sa POGO. Let the Quad verify kung saan nga nanggaling ang mga perang ito, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Roque, the Congresswoman Luistro has stated the reason why the document that she is asking from your end is necessary in the investigation that the Quadcom is conducting. With respect, of course, to the funds that are in question, the committee should be convinced, following the questions raised by Congresswoman Luistro, the committee must be convinced that indeed the proceeds of the sale of your property is the one that is now being reflected as the assets of the Biancham Corporation. So I would ask our resource persons to please comply with the request of Congresswoman Jinky Luistro.
I will comply, Mr. Chair, but may I be allowed to say that I differ with the good Congresswoman's conclusion that circumstantial evidence have linked me with POGO. I assert that my relationship with Cassandra Ong was a professional relationship, and I think the deed of sale over 1.8 hectares of land will prove where we sourced the funds to buy the Bataan property. Thank you, Mr.
The
Chair.
manifestation of our resource persons is noted.
Mr. Chair,
Please proceed,
Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman.
should,
Is this related to
yes, yes.
with the indulgence of
Please, with
Congresswoman
the indulgence
Luistro?
of Congresswoman Luistro.
Chairman Abante, you're
Should
recognized.
she make a motion to that, Mr. Chair, in effect?
I already moved, Mr. Chair, that he be directed to submit to us the copy of the mode of transfer if that is indeed a trust agreement.
Yes, Congressman Abante, the resource persons has stated that he will comply with the request of the Quadcom.
As resource speaker said, he will comply. I second the motion.
Thank you. So please proceed, Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair, I just want to share to the public that the other and common modes of transfer of these shareholdings are by way of sale or assignment. And if these are the cases or the modes that which were adopted by Biancham, I believe that there's an obligation to pay the necessary taxes for the transfer. I wish to read, Mr. Chair, Section 254 and 255 of the Tax Code as amended. The state can file a criminal case for tax evasion against any taxpayer who willfully attempts in any manner to evade or defeat payment of any tax imposed by the tax code. Given this legal provision, Mr. Chair, I wish to move, or may I move as well, that we direct the resource speaker to submit his income tax return for 2018 declared in 2019. Mr. Chair, so moved.
There is a motion that the resource person submit a copy of his income tax return for the period 2018.
The supposed income was generated 2018, but I believe, Mr. Chair, that by practice it will be disclosed by 2019 income tax return, filed in 2019.
There is a motion, as clearly stated by Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, to require the resource person to submit income tax return on the period covered. Is there
Mr. Chair?
a second?
Mr. Chair, may I inquire? Because the sale of real estate...
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Akop.
I think we have a motion to settle
Okay.
before this resource person can speak.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We will first dispose of the motion and then we will allow Congressman Attorney Harry Roque to speak. So there is a motion clearly stated earlier by Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried. The resource person is required to submit to the committee the documents being asked by Congresswoman Jinky Luistro.
Yes.
Now, Attorney Harry Roque, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to manifest that as far as the sale of the real estate is concerned, it will not be reflected in my income tax because it is subject to final tax. So I will submit the final tax paid for the transaction, Mr. Chair, because at this point, my income tax will be irrelevant to the increase of my assets because it was by reason of sale of real estate subject to final tax. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Harry Roque. Does that satisfy?
This representation takes note of his manifestation, but this representation maintains as well the submission of the ITR declared in 2019.
Okay, so the resource person has learned that the requirement of Congresswoman Luistro is the income tax return of 2020. Okay, thank you.
No further question for the moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. The next to interpolate is Congresswoman Migs Nograles. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to our resource person. May I direct the questions to Attorney Harry Roque, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Volume.
Better, yeah. Attorney Roque, with regard to Biancham, as a former chairman and president of Biancham, and of course, a very known lawyer, are you familiar with its subsidiaries?
Wholly owned corporations by an existing corporation, Mr. Chair.
Are you familiar with the subsidiaries of Biancham?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am familiar with subsidiaries of Biancham.
What are these subsidiaries?
I have PH2, which is wholly owned by Biancham. There's another one, Lat something, which is also a holding corporation for another real estate company.
Let's show on the GIS on 2020 the subsidiaries as stated in the GIS. Can we show it, please? So do you have 4 subsidiaries?
Yes, Madam,
That's-
Mr. Chair.
That's PH2, Lot, First Bataan, Maribeles, Maribeles Power, and Block 19 in Pine Woods Village. So, since PH2, Lot 37, Pine Woods is subsidiary, I'm sure you're familiar with PH2, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you confirm that Biancham currently owns 99.9% of PH2, and even in 2018 it was 95%, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In fact, in 2018, you were a shareholder, the resource person is a shareholder of PH2.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And at one point, even the chairman and president of PH2.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this attorney Ortega, who acquired, now owns 99% of Biancham, was also a shareholder of PH2, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In fact, he was a director, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you confirmed that at one point, as stated in the 2022 GIS, a certain attorney Gonzalez became a shareholder of PH2 as well.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So these are the breakdowns of Biancham's incorporators in 2014, PH2 stockholders in 2018, and Biancham's first GIS and amended GIS in 2022. So essentially, in Biancham, in 2014, you owned 49.96%. In March 2020, you owned 98%, and just in 7 months, it was Attorney Ortega who owned 99% of Biancham.
By virtue of a trust agreement, Mr. Chair.
Currently, and PH2 stockholders in 2019, Biancham Trading owns 95%. This was in 2018 GIS as reflected. You own 1%. Attorney Ortega owns 1%. And a Attorney Gonzalez later on owned stocks in PH2. Is this correct?
That is what the record says, Mr. Chair, yes.
So essentially, the shareholders of PH2 and Biancham are almost the same.
It is 100% owned, Mr. Chair, by Biancham, except for the nominal shareholders to complete the minimum of 5 incorporators and directors, which was then required by the Corporation Code.
So the resource person is saying it's essentially owned, Mr. Chair. Let's just put that in record. Currently, Mr. Percival Ortega, as established earlier, has a 99% share in Biancham. So he is the current chairman and president. This is correct.
He holds almost all the shares now in trust in behalf of all the families subject to our settlement, Your Honor.
And one of the shareholders is also a certain Attorney Butuyan.
Yes, he was my law partner for 30 years or so.
So you, Attorney Butuyan, and Attorney Ortega, what is your relationship with each other? Were you classmates, all partners?
Yes, we are all classmates, and that is why the family trusted Attorney Percival Ortega to take care of the interests of everyone.
Would you know if there are other companies wherein Attorney Ortega is the chairman and president of?
I know he sits in some other companies.
And who is reflective of the true beneficial owner of Biancham?
I'm sorry,
The
Mr. Chairman?
true and beneficial owner of Biancham.
It is my family now. Actually, the biggest shareholder of Biancham now is my aunt, who invested the most in the real estate project in Bataan. But as I said, my aunt had just passed.
The biggest shareholder, even
She is, because she invested the biggest amount of money in the real estate transaction.
So her name would be reflected on the beneficial owner form in the SEC documents?
Not yet, because in the beginning, she made me sign a loan agreement, and then later on, she changed her mind that it will be hers. She changes, so I just
Not
comply.
yet. So meaning, or currently, you're the beneficial owner?
Well, in our trust agreement...
Yes or no lang, Mr. Chair?
No, Your Honor. Right now, the beneficial owner is still the estate of my aunt, who owns the biggest share in the land transaction in Bataan.
Mr. Chair, since the beneficial ownership form is submitted naman to the SEC, may we require that the beneficial ownership form be submitted to the committee?
I am not aware, Mr. Chair, if we submitted one in fact, because it is just a trust agreement amongst family members.
This is a requirement under the SEC. You're a very competent lawyer. You're not aware, and were you not the president? So you do not know the submissions?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not a specialist in corporation law. That's why I have to hire
But
other
you were
lawyers.
the former president and chairman of Biancham.
Yes, Mr.
And you
Chair,
were not aware
but
of the submissions?
it's a dormant company for all intents and purposes. I am not a specialist in corporation law.
It's a dormant corporation right now. How so?
It's a holding corporation because it only owns title to raw land. It has no commercial activity other than holding title to raw land currently.
So, Mr. Chair, may I move to get the beneficial ownership form, if there is, from the SEC or from Mr. Roque if he finds out?
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware I actually filed because this was 2020. But if we need to file belatedly, we will file belatedly. But right now, I am not aware if we in fact filed that with the SEC, in all honesty.
And earlier, the transfer of the shares of stock to Attorney Ortega was through what mode?
It is a trust agreement whereby he agreed to be a trustee for everyone in my family.
And you have a copy of that trust?
I committed to submit a copy already of the trust agreement.
And currently, are you in the process of buying back or any plans to buy back your shares in Biancham?
Yes, we are in the process of finalizing so that I can buy back shares not in Biancham anymore, because pursuant to our reorganization, Your Honor, that is what I meant, Mr. Chair, that it has become too personal. It has nothing to do with POGO, but I will continue. Pursuant to our plans, we are segregating now assets which my wife acquired during our marriage and assets which I co-own with my relatives, siblings, including my aunt. So we have formed a new company. It has just been formed
Mr. Chair, I was
recently.
just simply asking if he is in the process of buying back shares in Biancham. I'm not asking for his history or what his plans in life.
We are in the process, Your Honor, of me relinquishing all shares to Biancham.
Okay. Can we move on to another subsidiary, another subsidiary? First, Bataan Mariveles Holding Corp. In 2017, you were a stockholder of Biancham, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In fact, you were the president, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you were also a board member.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you will be aware of the transactions entered into by Biancham, correct?
Not Biancham.
Sorry,
are we talking of First Bataan,
First Bataan,
Mr.
First
Chair?
Bataan.
Yes.
First Bataan.
Well, insofar as it is engaged in the land banking, yes, I was aware of the land banking activities of the company because that's the only thing it has been doing.
But as well as the Biancham activities, since you were also the president during that time.
There was no commercial activity, Mr. Chair, for Biancham because Biancham merely invested in the land banking activity of First Bataan because the family investment is under the name of Biancham in First Bataan.
So this investment that you're stating in 2017, is that the reason why there was a subscribed and paid share of 35,347 shares in the amount of 35,347,000?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that was the initial capital contribution of my family in the land banking activity.
And in the AFS in 2017 of Biancham, there's a net loss of 254,347 with assets of 1.5 million in cash with no liabilities. So paano nagkaroon ng purchase?
It was in the form of, as I mentioned earlier, in the beginning, my aunt treated it as an extension of a loan. So it was an advance from my aunt. which I thought would redound already to my name, but in the end, she said no. Until you actually pay me, it will still be mine. So
Mr. Chair.
these were in the forms of cash advances to purchase the land.
Mr. Chair, may I move that we get a copy of this loan agreement because we are
Oh.
circling back to this loan from the aunt, which, well, she's not here anymore.
She's not here anymore.
She has passed,
And-
so we cannot obviously ask
and
questions.
The loan was not in writing, but it was recognized in my SALN as an obligation to
How
my aunt.
convenient that the loan was not in writing, Mr. Chair, and going back to a loan agreement, and we can't even know if the loan agreement really did exist between two persons when the other person is not here. So we're just going to rely basically on a loan agreement you're stating, going back to this by your own word.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess we go back again to the sale of our real estate property in 2017 and the fact that we started investing in Bataan in 2018. So it was really in conforme with the instructions of my grandfather. When you sell some of my land, you buy new land.
Mr. Chair, so we go back to this whole thing. No, we'll just look at Biancham being a stockholder again of FBMHC, First Bataan. And alarmingly, this was it was paid at 35 million. And at this time in 2017, what was your job at that time, if you can repeat?
I was presidential spokesperson from, I was congressman from June 2016 until November of 2017.
And essentially, if we look at the table of the First Bataan, again, Biancham holds about 49.99% of First Bataan.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
And the other major, can we show the table, please?
Secretariat, can you please
12th
show the
slide.
table?
I'm sorry.
And the other major shareholder of equal footing at 49.99% is a certain Green Miles Realty, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
And we have other shareholders, Danny Corral, Attorney Butuyan, Jessica Go, May Garcia, and Candice Corral, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
Who are these persons? Who is Jessica Go?
Jessica Ko used to be a staff lawyer in my law office. She is now a state prosecutor at the Department of Justice.
So she used to work under your law office.
Yes,
with
Mr. Chair.
Attorney Butuyan, who's also a shareholder.
A nominal shareholder to complete the 5 incorporators and 5 directors then required.
And who is Zarmay Garcia,
An associate lawyer who has since passed.
of also the same law firm?
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
you have 2 associate lawyers under your law firm that became a nominal shareholder in this big corporation.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And who is Danny Corral?
He is a very good friend of mine who is present today. He is an accomplished sugar trader since 1985.
And Candice Corral?
Candice Corral is the daughter of Danny Corral, who is my ihada in her wedding.
And Green Miles Realty Corp. What is this corporation?
That is a corporation owned by the Corral family. It has been in existence since 2010.
And so as we can see, Green Miles is essentially 56% Danny Corral, 28.5% Candice Corral, who are also shareholders of First Bataan, nominal shareholders, who essentially own Green Miles Realty Corporation, correct?
The plan originally was it was going to be joint venture between Biancham and the company of Danny Corral.
And can you explain your working relationship since you're both in equal footing, Biancham and Green Miles in terms of transactions, in terms of the corporate operations and whatnot?
Well, we are very good friends, and in the beginning, we intended to invest only in 90 hectares of property, and we had a consolidator by the name of Attorney Carlos, no, Anselmo Carlos. After transacting the first 90 hectares, he offered to expand the area to 200, and after the 200, Mr. Attorney Carlos passed, but the other landowners in the area offered to sell their properties, but I told my partner Danny Coral, hindi ko na siya masasabayan, and I could only invest on behalf of Biancham up to 95 million.
And is this project the one in Mariveles?
Yes, that is in Barangay Biaan, Mariveles, Bataan.
And the total hectares, land area of that is 421 hectares.
We have confirmed the total area is only 310 hectares.
310 hectares. And what was the plan for the development of this area?
Well, we submitted a feasibility study to the Freeport Authority of Bataan. It was supposed to be mixed-used, and the original plan was it was going to have an LNG, a liquid natural gas power plant that would then power manufacturing facilities that we hope to attract in that location. And that is why we located in Mariveles, because it is where the Freeport Authority of Bataan was located. And I'm also a native of Bataan. So I really wanted employment for my home province of Bataan.
You mentioned originally. So what is the plan after that? If it was originally that, a gas, I think?
Liquid natural.
Natural gas.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine happened, and although we were able to enter into 2 memorandum of agreements with very big companies, one local, one Japanese, the plan to build an LNG plant was not feasible because the invasion of Ukraine caused LNG prices to increase, and the cost of electricity produced by LNG depends 70% on the cost of LNG. So we had to abandon the LNG, although we had 2 memorandums of agreements with very big and prestigious companies, and we have since focused on possibility of solar instead of LNG.
As a former presidential spokesperson, no, you're of course always interacting with the media and you're aware of the current news, especially during that time, correct?
Especially when I was spokesperson, but there was a gap. I was spokesperson for 11 months and I was spokesperson for 1 year and 2 months.
Why is that?
Because in 2019, I resigned to run for the Senate, but had to withdraw because I had developed a heart condition. And then I was out of government from October 2018 until I was called back at the height of COVID in April of 2020 already.
So during some time, this article has already been deleted. Billionario.
Yes. That article caused so much trouble. What we did was we submitted, Mr. Chair, a feasibility study for what we had intended to do in our project in Bataan. And of course, it's very flowery. But unfortunately, the application to be part of the territory of the Freeport Authority of Bataan somehow leaked to the media, and it was reported in Billionario that we already had net worth equivalent to what we projected would be the net worth of the company after 20 years. So the thrust of the article was we were worth 55 billion already, as if we had already implemented the feasibility study.
There was a mention there that there were plans to create a POGO site there.
No, Your Honor. It was a BPO site, and I consulted with, in fact, the father of BPO in the Philippines, who was my doormate in UP, former president of PAL. We reserved a BPO sector there, and Mr. Santa Maria, who is really the father of BPO in the Philippines, who was then in PAL, said that when I leave PAL, I will help you develop the BPO industry, especially since Bataan has a very young workforce.
So you're denying everything that this article is saying?
Definitely, because it assumed that we had already realized what was included in the feasibility study, and it had such an impact on my wife.
Okay.
That
Mr. Chair,
my-
yun lang naman
yes.
kailangan natin marinig if he is denying everything that was stated in this
Yes,
article.
yes.
Let's go to the PH. Let's go back to PH2. In PH2, there's a house in Tuba, Benguet. Correct.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
And you're again, we established you're incorporator of PH2. And you were in fact a president for a couple of years of PH2 in 2017 and even in 2018, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
And this was the time that you were also the presidential spokesperson.
What year again, Mr. Chair? Because I have to verify.
2017, latter, you said, of 2017 and even in 2018, correct?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
And you know that as a president and member of the board of PH2, then you have to review contracts and you would know transactions. As a lawyer, you would do your due diligence naman kahit papano.
Well, yes, we read contracts. Yes, Mr. Chair, we do.
And in this house, you were living for a while in
Yes,
Tuba, right?
from 2019.
And this house is essentially, you were leasing this house. PH2 was leasing this house, correct?
In the beginning, no. I lived there while recovering from...
Mr. Chair, we're just, if we're not asking in the beginning, is it sometime it was being leased to someone?
Yes, it was leased at some point after I resumed my obligations or my work as presidential spokesperson in 2020 April.
Kindly wrap up,
Yeah.
Congresswoman Nograles.
So, are you familiar, of course, with a certain Wan Yun?
With a...
One certain name of individual called
Yes,
named Wan Yun.
she was a lessee.
And a person of interest in the investigations of Lucky South 99.
My lessee who signed the contract was not a person of interest. It was another person who became a person of
Who is
interest.
this person?
I do not know the name.
So you
Because,
did not do due diligence on the subleasing of your supposed lessee?
I was not aware that that person was there. I did my due diligence. In fact, it was a very long time before we agreed.
If you did your due
to lease
diligence,
that house.
why did you not find out who was leasing that certain property?
Because I only studied the person who wanted to lease it, and that was the person who signed
So
the
you
lease
were not
contract.
aware that he was subleasing it to a certain Sun Liming.
He was not. I was not aware. It was not allowed.
But are you familiar with Sun Liming?
No.
Sun Liming, it's in the news naman. He is currently in the Interpol red notice. So he was the one, and he said that he is leasing this house there. And you were not aware at all?
No, I was not, because my lessee was a different person. He was a lady who was a single lady, because we asked her to submit her ACR to prove that she was in compliance and she was not an illegal alien and that she had an NBI clearance as well.
Okay. And in 2020, again, you are no longer a stockholder of PH2, and at the same period, no longer a stockholder of Biancham, correct?
Yes, that is a result, Mr. Chair, of our reorganization arising from my wife's insistence that she did not want to be involved in any of my business undertakings anymore because she could not stand the lies that was printed by a tabloid online.
Okay. So in summary lang, Mr. Chair, I would just like to show a summary of maybe the ownerships that we've established today on Biancham Holdings and Trading. If we can show the last slide, please. So we have Biancham Holdings and Tradings that we've seen the connection with PH2 Lot 37, which Biancham owns 99.99% of that. Na ito nga yung bahay na in Tuba, Benguet, where we see it was leased to Wan Yun, who apparently subleased this to Sun Liming. We're both connected with POGOs. We also have the connection with First Bataan, Mariveles Holdings Corporation, which you said that there's this land nga in Mariveles, that even if you are saying BPO siya, BPO can actually be a term naman na POGO operations pa rin naman to, which is why we are investigating on these illegal POGOs and these illegal businesses running in the guise of a legal corporation or legal operations when hindi naman pala, no? Which Biancham owns 49%, almost 50%, and another is owned by Green Miles. Na alam naman natin may partnership ang Green Miles with Biancham also. So all of these, Mr. Chair, I just want to rebut what with due respect to the resource person, na walang kinalaman ng mga pinagtatanong natin sa Biancham at yung family holdings nila sa iba't ibang mga corporations na nakita naman natin subsidiary naman ng Biancham. That seems we have to dig deeper on the connection of the resource person with the connection also of some individuals and the connection of POGO as a whole, which is part of this, what we're discussing anyway, Mr. Chair. With that po, Mr. Chair, I end my questions.
Okay. Thank you, Congresswoman Nograles. In fact, just to add a little, add a statement on the premise made by Congresswoman Nograles. Ang isa ho sa topic na ating inimbestigahan dito ay yung land acquisitions ng mga Chinese citizens, no? And because of the thousands of hectares that they've acquired in the country, there seems to be some sort of a pattern, no? Kaya pagka may ganyang kalaking mga lupang binibili, it actually begs the question of ano yung purpose nitong mga lupang ito. Now, dahil sa atin ay maraming pumapasok na mga Chinese namimili ng lupa at ginagamit sa mga illegal na POGO, so that perhaps is the reason why questions being propounded by the members of the committee direct towards that particular information. And of course, we do expect that the resource person will cooperate with respect to the documents that they are requiring from your end, Attorney Harry.
Mr. Chair, I would like to volunteer again to correct the statement of Congresswoman Nograles that we intended to use part of the Bataan property for POGO by offering to voluntarily submit what we submitted to the Freeport Authority of Bataan, which was a requirement of the Freeport Authority of Bataan. There was nothing mentioned there of POGO. We commissioned a reputable company in Qatar to do the master plan, and the plans itself, including a brochure that we prepared in order to attract investors, will indicate we had no area intended for POGO. Just to underscore that we have no connection with POGO, and even in our plans that we had submitted to Freeport Authority of Bataan, perhaps this committee may want to subpoena it from the Freeport Authority of Bataan to make sure that it was in fact the feasibility study that we submitted will show that not a single inch of the property was intended for POGO.
Okay,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Roque. The next to interpolate is Congressman Zia Alonto Adyong. You are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'alahi wa barakatuh. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Mr. Chair, may I invite the attention of the former Secretary, Attorney Roque. I'd like to direct my questions to him. Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Magandang hapon po, Secretary Roque.
Good afternoon po.
Just to move back a little bit, no, from the previous committee hearing that we had, and this is born out from the exchanges when I asked you about your participation in offering legal services to Whirlwind. Do you confirm now, Mr. Chair, that you represented Whirlwind in an ejectment case filed sometime in August of 2023?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I confirm that. As in fact, I've submitted documents to the committee.
Yes. And is this case now currently being heard in the Court of Appeals?
A decision was rendered. We have filed a motion for reconsideration, which remains pending,
And
Mr. Chair.
Yes. And would you confirm, Mr. Chair, Attorney Roque, that the filing, this case was commenced through the filing of the petition for annulment of judgment with application for temporary restraining order and writ of preliminary injunction dated on August 29, 2023. Would you confirm, Mr. Chair, Secretary Roque?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Qualifying that earlier we had filed a motion for the Regional Trial Court of Angeles City to recall its writ of execution,
Yeah.
and that was filed second week of August.
Okay. So, but notwithstanding that this already been filed before the Supreme Court, and I'm citing this particular case that I'm bringing out in the open, would you confirm, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, the petition was filed. It was a petition for annulment,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, so we presume, Mr. Chair, that as a seasoned lawyer, such as yourself, Mr. Chair, that you presume that the petition must be verified, and also it is also inclusive of that petition, Mr. Chair, is a verification. The verification, Mr. Chair, is a statement, Mr. Chair, inclusive of that, under oath regarding, number one, the truthfulness of the filing, the truthfulness of the case, of the allegation of the pleading, and that the pleading was filed in good faith, and that the allegations are supported by evidence. Do you support this, Mr. Chair?
That is a requirement of the courts, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So the statement and the petition were sworn to before you, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair?
So the petition, Mr. Chair, of the statements in this petition was sworn to, meaning it has all the necessary attachment, including the signatures, etc.?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, did you affix your signature in this petition?
As one of the lawyers that prepared the petition, yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So you are also aware, Mr. Chair, that, well, I'm sure you're aware of this, that under the revised rules of court, the signature of an attorney constitutes a certification that the factual contention in the pleading have evidentiary support. Do you confirm this, Mr. Chair? I'm sure this is just a regular administrative requirement or processes. Would you confirm that, Mr. Chair?
That these are facts borne by records and as relayed by the clients at the time of filing.
That all the documents attached therein are all supported by evidence. Am I correct, Mr. Chair?
Well, not supported by evidence, because the language, Mr. Chair, of the verification is not that it is all supported by documents, but the language, if I'm not mistaken, is that I am the person who is authorized to file, has authority to file, and that it was not intended to, that he is not guilty of forum shopping, and that the contents thereof are true and correct of their own personal knowledge.
Yeah, so that would also include, of course, some witnesses as required by the courts in filing this petition. Am I correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, witnesses as provided to us by our clients, Your Honor, at the time of drafting and filing the petition.
So, Mr. Chair, may I ask, Mr. Chair, when you filed this petition, was Cassandra Ong as a witness, Mr. Chair?
Yes, she signed as a corporate secretary, and she also, I think, executed an affidavit, but I do not have the files with me right now.
Yeah, but she was, at this point in time, in 2023, she was, I guess, already part of Whirlwind Company. Am I correct?
Yes, she signed as corporate secretary of Whirlwind.
Let me just refer to the documents that I have here in my possession, Mr. Chair. This is based on the sublease agreement entered into between Whirlwind Company and Lucky South 99. The date is very important, Mr. Chair, because at this point in time, under the sublease agreement, which was signed on January 5, 2021, and this is 2 years before the filing of that petition, Cassandra Ong is already now part of Whirlwind Company, previously from the Lucky South 99. So you confirm, Mr. Chair, that Cassandra Ong is also one of the witnesses whose signatures are fixed in the petition?
I am not aware, as of time of filing of the petition, of the contents of the sublease agreement between Whirlwind and Lucky South because it was not material to the ejectment case.
No, I'm asking, Mr. Chair, I'm just citing you the date because at this point in time, when you filed the petition, Cassie Ong, which one of your whose signatures affixed in the petition, was already part of the Whirlwind company and previously was part of the Lucky South 99. Now, I do not need your confirmation in this because I have my documents here. I want you to ask a question. Very simple lang po, Mr. Secretary, because I know you're one of the attorneys and, due diligence, I'm really, I would really believe that you really done your homework and you really gone through all these details, Mr. Chair. So, you confirm that Cassie Ong was one of the witnesses in the filing of this petition?
She signed and verified the petition as corporate secretary of Whirlwind.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
we confirm that.
We're on the same length. This is the same Cassie Ong, Mr. Chair, that is now being detained by the Indonesian immigration, Mr. Chair, a couple of days ago, fled the country with the former mayor, Bambam Mayor, Alice Guo, Mr. Chair, whose investigation by the Senate is also ongoing. So this is the same Cassie Ong, Cassandra Ong we're talking here, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
No, that was not the question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary. That was just an information that I want to share to the public. Now, also in the same petition, you also have Ms. Ronaldine Baterna as witness. Am I correct?
I do not recall who the witnesses were included, no? But all the witnesses had to execute affidavits. But the truth of the matter is I was not personally the one who drafted the petition. I read the petition, I signed it, I was responsible for the theory, but I'm not aware of all the evidence that were appended to it. I did not take any statement from any witness, and I signed the pleading after it was prepared. And after it had been verified by the not plaintiff, but by the petitioner.
Well, so that's so unfortunate, Mr. Chair, because earlier I was asking you about just an administrative processes of filing a cases, and you have even enlightened me that there must be a truthfulness in the petition, that everything it's been filed in good faith, and it also be supported by, according to you, not the word is not really evidence, but the regular. You have the witnesses and the lawyers. I'm confused, Mr. Secretary, because you didn't know that Ronaldine Baterna, who at this point in time is now the corporate secretary of Lucky South 99, also is one of your witnesses that you yourself have filed and signed part of the petition, Mr. Chair. So, nandito po siya. Kaya nga po nagtataka, bakit hindi niyo po alam? Yes, please.
I do not know what other titles she had. But as a lawyer, we prepared the affidavit for the witnesses. They affirmed their affiliation. And if they lied under oath, that is their lookout.
Yeah,
it is not the responsibility of the lawyer to make sure that everything that the witness says in a sworn statement is the truth, because we only warn them you could be persecuted for perjury if you include a falsity.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
I give you that, Mr. Chair, Attorney, because hindi naman lahat tayo ay nare-remember po natin yung mga nakaraan, di ba? Alam ko ang dami niyo pong baka ang dami niyo pong talagang mga kliyente, kasi sa galing niyo pong abogado, talagang pupuntahan kayo ng mga tao. So, I give you that, I give you that, Mr. I give you that po, Chairman, Attorney Roque, that you may forgot that Ms. Ronaldine Baterna is one of the witnesses whose signature is affixed in the petition that you filed before the Supreme Court. Before that's now pending in the Court of Appeals, na kayo po you are representing Whirlwind Company, no?
Yes.
Andito po sa akin. You don't need to.
She signed po as a Whirlwind employee.
So what what confuses me still, Secretary Roque, is that at this point in time, going back to your previous statements, and you said you had nothing to do with Lucky South 99, hindi ho ba? Tama po
Yes.
ba yun? Yeah.
Yes, I have nothing to do with Lucky South 99.
Okay. And that you were representing only Whirlwind Company, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair, only Whirlwind because the case involves only Whirlwind Company.
Yes, and the Whirlwind Company is material yung filing of the cases because it involves also the lessor and the lessee, in this case, Lucky South 99. And I'll
No, Mr.
Chair,
Chair,
I'll
I'm
take-
sorry, as an issue of law,
Mr. Chair, just
Mr. Chairman,
mamaya po,
Mr. Chairman,
let's
just,
lay down.
just-
yes, okay, I apologize.
No, you
I
stop
apologize.
talking. Just to remind you again, this will be your last warning. Please don't speak unless otherwise you're recognized by the chair.
Yes, Mr.
Harry
Chair.
Roque.
What is confusing?
And may I also remind our resource persons to please, when you reply to a question propounded by a member of the committee, please address the chair. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. Thank you. So what is confusing to me, Mr. Chair, up to this point, is that Ms. Ronaldine Baterna is, according to the petition, is an employee of the petitioner and an executive assistant of Catherine Cassandra L. Ong. So that this is to me, Mr. Chair, I don't know with Secretary Roque because he seems to be forgetting all of the details that are important in filing in the filing of this case, ejection case. Catherine Ronaldine Baterna, who now, this is 2023, is now the part of Lucky South 99, also signed as a witness as an executive assistant of Miss Catherine Ong, which, if we follow the sublist date signed between Lucky South 99 and Whirlwind Company, si Miss Cassandra Ong is nasa Whirlwind Company na. So bakit ang tanong po, ang ordinaryo na tao, maganda ho dahil hindi ako abogado, Attorney Roque, kanina nakikinig po ako sa mga tanong ni Congresswoman Luisto at saka Congressman Mig Nograles. Medyo nawawala din ho ako. Buti na lang hindi ako abogado, but I'd just like to find out that why on earth you keep on insisting that you have nothing to do with Lucky South 99 when one of your witnesses is in fact, according to this record, truthfulness sinabi according to the rules of court, is the executive assistant of Cassandra L. Ong. Yun lang po hindi ko maintindihan, no? Mr. Secretary. Now, it proves to say, and I don't know if you still could maintain your position that you have nothing to do with Lucky South 9. I'll give you that, no? I'll give you that. But the point that we want to arrive at, Mr. Chair, is that unang-una, Lucky South 99 and Whirlwind Company, as provided to us by several documents, the sublease, this petition, it only arrives into a conclusion which is very simple. Though they may be different entities, but they're run by the same people. We cannot deny and we cannot assail these documents, Mr. Chair. You know, the only way for us to move forward and move out from this labyrinth of lies and this cobweb of deception is to go back to the documents that we are in possession, Mr. Chair. So again, let me ask po, did you, Mr. Chair, did you know that Miss Catherine Ong, Ronaldine Baterna, who poses as part of the Lucky South 99, affixed her signature in the petition, claiming to be the executive assistant of Cassandra Ong, who is at this point in time is a member, is already now part with Whirlwind Company, which you represent.
What I know, Mr. Chair, is that this person who executed this affidavit claimed to be an employee of Whirlwind. And I had no indications to doubt her statement that she was an employee of Whirlwind because at this point, the case was involving Cruz and Whirlwind and did not involve at all Lucky South. So I had no reason to inquire into Lucky South because Lucky South was not a party to the ejectment case.
Mr. Chair, I'll take your explanation as it is, no? But the reason why I'm bringing this up, Mr. Chair, because you've been filing cases before the Supreme Court in your seasoned lawyer, and if we follow back and if you go back to the previous pronouncements, which you even publicly said in most of your statements through media and in this forum, Mr. Chair, you stated that you have nothing to do with Lucky South 99, and that in fact you said na mas gusto ko nga kinuha nila akong abogado eh. Kasi nung ni-raid sila, marami akong pupwedeng kasuhan sa kanila, 'di ba? And yet now, presented by all these evidences, are you telling me, Mr. Chair, that with all the experiences you had, you did not even bother, Mr. Chair, to ask whether this certain Ronaldin Baterna is not only part of the Lucky South Whirlwind Company, Lucky South 99, but in fact now is an executive assistant of Cassandra Ong, who, by the way, again, may reiterate, is under detention by the Indonesian immigration trying to flee this country. Are you trying to tell me that, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Roque? Mataas po yung respeto ko sa inyo, wag niyo pababain.
Well, Mr. Chair, it was a sworn statement. As lawyers, we remind all parties making sworn statements that they could be criminally liable for any falsity. We cannot guarantee that witnesses who execute affidavits will in fact not lie. We can only warn them, and that is what we do as lawyers.
Okay, we can discuss here, Secretary Roque, until Judgment Day, but these documents will not deny the fact that Ms. Ronaldin Baterna is assigned by you as one of the lawyers, is the executive assistant of Cassandra Ong. So we have proven, Mr. Chair, based on these documents. I'm not basing anything from anybody or any opinion of any of these members of this committee. I am basing my judgment and my conclusion on the documents that I have in my possession. So if we follow the trail of all this possession of these documents, Mr. Chair, we've proven, number one, that Baterna is a corporate secretary of Lucky South 99. That she is both an employee of Whirlwind as well as the corporate secretary of Lucky South 99. You know, it's, to me, how can you enter into a sublease agreement when in fact you yourself, among you, you're the one calling the shots and you're running the affairs of all these two companies? You tell me, if you can give me that answer, then you're smarter than me. I mean, come on, let us not fool each other. Dalawang tapos they're posing as, as different, but and number three, Mr. Chair, we have proven, Mr. Chair, that the subject of the indictment case is the same property subject to the sublease agreements between Lucky South and Whirlwind. May I ask, Mr. Chair, Secretary Roque po, would you, di ba sublease ho ito, no? So ibig sabihin may mother lease po?
That was the subject of our litigation. That was
Okay.
the only relevant, Mr. Chair, to our litigation. The lease
you have-
contract between the owner of the property and Whirlwind.
Sige, would you know po, can we require, can we request kung meron pong yung mother lease agreement?
It is appended to the petition, and it's downloadable, Your Honor, from the Court of Appeals.
Okay, thank you for
website.
that, and thank you for that information. That makes our job a little easier. Thank you. Now, let me, Mr. Chair, may I proceed to Ms. Ronaldin? Ma'am, taga Mindanao ka?
Yes po, Mr.
Bisaya,
Chair.
Bisaya?
Opo.
Ay, may ngapon.
Ngayapon po.
Asa ka sa Mindanao?
Sambuanga del Sur po.
Silingan ta. Silingan ta. Marawi ko. Anyway, sorry, that was Mr. Chair, Ms. Rosalyn, nirepresent mo ho ba ang Whirlwind Company? Kasama ho ba kayo sa nagpurma nung sa ejectment case na sinabi ko kanina?
Mr. Chair, yung pagiging corporate secretary ko po is papers lang.
Mayroon ho ako dito, pumirma po kayo doon sa ejectment case na ang petitioner ang Whirlwind Company. Tama po ba? Kasama po ba kayo doon sa mga witnesses na pumirma?
Hindi ko po maaalala, Mr. Chair, pero si Ms. Cassandra Ong po yung mga nagpapapirma sa akin ng mga dokumento.
So lahat ng pinipirmahan mo, hindi mo maalala at binibigay lang sa'yo, pinipirmahan mo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So marahil ay yung pinapirma sa'yo na sublease agreement, binigay rin sa inyo, no? Hindi mo rin alam, tapos pinirmahan mo?
Hindi po, binigay lang po at pilit pinapapirma.
Okay, pero nandun ka ha? Papakita ko sa'yo, nandito ka. Ah, okay? Does not matter whether you accept or not, the fact is nandito yung pangalan mo. So, Miss Ronalyn, alam niyo ho ba na nung pumirma kayo nung sublease, second sublease agreement, ang dating address, ang address ng Whirlwind Company nung ang pumirma ay si Stephanie Macarenas ay nasa Thai Court, Pulong Maba, Porac, Pampanga. Tapos nung kayo ay pumirma ulit, ikaw na itong nagre-represent sa Lucky South 99 Outsourcing Incorporated na pinalitan mo sa pirma si Catherine Cassandra Ong na siya yung pumirma para sa Lucky South, this time sa Whirlwind, ay nag-iba din sila ng address at naging pareho na. Thai Court, Pulong Maba, Porac, Pampanga. Alam mo ba yon?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Pero nakapirma ka pa rin.
Yes po, dahil pinapapirma po.
Okay. Di ba sabi mo po nung una kayong, nung last previous, nung previous hearing, ang trabaho mo talaga, hindi ka talaga corporate secretary, ang trabaho mo ay, ano ka? Ikaw yung nasa gate pass, yung ba yun?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Magandang trabaho ba yun?
Yes po.
Masaya?
Nag-i-issue lang po ako ng gate pass, Mr. Chair.
Masaya? Saya ka doon?
Ito lang po.
Ha? So nami-meet mo lahat ng pumapasok. Siyempre, hindi ka makakapasok kung wala kang gate pass, hindi ba?
Yung mga gate pass po na ini-issue ko, Mr. Chair, is halimbawa, may mga grocery po sila na gustong ipasok po sa loob. Parang i-issuehan ko lang po para po may...
Pero lahat ng pumapasok po doon. Lahat ng pumapasok doon ay binibigyan mo ng ng gate pass.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Yung mga groceries lang po nila tsaka yung mga order ng mga Grab, mga ganun po.
Ilang gate ba ang mayroon doon? Malaki ba?
Dalawa po, Mr. Chair, yung alam ko kasi yung pinagdudutihan ko, isang gate tapos isang gate pa.
Pero marami ho kayong nakikita mga tao dumadalaw sa Lucky South 99.
Marami po, Mr. Chair, mga sasakyan.
Mga sasakyan. Alam mo ba na in 2021, ang Whirlwind Company ay nag-move in sa Thai Court, Pulong Maba, Santa Cruz, Porac, Pampanga, at doon din po nag-uopisina ang Lucky South 99? I mean, ang Whirlwind Company?
Mr. Chair, 5 years po kasi akong nagtatrabaho sa Thai. Never po kaming lumipat ng
Hindi,
address.
ibig ko sabihin, ang lumipat pala, sorry ito, ang lumipat pala ay ang Whirlwind Company. Isang compound na sila. Tama ho ba yun?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo alam? Tapos ikaw nagbibigay ng Mr. Chair, based on the sublease agreement, it is in fact proven that Whirlwind Company and Lucky South 99 shares the same compound, the same address. I think this is already in the possession of the committee and just trying to figure out and trying to test the memory of Miss Ronalyn Ong. Sa palagay ko, biktima ka eh. Alam pa yung yung boss mo nasa Indonesia, alam mo ba yon?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kilala ho niyo ba si Mr. Harry Roque?
Kilala ko po siya dahil sa politiko po.
Sa?
Dahil po politiko po siya dati.
Nakikita niyo po ba siya na bumisita sa compound ng Whirlwind?
Never po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So nakita niyo po ba siya nung kayo po pumirma dito sa petition? Sino pong pumirma? Sino pong kasama mo na pumirma at nandoon po ba yung mga abogado ng Whirlwind Company?
Binigay lang po ni Miss Cassandra Ong para po permahan ko, Mr. Chair.
So pinirmahan mo na wala yung mga abogado?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so pero sinasabi po dito sa affidavit na ikaw ay parte ng Whirlwind Company nung pirmirman mo itong petition, pero isa ka daw corporate secretary ng executive assistant ni Cassandra Ong, pero at the same time corporate secretary ka ng Lucky South 99. So kung tulungan mo rin ako, Ms. Ronaldin, Mr. Chair, para maintindihan ko. Sa palagi mo ba isa ang Whirlwind at saka Lucky Stout?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Pero mukhang ganun no? Kasi ikaw ay nasa Whirlwind, ikaw ang nagpumirma dun sa dokumento nung nag-sublease agreement, tapos yung sinasabi mo dito sa pirma mo dito sa petition na ito, na isa sa mga abogado ay si Attorney Harry Roque, na sabi mo nga, politiko siya, ibig sabihin, known siya, kilala mo siya, maski hindi mo siya nakita in person, pero kilala mo siya, magaling na abogado naman talaga yan, ay sinasabi mo dito sa petition nyo sa korte na ikaw ay executive assistant ni Cassandra Ong, na siya ngayon ang sa Whirlwind at ikaw sa Lucky South 99. Sa palagay mo ba, pag ganun ang arrangement, anong sa palagay mo, Big? Turuan mo daw ako, dalawa ba talaga itong entity, mag-separate o isa lang?
Wala po akong idea sa mga ganyan, Mr. Chair, dahil lang po ako, normal na tao. Pero palagay ko po, siguro po.
Anong siguro?
Siguro po ay isa.
Okay. Actually, pareho tayo na naisip eh. Hindi rin ako abogado, ordinary din ako ng tao. Pero ginagamit ko yung common sense ko, hindi ho ba? So maganda dahil gumagamit ka ngayon ng common sense mo, natutulungan ka ng committee ito at makapag-reflect kung anong dapat mong sabihin at magsabi ng totoo. So Mr. Chair, I guess I have taken much of your time, and there will be plenty of members here who would like to ask our resource persons, but this is, may I reiterate, Mr. Chair, that all of these things, some of the resource persons here have been hiding from legal screens, circumventing the law. But this committee, Mr. Chair, needs to extend its arms in order, again, to help us, help this country, come out from this labyrinth of lies, and to free our streets from all of this illegal activity that is brought out by these transnational crimes as a result of the illegal operation of the offshore gaming corporation. We respect, Mr. Chair, all of the chairman of these 4 committees, Mr. Chair, and we hope that by the end, but we reach the end of this committee hearings, we can finally say to the people that we are one with them in finding the truth and keeping our streets free, and to those responsible to really see and their day in court, Mr. Chair. So marami pong salamat sa pagkakataon, Mr. Chair. And just a manifestation po, Mr. Chair, since I've been talking about the properties kanina, nung sa pag-exchange po nila ng pag-exchange po ng mga addresses nila, Mr. Chair, may I there make my closing manifestation, Mr. Chair, considering that the principal office addresses of Whirlwind in Lucky South 99 appears significant in relation to our inquiry in these POGOs and the network within which they operate in. May I therefore request, Mr. Chair, that the information be secured from the relevant government offices as to the registered owner of Junjun Building, and this is the original address, Junyun Building in Angeles City and Thai Court in Pampanga, the owners, registered owner of these buildings, and a subpoena be issued directing the owners of these properties to appear before this August chamber, Mr. Chair, August body. Marami pong salamat, and I so moved, Mr. Chair, for that particular manifestation. I converted that into a motion. Marami pong salamat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Congressman Adjong. There's no need for a motion for that request because we will ask the committee secretary to coordinate with the agencies concerned and request those documents that the good Congressman Adjong is requesting. Thank you, Congressman Adjong. Be assured that the Quadcom's obligation is not just a moral obligation to ferret out the truth, but it is our obligation as well to unravel the persons behind these activities. And we will do our best to make these people accountable. Thank you, Congressman Adjong. The next to interpolate is Congressman Roque Gutierrez. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa atin lahat. Mr. Chair, to begin with, I'd like to direct my questions to Ms. Ronaldin Baterna.
Please proceed.
Ma'am, magandang hapon po.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair.
I understand, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, na marami na po kayong naitanong sa iyo. Marami na pong committee hearings. Pero just for clarification lang po, as we build up in this inquiry, I'd just like to clarify. I believe po na isagot niyo na po ito dati, pero gusto na ma-clarify para maintindihan kung ano po talaga yung role po ninyo dito sa Lucky South 99. Naintindihan po namin, Mr. Chair, na kayo po ay corporate secretary. Nabanggit rin ni Congressman Adjong, and you have confirmed na kayo rin po yung tagapamahala ng gate pass ng PORA. But Mr. Chair, nabanggit po ninyo na kapag dealing po with Lucky South 99, ang kilala niyo lang po dito ay si Ms. Cassie Ong. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Pero Mr. Chair, may nabanggit rin na merong mga abogado na minsan through them kumakausap po sa inyo.
Kung saan po galing yung mga dokumento na pinipirmahan ko po?
Itong mga abogado po, they confirm they represent si Ms. Cassie Ong or they represent Lucky South 99?
Miss Cassandra Ong po yung kausap, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko po alam.
Ms. Cassandra Ong kausap.
Opo.
And for the record, kasi nalito po ako naalala ko po at one hearing, may kasama ko pong isang abogado at the next it was another. Sino po yung mga abogado na nag-contact po sa iyo on behalf of Cassie Ong?
May tumawag po sa akin, Mr. Chair, pero hindi ko na po matandaan kung ano yung name. Pero pinapatawag daw po siya ni Miss Cassandra Ong para pumunta sa isang law firm at magpirma para dun sa parang fina-file po nila dun sa San Fernando po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anong law firm po ito na pituntahan ninyo?
NFC Meralles po.
NFC Meralles. At yung ibang instances po na may abogado na personally na-meet po ninyo, ito lang po ba? Yung sa law firm lang? Wala po kayong na-meet na abogado sa compound mismo while working in PORAC?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Baterna. Mr. Chair, I'd like now to direct my questions to Attorney Roque.
Go ahead, sige.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon po, Attorney Roque.
Good afternoon,
Mr. Chair, my first question po, I'd like to ask, is Mr. Roque aware of a certain Alberto Rodolfo de la Serna?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, sino po si Mr. de la Serna?
He was my EA in Malacanang. He was a member of my election staff. And until March of 2023, he was still in my private staff.
March of 2023. Paano po kayo nagkakilala ni Mr. de la Serna?
Nagkaroon po ako ng project nung ako po'y kongresista na request ng mayor ng Tagbilaran. And it so happened that the project was in the barangay where his mother used to be barangay captain. So nagkaroon po ng inauguration around 2019 at doon po kami nagkakilala doon sa inauguration ng proyekto ng multipurpose hall sa kanilang barangay.
So Mr. Chair, he has roots in Bohol?
Yes, in fact, he is a full-blown son of Bohol.
Born and raised, taga Bohol po talaga
Born
siya.
and raised po.
But from my understanding, he found himself, of course, aside from your employ, he found himself in Porac, Pampanga. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, dahil siya po ay nasa isang aviation school ngayon sa Clark. after we severed ties in March of 2023, was it March 2023 or March of 2023 or 2024? After he severed his ties, umuwi muna, and then he apparently chose to pursue aviation rather than law school dahil ang lolo po niya ay isang famous lawyer din.
So he pursued the aviation school in Clark.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And because of that, he had to move from Bohol to Pampanga.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And he somehow found himself in the compound of Porac. I believe in another hearing that we've had, you have confirmed that in fact is that correct, Mr. Chair, that you introduced him to Cassie Ong?
Yes, he met Cassie Ong for the first time because he joined us after a court appearance. I think it was for lunch.
So he met Cassie Ong through lunch, still under your employ at the time?
No more. He was already there in Clark. He was preparing to start his aviation school. He started in November, so we must have met Cassie Ong around October because the case that we represented, the Whirlwind, started in August.
Mr. Chair, if he was no longer in your employ, what was his business in that lunch?
Well, he happened to be in Pampanga, and I know that he was in Pampanga because he's told me that he is pursuing aviation school. So he just happened to be there. I happened to be there. I said, okay, magla-lunch kami, you can join us because tapos na naman yung hearing by that time.
And Mr. Chair, the lunch with Cassie Ong was in relation to your function as lawyer for, as you say, Whirlwind.
Yes, it was for the ejectment case of Whirlwind.
Is that normal practice, Mr. Chair, that when you are having lunch with a client, you would bring in other personalities that might not have anything to do with the subject matter of your meeting?
Pinagbibigay alam naman po, no? And of course, I asked if my former staff could join us for lunch, and sabi naman ni Cassie, no problem.
Okay. This has nothing to do with the fact also that, at that time, he was not yet living in Porac?
No, he was not. He was, in fact, in the process of looking for a place to stay in Pampanga.
And Mr. Chair, was that how he was able to find a place to stay with Cassie Ong? Through you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because after I had left, they continued talking, and Mr. De La Serna inquired that he was in fact looking for a place to stay na sana malapit sa aviation school, and he was informed by Cassie that meron silang mga accommodations.
Mr. Chair, and you were present during that conversation?
Nakaalis na po ako noon. Nakaalis na po ako noon.
And how did you come to know that they came into that arrangement of sorts?
Sinabi naman po sa akin later on ni R, nagpaalam din siya. Ang sabi ko lang is meron lang tayong temporary respite dahil na-withdraw, na-recall yung writ of execution, pero suntok sa buwan yung kaso, so prepare to look for more permanent living arrangement dahil it's a 40% chance of victory na baka mapaalis nga sila doon sa lugar na yon.
And prior to, sabi po ninyo, no, nakaalis na po kayo when they discussed the terms of arrangement ng residence niya sa Porac, if ever. Were you aware of his intention to ask Ms. Cassie Ong for residence?
Hindi po. Hindi ko po alam naman na naghahanapan niya ng residence itong si Cassie Ong. Nag-small talk lang po sila after I had left, and lumabas nga po na naghahanap siya. Nagpapatulong siya na magpahanap ng matitiran.
Did you not find it strange, Mr. Chair, that he chose residence in Porac, which is 50 or so minutes away from Clark?
Hindi ko po alam kung gano'ng karayo talaga yung Porac sa Clark, no? Basta lahat naman po yan siguro malapit. So I did not find it strange. Ang warning ko lang is there's a temporary respite. Baka mapaalis yan. So humanap ka ng permanent na matitiran mo.
So, Mr. Chair, it would appear that this would be the second time that Mr. Attorney Roque has facilitated a meeting of which he claims he has no interest in. The first, I believe, would be the supposed meeting between Cassandra Ong and Chairman Altenco. Would you say that's a fair statement, Mr. Chair?
I arranged that meeting, but ito naman po, it was just a casual meeting. There was no particular purpose involved. It was just that I was in Pampanga. Matagal ko rin naman pong naging staff itong CR. So, I know that he was there because naghahanda nga siya mag-enroll. So, tinanong ko, nasaan ka? O lika, join us for lunch.
So, Mr.
Ganun
Chair,
lang po.
coincidence seems to follow, Mr. Roque. Mr. Chair, may I ask, the residence of the Mr. De La Serna, this is the same residence that was raided during the POAC raid sa Poro.
Isa po doon sa mga buildings, pero ang explanation po niya is hiwalay po yung tirahan doon sa lugar kung saan naroroon ang negosyo. So he was living doon sa area na puro living quarters lang po.
But it is within the compound, Mr. Chair.
Actually, hiwalay po siya eh. May dalawang gate eh. Isang gate papunta doon sa residence, isang gate papunta doon sa where the business is conducted. So, hindi ka makakapasok doon sa gate na where the business is conducted kung ikaw ay nandun lang sa accommodations.
It is not where the business is conducted. However, business documents were yielded from that raid. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Wala pong business document as far as POGO is concerned dun sa raid na yon. Hindi ko po alam kung ano talaga ang nakuhang raid because I'm not involved in the motion to quash as far as Lucky South is concerned. No?
But Mr. Chair, I believe in another hearing that we've had, you claimed that the documents that were yielded from his residence in relation to you were from that residence, Mr. Chair. I believe they were bank documents and appointment papers.
Yes, these documents were personal documents to Mr. De La Serna. They had nothing to do with POGO.
But they are not related to POGO, but they are business documents, Mr. Chair. They are official. Appointment papers po siya, hindi ba?
Well, yung appointment paper po niya, yung siya initially appointed sa Malacanang, isa po yan dun sa nasa files niya.
I would say that's business po. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Chair?
Well,
let's
hindi na
put
po.
POGO aside. Business papers po yun. Appointment po yun.
Well, government po appointment yan. It is more of memorabilia kasi ang appointment po niya every 6 months. And that was his first appointment. Hindi naman po permanent appointment yan. No? Every 6 months po nare-renew yung mga appointment ng mga staff ng classification ni R.
Are your banking documents also memorabilia, Mr. Chair?
No, but the banking documents were appended to a visa application because naimbitahan po ako ng Ukraine at meron pong gera sa Ukraine. Nabago po ang mga plano. So yung mga original na dapat kasama ko umatras. So ang sabi ko, kung wala ka pang ginagawa, at sabi niya wala pa naman, di pa naman siya nagsisimula, samahan mo ako dito sa Ukraine. So ura-urada po, we had to get a visa from the Polish embassy kasi doon po ang entry point to Ukraine. But the Ukraine government, being the sponsor, arranged our visa for Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that very long history of the appointment papers. Mr. Chair, so yung residence po niya in that compound, or you say it's separated by a gate or two, it is the same place that has been raided by PORA.
That was raided in
also the
Porac.
Same office address that is subject of the two subleases between Whirlwind and Lucky South 99.
I am not sure po because from the news, I know it's 49 buildings. Plus, meron pang separate corporate office na parang hotel. No? So I am not sure if that's the same address.
But that address is the same subject of the ejectment case that you were handling. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, but the ejectment case was on the basis of transfer certificate of title, not address, Mr. Chair.
So your supposed dealings with Whirlwind were discussing the same subject property. The sublease, at least based on our records, as you say, there are 49 buildings, but I think the area properly describes the same subject area. And this is also the place where Mr. De La Serna's residence was and where the raid yielded documents related to you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's a 10-hectare property which consists of 49 buildings in addition to what used to be hotels, I believe, being used as offices, not just by Whirlwind but also by the lot owners, the crews.
Mr. Chair, akala ko po sabi po ninyo na di nyo alam kung kasama po ito sa
Alin
subject
po?
ng sublease, that particular building. Pero you mentioned now that
hindi po.
you confirm now that it is part of the 49 buildings.
No,
if the large 10-hectare...
Sinasabi niyo po na ang ejectment case po is involving the 10-hectare property, pero yung renade po, may mga buildings na hindi kasama dun sa lease apparently, no? And that's just basing on newspaper reports. Kasi pati po yung isang building doon na parang hotel, na parang bahay o office ni Mr. Ruperto Cruz. Di ko po alam kung nasama yun sa search.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like now to go to a question on Biancham. Actually, our colleagues here have questioned this exhaustively, and I'd just like to pick up bits and pieces which I think I have not been answered yet. Mr. Chair, Biancham was incorporated at what year po ba?
2015.
2015?
I think 2014, and then the articles were amended 2015.
2014. So from the very first articles of incorporation, ano po yung setup po ng shareholdings nito?
It was intended to be a family corporation only. It was intended to be part of our estate planning. So doon namin lalagay yung mga assets na ma-acquire namin, and so that pag may mangyari sa amin, the corporation will continue to exist, and our children and our other family members will only pay tax on the transfer of shares of stocks.
Understandable. Estate planning is a common legal practice, and it's been done by multiple families, not necessarily billionaires.
Yes,
But
Mr. Chair.
generally, in the estate planning stage that you've had for Biancham, it was a 50-50 arrangement, except for the nominal shares, the other three.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the beginning, it was 50-50 before we decided to embark on land banking, in which case other family members got involved already.
However, Mr. Chair, within that same year, even before land banking, I suppose, kasi 2014 rin po, it was increased. Your particular shareholding was increased to 97%.
Well, yung 97% po, I don't remember because it is 2014 and 2015, no? Pero ang importante po talaga is it will serve as estate planning for the family. It will hold title to our properties, although hindi mo namin in-include ang family home, no? Because the family home naman has a specific treatment under the Civil Code.
Mr. Chair, I just find it curious kasi po kung estate planning po talaga ito, it usually considers the husband and wife, which you did verily consider when it was first incorporated. But shortly after incorporation, yun nga po, sinasabi po dito, based on the records, you took hold of 97%. So nawawala na po dito yung share ng inyong asawa.
I do not recall, Mr. Chair, but I've always believed that we were equal. I do not remember now, but in the end, because our current arrangement is my wife will own 100% of Biancham.
Mr. Chair, that yet remains to be seen because as per the papers,
yes,
these are all plans in the air. Because as far as we're concerned, Mr. Chair, in 2014, upon incorporation, 50-50 po kayo ng asawa niyo.
Yes.
Sans the nominal shares of the other nominees that were mentioned by Congresswoman Nograles. Shortly, within the same year, you have assumed shares up to 97%. And that has been the case up until Percival Ortega, who I assumed was purchased, but you say it's a trust agreement. And that was in what year again, Mr. Chair?
This is 2020 po.
2020. So from 2014 to 2020, 97% Harry Roque Corporation po ito.
Hindi ko po maalala. I really need to be refreshed dahil wala naman po sa akin yung mga dokumento, no? But ang nangyari po, since we had the 2017 sale of property and nag-land banking po kami, Biancham ceased to be an exclusively Harry Roque, Myla Roque, and children company. It now involves siblings and an aunt.
Mr. Chair, how were the siblings and the aunt involved after 2017?
Well, because the money that we invested in Bataan came from our respective shares from the sale of our land, which was 1.8 hectares in multinational Parañaque.
Mr. Chair, the sale was in 2017.
2017.
But from 2017 to 2020, none of your siblings, cousins, your aunt appear in the papers of Biancham, Mr. Chair.
Wala po kasi ang totoo po niya, nag-iisa po ako sa Pilipinas. And my aunt is under my guardianship, no? Dahil siya po ay may mga karamdaman, no? So, yun po ang problema ko. Nag-iisa po ako sa Pilipinas. I administer everything on my own. For and behalf of everyone.
Mr. Chair, but for all intents and purposes, legally, based on the papers, it is 97% Harry Roque from 2014 to 2020. Notwithstanding the story that you are in trust for your relatives, notwithstanding the story that you are guardian for your aunt, it remains to be your corporation, Mr. Chair.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's why we have a trust agreement where I recognize the share of my other family members.
Mr. Chair, really quickly, sorry. Trust agreement in 2020.
Well, ito po yung 2020 na binigay namin trust agreement nga kay Attorney Percival Ortega. But I've always acknowledged that I hold property in trust for my aunt. And as I said, I've even declared it in my SALN.
Mr. Chair, well, the silent we have not seen yet, so we're looking
Yes.
forward. And again, we thank Mr. Roque for his forthrightness and initiative
Yes.
to include, as he repeatedly said, going back even prior to his congressman days.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, that point being, yung trust po, it's easy to say that now. Yung GIS po, that is what is legally binding as far as we're concerned, as far as we can see. Even the supposed trust agreement that Mr. Roque is mentioning, the earliest that we could see that it has actually had any legal effect would be 2020, if it is even true. Because as far as we're concerned, Mr. Chair, sa GIS, sa AFS from 2014 to 2020, it's really 97, 98%.
That is
Mr.
true.
Harry Roque.
That is true, Mr. Chair, but this is family, no?
Yes.
And actually, I dealt only with family who wanted to engage in the same undertaking as me. 2 of my siblings did not join us. They got their shares. So as far as siblings go, total of 4 out of 6 siblings decided to engage in land banking.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move on to another question. Biancham is the 99% owner of PH2. And
Yes,
as
Mr.
been
Chair.
pointed out earlier, PH2 is the supposed Benguet controversy po, no? Dito po natagpuan yung isang red notice Interpol suspect, Son Liming, which Mr. Roque claims he does not know because it is already a sublease. Mr. Chair, matanong lang po, would Attorney Roque be aware, Secretary Roque, would he be aware of the value of this PH2 lot in Benguet?
Yes, nakita ko po yung aking sale contract. Mura ko pong nabili yan, 1.5 million.
1.5 million. So that is well within the, ano po yung valuation natin ng PH2 Corporation in shares?
Well, I think it has to be adjusted. Kasi ang ginawa lang po namin is linagay namin ang PH2 because we intended na itong property nito is really going to be for resale, Mr. Chair. So in case we sell it, we would have to sell it through sale of stocks. No? But I admit that we have to revalue it because the buyer, whoever the buyer is, would also consider the valuation of the property as reported in financial statements. But we have to adjust the values of the property.
Mr. Chair, ano po yung latest value po ng property?
Actually, hindi ko na po binalyuhan kasi yung binili lang po namin yung lupa. Tapos nagpatayo na po kami ng bahay. And I admit I have to increase authorized capital stock to also make it more attractive to buyers that it is realistic to the value of the house.
Well, I mean, that's understandable, Mr. Chair. No? Sometimes we peg things at cost. However, we'd very much like to know the valuation. Mr. Chair, so you mean to tell me in all these years, kailan po itong pinatayo, yung PH2? Maybe no, Mr. Chair?
2019 po yan po.
So from 2019, you have not had this valued, you have not used it for mortgage, you have not used it as collateral in loan?
Hindi po. Tinirang ko lang po yan, tapos tinitignan ko nga how strong the market is. No? And I've tried to sell it, pero no takers. Kasi maganda po yung subdivision namin, pero wala pong tubig sa Baguio. Kaya yun po ang problema, hindi pala ganun kabili magbenta, miski mukhang maganda yung subdivision.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move on to FBMHC. This is First Bataan Maribeles. I forget the full name of your corporation. It mentioned here that the stake of Biancham for 50%, counterpart to Green Mile, was 35 million, Mr. Chair. Do we confirm this?
Mr. Chair, yes.
What is the source of this 35? Is this also sourced from the land banking from the sale in 2017?
Precisely po. Dito po kami nag-land banking, Mr. Chair. Yung aming nakuhang proceeds na share namin na roughly equivalent to about 45 million because 45% of the total value of the sale because apat pong magkakapatid yung naghati doon sa sale na yon. Binigay yung share ng dalawang lalaki. Yung dalawang babae po ay kami po yung mga anak na representing 1/4. Tapos yung auntie ko po na single is the other 1/4.
So Mr. Chair, the sale that you're mentioning, the generation before you yun, na apat na siblings.
Apat na siblings.
So you are entitled to 1/4 of the 200 million.
Of the 200 million. And then my aunt was with us because single po siya and she lived with us all our lives.
So you would also assume her half, her 1/4. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Well, kami po talaga yung heredero niya and we've always considered her as part of the family, not just an aunt.
So as far as you're concerned, you are dealing with the 1/2 of the 200 billion. The other half, the proper claimants have taken hold of the property.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So that pegs it at around 100 million, Mr. Chair?
About 100 million, Mr.
100
Chair.
million. And this is what land bank the supposed 35 million in Biancham.
Yes, that was the initial investment, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, the payment of yung Biancham, the 35 million, together with the Green Mile, this went into the purchase of the 400 hectare property?
310 hectares po.
310 hectares. And the valuation total was?
We bought the property po at 100 pesos per square meter.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I'm really bad at math. Ano po yung total value po nun?
Well,
Yung
that's
purchase
100 pesos, so that's 310 million po.
310 million. But your share was only 35 million. How did you purchase the 310 million? 35 million from you, 35 million from Greenma. That makes it 70 million. How did you come up with the 310 million?
Well, una nga po, ang unang bibili lang namin was supposedly 90 million worth kasi 90 hectares. And then our consolidator offered, lakihan na natin ng 200 million. Payag pa rin po ako dahil kaya pa namin nung up to kalahati ng 200 million. Pero nung natapos na nga po yung 200 million, sabi ko hindi na namin kaya yan, ikaw na yan. No? So my partner on his own proceeded to purchase other property para lang makumpleto yung buong bloke. Pero hanggang ngayon po, hindi pa rin po kumpleto yung buong bloke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, okay, 35 million supposedly for 35 million from you, 35 million from Green Mile to purchase a 90 million worth hectare property, but somehow you're able to refinance your way to 300 million.
Hindi po refinance, we just coughed up additional capital. No? So, ang sabi ko po, we invested a total of 95 million and my partner coughed up the difference between 310 and 95. So,
Sorry,
mga
Mr. Chair,
200 po.
this is a 50-50, not a JV, no? It's a new corporation between Green Mile and Biancham. Biancham coughed up 90 million or you coughed up 90 million?
Well, it was in the name of Biancham, pero ang ginamit ko po nga is yung pera from the proceeds of the sale.
Mr. Chair, why do we... Mr. Chair, I'm sure you understand the difference in legal personality between you as heirs, as beneficiaries of the sale, and Biancham, which is a separate legal corporation. How come we treat it as if the money that you get as your personal, as an heir, you can easily reinvest on behalf of Biancham?
Well, because we intended to reflect everything at some point, no? And we're in the process of doing that po, no? We are in the process of doing that. Medyo tedious nga lang yung process, the accounting process, no? Because this is actually property for stock transaction already, no? But mas convenient po yan kasi ang sabi ko nga, lahat po ng kapatid ko nasa abroad. So, hindi po sila makapirma ng every time may bibili na property. So, ginagamit po namin yung corporate vehicle. At saka ang bumibili naman po is yung First Bataan at shareholder lang yung Biancham. So, we provide the capital when needed but up to a certain amount.
Mr.
Ganun
Chair,
po.
this is, as a lawyer, you made purchases out of convenience at the risk of legal infirmity?
Hindi naman po, because this will be reflected, no, in the shareholdings, no? And that's what we're doing right now. It's a bit tedious po, lalo na dahil namatay nga yung aking tiya at meron ng estate aspect ito, but it's being done now.
Mr. Chair, is this convenience in relation to your siblings or is this inconvenience to the fact that Biancham is 97% owned by you?
Hindi na nga po kasi inaamin ko naman po na yung mga kapatid ko ay merong share dyan sa Biancham. Hindi ko po yan pinagkakait. And
Mr. Chair, apologies. It's very difficult for you to say that they are entitled to a share when legally they are not in the papers. I understand your intention to bequeath to them, perhaps their fair share eventually, but as far as we're concerned, when we talk of this corporation, it is you and only you, Mr. Chair. Wala pong kinalaman yung inyong kapatid po dito, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, kaya nga po dyan pumapasok yung pagiging kapamilya. I have been acting as the father figure to these three siblings of mine. I have never intended na gulangan ko sila and they trust me completely, no? Because I don't do anything to breach the trust. Diyan naman po pumapasok yung pagiging kapamilya.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll move on po, no? Although I'm sorry, I find it very hard to believe that legal luminaries such as Attorney Harry Roque would allow for legal infirmities in these very, very sensitive and serious transactions, which involve not just millions, but the hundreds of millions. Now, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask, and again, we appreciate your initiative to have submitted the sale of the property in 2017 and that you have so kindly explained to us now. We also appreciate, and personally, I do appreciate your concern regarding the trust that you have this with your family, the privacy that you're seeking. But I hope, Mr. Chair, that Attorney Roque understands that there are some questions that are left unanswered. And as much as we would like to respect this story of family and privacy, there are just some questions that are left unanswered po, no? So, going back, we have this, the 35 million in FHBMC, which is not properly written in the books. He mentioned 35 million upfront he spent for Biancham from the sale. Then he also mentioned an additional 60 million which he coughed up from the sale. That puts it at 90 million just in FHBMC alone. Mr. Chair, how can we explain then in 2017, Biancham reported, as was pointed out by Congresswoman Luistro, 60 million in cash and 125 million in cash advances. This is way beyond your share of the sale, and this is way beyond the whole purchase price of the sale, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yung cash po na 60 million is precisely what was used for the land banking. So, dun po ginastos yung cash ng kumpanya para bilhin po yung mga lupa.
Mr. Chair, you mentioned 2017 po yung land banking.
2017 po yung bentahan.
Bentahan.
Opo.
And the purchase of the Bataan property was when?
Started in 2018 po.
2018. But the recording of the 60 million in cash under Biancham, not under First Bataan. It is under Biancham.
Yes.
Was only in 2017. Allow me to check, Mr. Chair. For the period of 2018.
2018 nga po. So, yun nga po yung ginamit namin for the purchase. Preparing nga po for the land banking. So, pinasok na po yung cash doon para lahat ng mabibiling mga property, yun yung marireflect na contribution po ng Biancham.
No, Mr. Chair, when Biancham was in receipt of the 60 million pesos in cash, and Mr. Chair, would you care to explain the 125 million in advances dito sa AFS?
Well, ang advances po kasi is, yun po yung mga binibiling property na hindi pa po na-increase ang authorized capital stock. Now, at 2017, well, actually po kasi itong recollection ko talaga, no? Although ang records namin, mas alam po na aking partner, but I have a list na ang aming recollection, well, at least ang listahan ko is 2017, nagsimula kaming magbayad. So, ang recollection ko po is sa 2017, nagbayad kami ng 102 million. Tapos ang 2018, we paid 96,302. So, yan po yung mga cash advances na kinakailangan i-convert into equity later on. Dahil ang advances po talaga kapag pinurchase ng property, will have to be converted into shares. So yun po yung allowance para nga ma-recognize yung mga cash advances to go to the people who in fact provided the capital.
Apologies, Mr. Roque. Perhaps I'm not as adept as you in your corporate matters, but it just does not add up, Mr. Chair. Like I mentioned, it was in the AFS 2018 in which, for the period covering up to December 2018, that you reflected 60 million increase in cash and 125 billion in advances for Biancham. However, it was actually in 2017 where you already reported payment of 35 million for FHBMC.
Yes. Okay.
So how come, Mr. Chair, you have reported already as early as 2017 in FHBMC, which means Biancham has already invested in FHBMC, and then only belatedly in 2018 recorded cash for the statement ending December 2018. And the property sale was in 2017. And not only that, Mr. Chair, one more thing, why it does not add up. sabi po ninyo, yung 60 million cash earlier was not for FHBMC. You mentioned it was for purchase of shares, which there was no increase of shares in the GIS of Biancham nor in FHBMC.
Well, let me clarify now, no? Unang-una po, cash went out even before the sale was perfected. Kasi meron po kaming
another
contract
legal
to sell.
infirmity?
Hindi po, contract to sell. Kasi siyempre, may initial payment ka, hindi naman po lahat yan outright na deed of sale lahat. So meron pong mga pagkakataon na nasa ng titulo, yung mga iba po kasi wala pang titulo, yung mga iba kailangan pang iseta ng estate. So meron po kami mga cash advances talaga na may mga kontrata na contract to sell dahil hindi naman po sila lahat deed of absolute sale kaagad. So in fact, ang unang linabas namin, and I remember this now, is sometime in 2017, pero wala pa pong deed of sale yon kasi parang 40% ang binayaran namin and they have to submit everything, no? Including titles before so that we can commence with the deed of sale. So hindi naman po yan na isang give lang, no? So meron kami talagang mga contract to sell muna, and then when they perfect all the documentation, that's when we pay the entire
Mr.
purchase
Chair,
price.
apologies, but in 2017, your corporation was only worth 1.5 million.
Yes po, because hindi pa po nabebenta yung aming lupa. Kaya nga po tumaas yung aking cash position because nabenta nga po yung lupa.
For 2017?
Now, in 2017 po yan nabenta, no? So
this is period covering up to December 2017, Mr. Chair. So at the end of 2017, all transactions for 2017 should have been reflected. And yet, after the sale of land in 2017, 1.5 million lang po yung worth of Biancham, which you claim is the vessel in which you have used to invest in FHBMC worth 35 million in addition to 60 million in cash and 125 million in advances. Mr. Chair, your testimony does not make any sense.
well, it does po, no? Because as I said, pag bumibili naman pa ng lupa, hindi naman cash lahat yan. May mga advance payment po yan.
Mr. Chair, it should have at least reflected as liabilities or payables in your AFS.
Siguro nga po, maybe that's why, as I said, I'm not a corporate lawyer. Political lawyer po talaga ako. I'm even an international lawyer, no? That's what I teach, no? So ako naman po, I rely on what the accountants will say, no? Pero makikita nyo naman po, merong effort to reflect somehow kung ano yung mga nangyayari. Kaya nga po nagkaroon ng 60 million cash ang pumasok sa Biancham kasi ipinasok nga po yan intended to purchase property. At ano naman po yan, sumabay naman po yan, Mr. Chair, doon sa panahon na nakuha namin yung proceeds ng bentahan ng lupa namin sa Parañaque, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, for someone such as yourself as a legal luminary, I find it hard to believe that you would be unaware of the infirmities surrounding the failure to report these kinds of things. And in fact, that's the precise point of having an AFS. This is independently audited. You have an auditor for this. So how come you're able to deal willy-nilly left and right between FHBMC, Biancham, together with Green Mile, yet it is not properly reflected? And even if we say it's reflected eventually, you always say that it's going to be fixed in the future. I hope you understand, Mr. Chair, the frustration of how it's very hard to make sense of the story. Because, Mr. Chair, as properly as Chairman Ace mentioned, why we want to look into this, and as I mentioned, why we have to look into your family matters. It's easy to claim yung pamilya po namin nagbenta ng property. It's easy to claim that this property was, this proceeds were used in investing here. But for as long as hindi po siya natatrace sa money trail, I don't know if the committee will accept the explanation na aayusin po namin yan later on, or aayusin po namin yung cash flow investment. Because, Mr. Chair, the most glaring, the most obvious, easily, with an investment of 60 million in cash, which your AFS already mentioned was in subscription, not in FBHMC, but in Biancham itself. For the succeeding GIS, 12.5 million pa rin po yung shares ninyo. Hindi naman po siya nag-increase by 60 million. So there seems to be a disconnect. And Mr. Chair, let me connect this now. If I may conclude, Mr. Chair, I'm sure you and I both are very confused with the allegations. I think, Mr. Chair, what I'm trying to drive at here is that there seems to be some great confusion with the finances. Might not be necessarily of Mr. Attorney Harry Roque, but at least of Biancham, which is alarmingly related in a way, at least with PH2. And why do I say alarming? Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring this back po, no? Yung nabanggit po natin dati. Yung sa previous hearings, which I think as the Quadcom, as the successor of those individual hearings, we can take notice po of the facts that are mentioned. And I'd like to mention these facts, and I'd like to ask Mr. Roque his thoughts on this as a summary po, no, to really put into light why we're asking these questions. Number one, Attorney Harry Roque represented over LS 99, Lucky South 99 property.
Mr. Chair, I did not.
You did not. You claim that it is Whirlwind, but it is the same subject property.
Well, it is.
It is.
It is
Okay, thank you,
because
Mr.
there's a
I
conflict of
will
leads.
tie into that later on.
Yes.
Second fact that I'd like to state, Mr. Harry Roque facilitated Lucky South 99 meeting with Chair Tenko.
Well, Mr. Chair,
You did this. You had 6 missed calls with Attorney Rivera ba yun?
Yes.
You've set it up. You yourself said when Cassandra Ong met Chairman Tenko, no Whirlwind matters were mentioned. It was all purely Lucky South 99.
Mr. Chair, I did so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
because
please allow me to...
Mr. Chairman.
Allow the member to finish his question first before you reply, Attorney Roque.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair,
most
proceed.
respectfully, Attorney Roque, I understand that you will have your time to rebut these later. But I hope you understand, as a lawyer especially, that there's a line of questioning that I wish to pursue. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number 3, Mr. Harry Roque was cited as legal representative in Lucky South 99 application. This was mentioned by Chairman Tenko. He was cited as legal representative in their organizational chart. May we hear your response on this particular matter, Mr.
Attorney
Chair?
Roque, please.
That was not authorized, Mr. Chair, and I have emphasized it over and over again. And I have said that that paper is only evidence that it exists. It is not evidence of the truth of matters stated therein, as in fact, Attorney Jessa Fernandez said that that information was unverified.
Thank you,
She
Mr. Chair.
said that
So
on
it
record.
exists as proper documents with PAGCOR, official applicant office. Mr. Chair, Mr. Harry Roque has bank documents which were discovered in the Lucky South 99 raid. He's already mentioned this earlier. Mr. Chair, number 5, Harry Roque's executive assistant and confidant resided in Lucky South 99 when PORAC was raided. As already mentioned earlier. Number 6, Harry Roque's subsidiary, Biancham, owns 99% of PH2, which housed San Liming, Red Notice Interpol suspect who has links and is cited as IT administrator of Lucky South 99. Number 7, Harry Roque's holdings have, well, we still have to discuss this, but I believe, as far as we're concerned, legally, putting aside your story of family, has unexplained increases worth 60 million in cash, 125 million in advances, and 35 million in investments in FHPMC. And lastly, Mr. Chair, the last point was actually about the 35 million. So as I mentioned, why I asked this earlier, it seems to be, for every point when taken individually, Mr. Harry Roque has some explanation. It's either, not to quote this, not to be brash, but you have to understand how much we take this with disbelief na may namatay, they won't be able to testify, it's a family matter, it is private, I have nothing to do with it, I am not the lawyer. All of these are usually plain denials on the part of Mr. Harry Roque. However, what I mentioned earlier, it seems to be that coincidence hounds Mr. Harry Roque. Seems to be coincidence follows him around and could explain everything. But the fact of the matter is, Lucky South 99 seems to hound Mr. Roque. As I mentioned it, he has been representing over the property subject by Lucky South 99. He's his executive assistant, lived in the compound of Lucky South 99 despite living an hour away from the aviation school in Clark. He also has he has arranged the meeting between Cassandra Ong and Chairman Tenko, which he says was supposed to be Whirlwind, but as far as we're concerned, and the testimony not by Roque, but by Chairman Tenko himself, was that all that they discussed was Lucky South 99 matters. And the list goes on and on, the back documents found there. It is mentioned that it's because it is memorabilia of his EA. But the fact of the matter is, Lucky South 99 strikes again. Mr. Chair, of course, I'm not saying this as a final verdict, but I hope you understand, Mr. Chair, that for the Quadcom, we are here to listen to every piece of evidence, and they all seem to indicate one direction. And the missing piece now, I think for me it is clear. I don't know with the rest of the members of the Quadcom. At best, there is a link with Lucky South 99. At worst, this is a terrible, terrible string of coincidence. But one thing that we should ascertain from this point on, why I was reserving my comment for the motion by Congresswoman Luistro to request for the documents of the trust, for the documents regarding the family matters of Mr. Roque. While we understand the want for privacy, Mr. Chair, these coincidences seem like more than just coincidences. And the missing link now, if we see that there's a link with Lucky South 99, the question now is that we have to verify. How do we explain these supposedly, as far as I'm concerned, unexplained increases through his subsidiaries and through his companies? So I think, Mr. Chair, that should be the direction, at least for the portion regarding Mr. Harry Roque. And actually, Mr. Chair, I still had some questions regarding the leases, regarding Ms. Paterna and his relation with Harry Roque, and we have other questions regarding Lucky South 99. But seeing as we have been now at this hearing for 6 hours, 7 hours, I think I would like to yield to the other interpellators in the hall. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney Roque, for the indulgence.
Mr. Thank Chair. You, Congressman Gutierrez. Yes, just a short reply from
Very
Attorney.
short po. I'm not going to argue every single point raised. But ang tanong po, anong kriminal na bagay ang ginawa ko? Meron ba? Anong ebidensya na ang Lucky South ang nagbayad ng mga lupa na binili ko? Pinakita ko naman po, nagbenta kami ng 1.8 hectares. At sinabi ko naman po na yung perang yon ang ginamit na pambili. So sa akin po, pwede naman kayo magkaroon ng kahit anong conclusion, pero eventually, ang tanong, anong ginawa kong mali? Meron ba ako ginawang krimen? Linawin na lang po natin yan para yan po talaga ang inquiry natin dito sa hearings na po ito. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Roque. The next interpellator is Congressman Serge Dagook. I'm sorry, Congressman Gas Tambunting.
Thank you very much,
You're right.
Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the Honorable Dagook for for allowing me to go ahead. Andito po ba ang DOJ? Department of Justice.
Yes, DOJ is here, present.
DOJ, can you please identify yourself, sir?
Good afternoon po, Chairman of the Committee, sa mga Honorable Congressman. I am Provincial Prosecutor Ramoncito Bienvenido T. Ocampo Jr. of the Province of Bulacan, and at the same time, the head of the Clark Freeport's Economic Zone Against Human Trafficking. Good afternoon po sa inyo lahat.
But I don't know if you can answer some of the questions. I only have 2 questions. Kasi kanina ko pang 6 na oras pinapakinggan si Secretary Roque. And I'd like to shift my my questions to the Department of Justice. Alam po ninyo, itong Quadcom hearings, ang dami po ng personalidad na lumabas. There are so many maraming pangalan na lumitaw dito sa hearings ng Quadcom. At even in the Senate, ay meron po tayong hearings sa Senado na kung saan isa sa mga personalidad ay wala na, allegedly, ay reportedly, ay wala na sa bansa. Now, my question to the DOJ is, what is the status of your investigations pagdating po dito sa POGO?
Sir, before I answer that, sir, let me clarify. We are here as an investigator and as member of the task force for the case build-up of the 2 POGO cases involving the Bamban POGO Hub and the Porac POGO Hub. We are also the prosecutors prosecuting the case of human trafficking against 8 foreign nationals involved in the Sun Valley Clark POGO Hub, which was raided last May of 2023, sir. That is also that is only our concern as far as the investigation of the POGO cases.
So hindi nyo pwedeng kayang sagutin kung ano ang ginagawa ng DOJ dito sa mga investigasyon na to?
Sir,
kasi limitado ang inyong kaalaman. Yung pa ba sinasabi nyo?
Yes, sir. As far as the POGO Hub, POGO cases are concerned, siguro po masasagot po namin.
Okay, ang tanong ko nga po ay ano pong mga investigasyon na ginagawa nyo dito po sa POGO?
Ang latest investigation that we're conducting is the case build-up for the additional filing of cases against those personalities that may be held responsible or liable for human trafficking cases doon po sa PORAC hub cases. Initially, sir, we have already filed a case of kidnapping, robbery, and human trafficking cases against 2 foreign nationals involved pertaining to the claim of also 2 foreign nationals who were rescued after the implementation of the search warrant at PORAC POGO hub, sir.
So, yan ay foreign nationals.
Yes, sir.
Wala po ba tayong mga locals?
Undergoing investigation po, ginagawa na po namin, and we do not like to preempt yung resulta ng investigation namin. But definitely, by next week, we will come up with the findings, and hopefully, we can already file it before the Department of Justice for preliminary.
Can you give us a list and give the committee a list
Yes, sir.
of the information and complaints that you are going to file?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, hopefully by
commit
next week, pwede mo na maasahan na meron na po tayong listahan.
Yes, we will commit. That will be our commitment to the Quadcom, sir.
Okay. So again, based on the hearings, this has not only been about POGOs and illegal gambling. Clearly, there are persons that are also involved in human trafficking, drugs, murder, at iba pa. Do you agree? Hindi lang po POGO at saka illegal gambling ang nangyayari ngayon.
Yes, sir.
So, with that, I ask this question not just about the related that are related to the foreigners, but I also ask about local personalities. Dahil ito po ay malaking bagay, those that have facilitated, participated in the commission of the crimes of gambling, of murder, of human trafficking at iba-iba pa. Especially those that are elected officials kung meron. Yan lang naman po ang aking concern.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much at magandang hapon po sa atin.
Thank you, Congressman Tambunting. Next to interpolate is Congressman Serge Dagoop. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Nandito na po ba yung Dolly? Is at saka Pag-ibig. Before I ask or interpolate our resource persons, Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest that for the record that as early as now, this representation is convinced na there are a lot of existing laws being violated, trampled upon, because of the failure of the different government agencies to perform their mandate, duties, and responsibilities. Kaya po nangyayari ito dahil hindi po nila ginagawa yung kanilang trabaho. Itong tatlong agencies, Mr. Chair, na I requested to be present into this hearing in our last hearing in Pampanga are just example of the agencies na hindi gumagawa for me personally ng kanilang trabaho. Now, for the Dolly, kindly educate this representation. Ano po yung mandato ninyo under your charter?
Before we ask them to reply, may I know, Comsec, if the resource persons have taken their oath?
Yes, sir.
Nakapag-oath na ba kayo? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, please respond to the question of Congressman Dagoop.
Yes. Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Congressman. I am Attorney Remedios Vehim Teves, Mediator Arbiter of Dole Region 3. So, as for the foreign nationals employed in POGO...
Mr. Chair, I am not asking, Mr. Chair, regarding particulars or specific. I am first asking your general mandate in as far as your charter is concerned, being one of the government agency.
Yes, sir. It is, Mr. Chair, it is to promote employment opportunities for our Filipino citizens, and as well as maintain industrial peace in the establishments in the private sector po.
Just promoting employment and maintaining industrial peace. Kaya pala hindi niyo na ano yung mga pogo dyan kung sumusunod ng batas, dahil yun lang pala ang alam ninyo. With all due respect, attorney, hindi lang po yan. So I want to go to specific in your provincial office as DOLE. Ano po yung karaniwang trabaho ng mga regional offices ng DOLE in as far as yung mga different establishments or businesses operating on their area of jurisdiction? Ano po yung very basic? Kasi I am managing two electric companies. Alam ko po yung ginagawa ng DOLE, no? They are, for example, regularly inspecting. So ano po yung karaniwan, basic activities, no? Ano ginagawa ng DOLE?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we conduct inspection of establishments. We have routine inspections, and we also have complaint inspections when there are workers who complain about their employers that these employers are not following the statutory monetary benefits due them or the labor laws and regulations in the country.
Mr. Chair, nagkakandak lang kayo based on your statement pag may nagreklamo. Kung walang nagreklamo, you will not conduct?
Sir, we have routine inspection. We do that yearly. All the establishments are scheduled for routine inspection and also for complaint. We provide assistance to workers as well, sir. Mr.
Tama po yan. I agree with that, Mr. Chair. Ngayon, in the case of the establishments, no, in the provinces, in the areas being investigated, like for example, these POGOs, no, yung mga other companies, no, which is the subject matter of this investigation. Ginagawa niyo po ba yung sinasabi niyo ngayon, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, we do inspect them, especially when they POGOs kasi, sir, if I may.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to remind our resource person na you're under oath. Siguruhin lang ninyo na totoo yung sinasabi mo na you are inspecting, kasi we can dig, no, deeper into the records of the DOLE kung talagang nag-i-inspect kayo, kasi makikita mo yung inspection report. Alam ko po yung mga forms na pinipila pa ng mga companies pag nag-inspection kayo. Kabisado ko po yan. Talaga bang you diligently perform the functions that you have stated a while ago? For example, regular inspections in all of these business establishments located in the areas where these POGOs and other establishments, holding companies, etc., na nandun. Ginagawa niyo po ba talaga yan, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, if I may, sir, in 2023, we were furnished a copy of the list of POGOs by the PAGCOR, and we were instructed by the central office in Region 3 to specifically inspect these POGOs. We have a POGO inspection in 2023 wherein we inspected 17 of those who were issued POGO licenses by PAGCOR. And almost majority of them are already closed at the time of our inspection, including the subject POGO Lucky South 99 outsourcing po in 2023.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the resource person, anong taon kayo nag-start pag inspection? For example, inspection lang. Hindi pa kasama yung other jobs, no, na gagawin dapat ng DOLE. Anong taon po yon for the record, Mr. Chair?
We do, Mr. Chairman, we do the inspection yearly po. Yearly.
Yearly nga, pero anong ang taon kayo nag-start?
In what particular, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may.
I am asking doon sa mga areas where these establishments are located, which is the subject of investigation of these committees. Anong taon kayo nag-start na nag-inspection, for example? Another related activities na basically performed by your agency.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we conduct inspection first when the POGO establishment applies for AEP for the first time, sir.
Kailan nga yun? Kailan nga?
Depende po, Mr. Chair, depende po kung kailan sila mag-a-apply for AEPs.
Anong taon nga? Anong taon? I am asking specific year.
That would depend on what establishment, sir. I do not have the data with me. I just
Bakit pumunta ka pa dito kung hindi mo alam, with all due respect doon sa ating resource person? I am asking your presence here in the last hearing kasi you play a very vital role. Bakit nagkaganito na ngayon lang natin establish na ang dami palang mga empleyado yung mga POGO na yan at gumagawa na. Kasi you are not doing your job. I just want to establish, Mr. Chair, na hindi po ginagawa. DOLE is one of the agency who failed to perform their job diligently. So kindly, for the interest of time, kasi marami pang magtatanong, may I move, Mr. Chair, that DOLE will submit to this committee because this is in aid of legislation. Kailangan nating matingnan yung mandato nila. And aside from aid of legislation, in the proper time, Mr. Chair, I will move that these agencies, who failed to do their duties and responsibilities as mandated by their charter, can also be investigated for possible administrative liabilities. Kasi hindi magkaganito. Hindi lalalim yung mga violation na yan kung walang pabaya na government agency. Because all, the police power are there. May police power of the state. Kaya nandyan kayo. Hindi nyo ginagawa eh. So, I move, Mr. Chair, that they will submit all the records, regarding doon sa mga POGO and other establishments in the areas where these establishments are located. Yung mga ginagawa nila, aside pang inspection, ano pa yung other basic activities na piniperform nyo regularly sa mga establishments, not only sa POGO, but the other establishments located in the area. May mga trainings ba kayong ginawa? Kasi those are part of the, there are a lot. I will no longer enumerate them. Alam na ninyo. So, I move, Mr. Chair, that will be submitted for perusal para makita natin kung talagang regularly they are performing diligently their duties and responsibilities.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Dagoc. The data and records that you are requiring DOLE to submit have already been submitted by DOLE Central Office, and we will provide you, Your Honor, a copy of such records.
Records on their implementation of the different programs and like for example inspection, regular inspection.
The inspection was not included in the reports that they submitted. Perhaps
isa lang yan because they should be conducting trainings. Kasi kung kinakonduct nila yon, makikita nila na baka yung report ng halimbawa POGO nagre-report lang na 10 lang yung empleyado. Pagpunta nila doon, ay ang dami palang tao doon. Ang nilagay lang doon, 9 na Pilipino, 1 foreigner. Pero pagpunta pala nila, mag-conduct sila ng doon, inspection, ay 150 pala yung nandoon na foreigner. So, there is really a failure. I'm sure of that. Kasi they are regularly conducting a routine inspection sa mga establishment. Mayroon pa silang nire-require. For example, kung ganon kalaki na establishment, kindly include the submission na mayroon silang, because that is a requirement, mayroon silang physician, mayroong nurse, because these are establishments of more than 100 employees. So, alam nating lahat, I hope that will be, if not yet submitted, kindly submit all of those para makita namin yung kung talagang regular yung inspection ninyo. Alam ko kasi yung frequency ng inspection, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Dole, you are directed to submit records being requested by Congressman Dagook to this committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will comply.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For the Social Security System, SSS, mayroong tayong representative.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to all the honorable members of the Squad Committee. I am Attorney Chrissy May Barion from SSS po.
May I ask, Mr. Chair, SSS, kung sigurado ba kayo na lahat ng mga empleyado, not only the establishments being investigated, lahat yung nandun na mga katabi nila ay mayroong SSS membership. Doon sa record ninyo, ilan po yung members ng SSS sa mga establishments na yon? Yung total.
Sir, thank you for that question. As of per Section 24C of RA 11199 or the Social Security Act of 2018, the submitted...
Mr. Chair, with all due respect sa resource person, hindi ko po tinatanong yung anong basis ninyo. Ang tinatanong ko po, based on your records, ilan po ba yung SSS members doon sa mga establishments, entities being investigated, as well as with the other establishments na nandun na hindi kasama sa investigation? O sige, ito yung mga under investigation na lang. Ilan po yung based on your record total na SSS members?
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, I do not have the recent data as to number of employees registered in SSS.
Yung hindi recent data, ano ba yung available na data mo as of December 2023? Mayroon ba?
We have here as of June 2024, but this is po in general as to members of SSS.
Oh, ilan? You submit, kindly submit that to the committee, but for record purposes, ilan po yung SSS members doon sa mga establishments na yan?
What we have here, Mr. Chair, is 42,066,132 members. And that includes employed members, self-employed members, voluntary members, and OFW members.
Hindi po yan ang tinatanong ko. Ang tinatanong ko, SSS members doon sa mga establishments under investigation sa Porac, no, sa Bamban. Kasi yung figure na buong Pilipinas na yung binigay mo na figure eh. Gusto ko lang kasi ma-establish, Mr. Chair, kung talagang ginagawa nyo yung trabaho ninyo. Because supposed to be, ang mga empleyado sa mga establishments under investigation ay member ng SSS para ma-reconcile natin ilan yung record ng DOLE, ilang empleyado, ilan din yung record ni SSS. Kung magkatugma, I only ask yung mga SSS members doon sa mga establishments under investigations. Hindi yung buong Pilipinas na kasama yung OFW. Because we are not investigating OFW here.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. We, as mentioned earlier, we do not have the data for the subject POGOs in the area of investigation. However, next hearing we will after this hearing we will refer the matter to the functional SSS key unit, and then next meeting we will be submitting the record.
Mr. Chair, yun ang problema sa atin dito eh. When you were invited to appear before this committee, sa tingin ninyo, with all due respect, you are a lawyer, common sense will tell you, no? Anong purpose? Bakit kayo pinapa-attend dito? In relation with your mandate. So, bakit hindi kayo nagdadala ng data? Then, bakit pa kayo nag-attend dito? Yun ang naobserbahan ko. 5 years na ko sa Committee on Dangerous Drugs, 5 years na ako sa Public Accounts, Public Order and Safety, itong tatlong committee na to, 5 years na akong member dito, pero ganun palagi yung mga ano. Again, Mr. Chair, I would like to move na the SSS, no, should submit. I am only asking the SSS members of all the employees, no, on this particular establishments and businesses under investigation. Hindi ko po hinihingi. Then, kung anong taon nag-umpisa yung mga membership nila, para malaman natin kung mag-coincide yan doon sa pitsa ng kanilang operasyon, official operasyon, at saka yung pagka-membro ng mga ano. Then, to continue, Mr. Chair, no? Alam ba ng DOLE na mayroong mga foreigners na mga empleyado sa mga establishments na to?
Mr. Chair, yes po. When we conduct the inspection, we have a checklist. So there in the checklist, there's the data on how many are foreign nationals, how many are Filipinos, how many are female, male, how many in total. And if we see that some of the foreign nationals cannot present an alien employment permit wherein they are authorized to work, engage in gainful employment in the Philippines, then we submit the result of the inspection to the regional office for the conduct of a conference or hearing wherein they'll be directed to explain why there are no alien employment permits issued with the foreign nationals found therein being working in the establishment during inspection, sir.
Mr. Chair, mayroon ba kayong report na may submit sa committee regarding that matter na mayroon kayong you have found out that they are foreigners, mga walang permit? Mayroon po ba for the record?
We have data, Your Honor, on how many alien employment permits were issued as to the number of foreign nationals reported to us by the establishment. And during inspection, we have to, kailangan po ibangga doon sa inspection report kung tama nga na yung number na nakita ng inspector during inspection ay tumutugma doon sa ilang issued alien employment permits ang naibigay ng region po.
Tumugma naman, Mr. Chair, tumugma naman.
For Lucky South 99 po, all of them were already revoked as of April 2024 because of the issuance of PAGCOR that they have already canceled the POGO license of Lucky South 99.
Hindi nga, noong may license pa sila, tumugma ba yung number doon sa in-apply nila, ni-report na number of employees based on your inspection, tumugma ba?
Yes, usually, sir, dapat tatugma. Pero I have...
Di nga, attorney, tumugma ba o hindi?
I have no data for that. Pero
yun na naman, I have no data. So, I think, Mr. Chair, no, wala tayong makukuha sa mga resource persons natin. I still have a lot, no, sana doon sa pag-ibig, kung members ba rin nila. Because I'm sure na hindi nila ginagawa yung trabaho nila so that we can do something about their charter or file administrative cases against these agencies because they are one of the causes bakit nagkaganito. So, for the interest of time, wala din naman tayong makuha na ano sa kanila. I would just like to manifest, Mr. Chair, na for them to submit for PhilHealth, no, submit also your data. Ilan ba yung nagiging members ninyo doon sa mga areas, mga establishments na yan para mapagtugma natin yung record ni SSS, ni DOLE, at saka ni Pag-ibig, at saka PhilHealth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Dagoc. PhilHealth, please comply with the requirement, the documents being required by Congressman Dagoc and submit that to the committee. So the next to interpolate is Congressman Ron Salo. You are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Allow me, Mr. Chair, to propound some questions with the former Secretary Harry Roque. This will just be a reiteration, mostly of the things that were already passed on upon by Attorney Raj, but I'll ask them for emphasis and clarity. Mr. Secretary, I understand that course, you signed an affidavit of support in favor of Mr. Alberto Rodolfo Y. de la Serna, the 2016 Mr. Supranational Philippines, confirming that you will provide financial assistance to Mr. de la Serna for his travel to Poland, Ukraine, and Italy from October 9, 2023 to October 18, 2023. And we understand that this particular document, affidavit of support, was found at the premises of Lacus South 99. I'm just wondering, but of course you already have your explanation a while ago, but honestly, I'm really wondering, why is a copy of your affidavit of support found at the premises of Lacus South 99? Why would a POGO have a copy of your affidavit, and to what interest do they have in your personal life?
Mr. Chair, because my EA, who is studying in an aviation school, decided to temporarily take residence in the premises of Whirlwind. That is the answer here, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. And of course, it was also presented to the Senate, that which you deny also, that there's a copy of the organizational chart of Lacus South 99 submitted to POGO, to PAGCOR in your application, which states that Attorney Harry Roque is the legal head of Lacus South 99. And the same document was presented previously to the Senate.
Mr. Chair, as Attorney Jeza Fernandez has stated, that is unverified, and according to the rules of evidence, that is only a piece of paper until authenticated by a person who saw the document or by the person himself who prepared the document.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I also note that it was also mentioned a while ago that former Secretary Harry Roque facilitated the meeting with PAGCOR Chief Alejandro Tenco. And this was confirmed by PAGCOR Chief Alejandro Tenco, facilitated the meeting with Cassandra Ong, and Cassandra Ong is the representative both of Whirlwind previously and now the representative of Lacus South 99. Do you have any comments, Secretary?
What is the question, Mr. Chair?
There's no question, but if you wish to comment, I would let you comment. But if not, then I'll proceed. And it was mentioned, nabanggit po ni PAGCOR Chief, na nakiusap po kayo kung pwedeng bigyan ng pagkakataon ng Lacus South 99 na mabayaran ng kailang arrears.
It was Cassandra who did the talking. I merely accompanied her, and I accompanied Cassandra as a person whom I know is from Whirlwind. At that point, I will stress that even PAGCOR acknowledged that on that specific date, the official representative of Lucky South to PAGCOR was Mr. Dennis Cunanan.
For the record, Attorney Harry Roque, ulitin po natin ulit yung tanong, kayo po ba yung abogado ng POGO ng Lucky South 99?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. I have said it many, many times, and I will maintain that. And assuming arguendo that I was or is, the question is, where is the crime? But I will not acknowledge a relationship that does not exist, because according to the Code of Professional Responsibility for Lawyers, there must first be a meeting of the mind between the lawyer and the attorney to repose trust and confidence on the lawyer to represent the client on legal matters.
Maraming salamat po. And some summary pieces of evidence we have, in addition to those that have already been mentioned, your affidavit of support in favor of Mr. Alberto Rodolfo Y. de la Serna, your former EA, is found at the premises of the POGO Lucky South 99. POGO Lucky South 99 organizational chart submitted to PAGCOR, and states that you are Lucky South 99's legal head. You went to PAGCOR, you facilitated the meeting of Lucky South 99 with the PAGCOR chief, Tenco, and you were with Cassandra Ong and requested for Lucky South 99 extension of payment of its arrears. And yet, Secretary Roque, you deny to be a lawyer of Lucky South 99. I'm just wondering, who are you trying to fool? We are not actually born yesterday, Secretary. Sa tingin mo po ba kaya mong paikutin ang mga tao sa hearing na ito kasamang sambayan ng Pilipino? Of course, deny as much as you want. But the overwhelming pieces of evidence point to one thing. An only reasonable person, any reasonable person, will come to an unmistakable conclusion. You are part, or perhaps a lawyer, of POGO South 99.
Mr. Chair, I resent that. I am not fooling anyone.
I resent that also coming from someone who was my former law student and who was my inaanak. That's not the way to treat a resource person of this House. At least when I was a member of this House, we never treated resource persons in that way. I resent that for the record, Mr. Chairman.
May I ask the honorable member Kong Salo to refrain in issuing statements that would insult our resource persons. I am not saying you are, but try to avoid issuing statements that would hurt the feelings of our resource persons. Please proceed.
Will do, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in our last hearing on August 16, Friday in Pampanga, Secretary Roque was invited by the Squad Committee. And Attorney Harry Roque sent a letter dated August 13, 2024, addressed to the Honorable Chairman Robert Ace Barbers. Yours true. Are you the lead chairman? Informing Chair Barbers that he will not be able to participate in the said meeting due to conflict with the previously scheduled court hearing before the Regional Trial Court of Manila on 16 August 2024, the same date of our Quad Committee hearing. I have here a copy of that particular letter. Mr. Chair, we have also in receipt here a copy of certification from Attorney Jennifer H. de la Cruz, Buendia, Clerk of Court and ex officio Sheriff of Manila, RTC Manila, stating that Attorney Harry Roque has no hearing on August 16 and did not appear in the courts of Manila on said date. Mr. Chair, I hate to say it, but clearly, Attorney Harry Roque, our former secretary, and my former professor, law professor, lied to this committee. And that amounts actually to disrespect on the members of the committee, which is contemptible under Section 11E of the Rules of the House of Representatives on inquiries in aid of legislation. I therefore move, Mr. Chair, that Attorney Harry Roque be cited for contempt for disrespecting the members of this committee when he lied in order to evade attending the hearing of this committee where he was invited. So move, Mr. Chair.
I did not quite hear what you said, Congressman Salo. Can you please repeat? Are you moving for the committee to cite Mr. Attorney Harry Roque in contempt?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to Section 11E of the Rules of the House of Representatives in aid of legislation.
Mr.
So move,
Chair?
Mr. Chair.
1 minute suspension. Hearing is resumed.
Mr. Chairman,
Before I recognize you, Congressman Fernandez, allow the chair first to determine the parliamentary status. The parliamentary status is that there was a motion by Congressman Ron Salo to cite our resource person, Attorney Harry Roque, in contempt for lying before this committee when when he was invited in August 16 when the Quadcom had its first public hearing. And according to that letter, he stated that he cannot attend for the reason that he has a hearing in an RTC in the city of Manila. Congressman Ron Salo read the certification issued by the clerk of court of the RTC Manila, which states that the hearing where Attorney Harry Roque is a counsel was scheduled in August 15 and not August 16. And in August 16, there was a certification from the same clerk of court saying that Harry Roque has no hearing in any of the RTC of the city of Manila. That is the parliamentary status, Your Honors, and there is a pending motion by Congressman Ron Salo to cite Attorney Harry Roque in contempt for lying before this committee when he submitted an excuse to his being absent in our hearing last August 16. Now, pursuant to our rules, Section 11 of the Rules of Procedure Governing Inquiries in Aid of Legislation, it says that the committee may punish any person for contempt by a vote of 2/3 of the members present, there being a quorum. The following shall be the grounds for citing any person in contempt. In this case, as stated by Congressman Salo, the reason for the contemptible act committed by our resource person is in paragraph E, which reads, acting in a disrespectful manner towards any member of the committee or any misbehavior in the presence of the committee. So, may I solicit comments from our members before we rule on this motion? In the spirit of fairness, because the committee has been citing our resource persons who have violated this rule in contempt and detaining them in the premises of the House of Representatives. Would there be any comment from our members?
Mr. Chair, before we vote
Chairman Abante?
Before we vote of the contempt, we would like to hear first the explanation of the reason behind his absence to this committee last year.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was hoping to be given an opportunity to be heard. It was an honest mistake, Your Honor. I have also been a member of this chamber. We don't hold hearings on Fridays. So when I saw the notice of hearing, I assumed that just like the first and the second hearing where I attended, that it would be on a Thursday. And that is true, that I had a hearing both in the morning and in the afternoon. And that is why I sent that letter. By the time I realized that it was a Friday and there was in fact a hearing, it was also close already to lunchtime, and the hearing was in Pampanga. So I apologize for the honest mistake, but the truth of the matter is I have been here on Thursdays, so 2 hearings already, and I just assumed that just like in the past where we don't hold hearings on a Friday, that the hearing would be on a Thursday, as in fact today is also a Thursday. So it was an instance of, okay, there's a hearing, it's on Thursday again, and I have a hearing on Thursday. That's why I sent the letter right away, not even realizing that 16 is a Friday. That was an honest mistake. Had I had any intentions not to appear, I would not have appeared today as well. But in the first two instances, and those were the two instances where I was invited, I in fact appeared. I have no wish to disrespect the very same body of which I was a part of, which I consider at some point in time as my happy place, in fact, the House of Representatives. Thank you, Your Honors.
Any other member who wish to make a comment?
Mr. Chairman, can we have
Congressman Fernandez?
Can we have a copy of that certification that was issued by the Regional Trial Court? Because I haven't seen the copy yet. And that's the reason why medyo kanina I was a bit shocked about it. So,
here. So while Congressman Fernandez is still reading the certification, Congressman
Mr. Chair,
Abante.
I'd like to ask Secretary Roque, what is the reason for your apology?
Well, it was really an honest mistake, Your
So
Honor.
you're apologizing not for your absence, but for an honest mistake.
It was an honest mistake, Your Honor, because I've been here every Thursday. And as a former member of this chamber, as a former employee of this chamber, I know that in the regular course of business, we don't really have hearings on Fridays. In fact, even if you call the trunk line of the House of Representatives on a Friday, no one will answer. That has always been the policy, no? So when I saw the notice of hearing, I really thought it was also on a Thursday, like the first two hearings where I attended. That is why I apologize for the honest mistake.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Acop, and then Congressman Paduano, and then Congressman Fernandez. Congressman Acop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Roque, nag-assume po kayo na mali, di po ba?
Nagkamali po.
Kaya nga, yung assumption nyo mali.
Opo, mali nga po yun.
And therefore, pag nag-assume ka ng mali, you should be ready for the consequences. Hindi ba dapat ganon?
Yes po, but there was no intent to disrespect this
I'm not
chamber.
asking whether you have the intent. Ang tinatanong ko lang po doon is, kung nag-assume po kayo ng mali, hindi po ba dapat tanggapin ninyo yung consequences?
I will of course accept the consequences, the decision of this body, but since I was given an opportunity to be heard, I thought that there should be allowance for honest mistakes.
Kasi, pagpasensya mo na ako. Kasi ako, I know that you have been practicing as a lawyer for a long time. Di po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And as a practicing lawyer, lahat po ng schedule ninyo nakalagay. For example, for the week, kung ano ang hearing mo for the week, ano yung appointment mo, nakalagay po. Di po ba?
Totoo po yun. Kaya nga po, dun sa certificate, talagang may hearing po ako nung Thursday. And mali nga lang po yung assumption ko na yung sumunod na hearing ay hindi na pala Thursday dahil puro Thursday po tayo.
Ang ibig nyo pong sabihin, wala sa schedule ninyo yung dapat umattend kayo ng hearing sa Friday, nung Friday?
Yun nga po, nailagay ko po siya ng Thursday kasi every Thursday po yung hearing natin.
Then, as it is, kayo po lahat ang may kasalanan. Wala.
Opo, pero wala naman
ng iba.
Opo, pero wala naman pong intention to disrespect the
Hindi ko
chamber.
po pini-question yung intention nyo. Ang pini-question ko lang, as a practicing lawyer, ang alam ko, yung mga lawyers, meron silang sinusulatan lahat ng kanilang mga schedule. In your case, kung nakalagay yung schedule na yun dun sa yung event na yun sa yung book of schedules, dapat alam ninyo.
Sa totoo nga lang po, dahil akala ko Thursday, nakita ko na morning afternoon ng hearing ko, sumulat na ako kaagad to inform the committee as soon as possible dahil ang buong akala ko po talaga Thursday.
Attorney Roque, marami na pong namatay dahil sa maling akala. Kindly bear that in mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. Congressman Paduano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, tama po yung sinabi ni Chairman Acop na that's your fault and you should face the consequences, di ba? Now, eto lang po. Kaya ako, of course, the intent, hindi pwede nating pag-usapan dito yung intent. Kasi, the question is, well, in fact, you're calling the chairman of this committee. Well, in fact, you text me with regards your request for your wife to be excused in today's hearing. Now, as you mentioned, nalaman mo na after lunch, nag-hearing na sa Pampanga. Di ba? At the very least, man lang, sana you texted me, you call me, or you call the chairman na hindi po ako makarating dyan kasi nagkamali ako. But you never do it. Kaya yung question of intent, sabi ko nga, hindi pwede magiging basis for that possible contempt, no? Na minove ni Congressman Ronzalo. Kaya ako, ang ano ko lang dito is supposedly, at the very least, again, you have texted or called us. If not me, you called Chairman Abante. Well, in fact, on that request, you called Chairman Barbers. But you never do it. So, ako, Mr. Chairman, I join the motion of the first motion of Congressman Salo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Fernandez. Congressman Abante.
Mr. Chair, the fact that Secretary Roque appeared with us today and apologized to the committee at sinabi po ni Congressman Acop kung nagkamali siya, sinabi naman po nagkamali siya, I'd like to ask that we hold in abeyance the motion until such time that all of us would jointly actually join the motion of Congressman Salo. Also, I'd like to open this debate to any member of the committee to say something about this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Congressman Joel Chua, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong tanongin si Attorney Harry Roque. Nung sabi po ninyo kanina, it was just an honest mistake. Tama po ba? Dahil sabi po ninyo, ang akala ninyo is Thursday. So, nung Thursday po ba, nagpadala kayo agad ng notice sa amin? Or at the very least, nag-inform po kayo agad?
Tuesday po, pinadala ko po. Dahil nakita ko conflict na po sa calendar.
Tuesday.
Tuesday po.
So, na-realize lang ninyo na Friday pala nung
Friday na po at nabalitaan ko na nagko-quad hearing po sa Pampanga.
Pero yung quad hearing, parang umaga pa lang po yata. May quad hearing na eh. Tama po ba?
Correct po. I took the day off because I was also not feeling well last Friday.
So, nung Friday po, masamang pakiramdam ninyo?
Yes po. Opo.
So, ano pong ginawa ninyo nung Friday, nung na-realize ninyo? Wala po ba? Dati po, sabi po ninyo kanina, na iba po sa amin, may kasabay pa po ninyo. Wala po ba kayong kahit isang man lamang po na tinext o tinawagan?
Well, kasi masama din po talaga ang aking pakiramdam. And in fact, I have a medical certificate today where the doctor recommended that I should be confined in a hospital. Pero I did not consider that because I said, I have to appear now because I missed the last hearing. But I have the medical certificate if your honors would wish to see it. But my attendance here reaffirms my commitment to explain and answer all your queries because I have nothing to hide.
Pero nung Friday po ba, hindi po kayo na-confine sa hospital?
Hindi po. Nagpahinga lang po talaga ako because I had very strange feelings for the first time. It was an electric feeling in the neck. And I thought that by just resting, it will go away.
Okay, so nung nalaman po ninyo na naghihiring na po yung Quadcom, wala rin po kayong na-text o wala rin po kayong ginawa nung araw na yon?
Oo, nagpahinga lang po ako nung araw na yon.
Okay, thank you po.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Chua. Congressman Fernandez and then Congressman
Yes,
Arrogancia.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to believe the statement of the former Secretary Roque, but when I was reading the certification or the letter addressed to us, I noticed that there was no branch number ng Regional Trial Court of Manila. Secretary, is this something that is intentional, or you're trying to mislead us in order for us not to find out?
Hindi po. The name of the case is People versus Madriaga, and I appear as a private prosecutor. It is a case po for kidnapping
But
with ransom.
that was on August 15, 2024.
Yun nga po Thursday. So yun nga po yung naisip ko na dahil Thursday po tayo well, as I said, wala pong...
And also, hindi nailagay yung branch number ng
hindi po.
RTC.
Pero the certificate would, I think, attest that I was in the RTC.
Sa letter mo, wala yung branch number.
Hindi ko po nailagay na yan.
Yun ang medyo... you should have written the branch number of the RTC. But nevertheless, with your saying his apology, but you should have sent a letter or communication to all of us. We're just a phone away, and we will understand. But personally, I will leave it to the body to decide on the motion of Congressman Ron Salon. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman
Mr.
Fernandez.
Chair, can you list me to be recognized
Okay.
after...
Congressman Arrogancia and then Congressman Paul Daza.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the good secretary, as per your letter, at inamin niyo po kanina na honest mistake ang supposed to be Thursday na akala mong hearing natin dito po sa Kongreso. At lagi niyo na pong inuulit-ulit na you were once part of the Congress and Congress is part of the, like a second home to you before. Basically, wala nagka-question sa'yo dun sa sinasabi niyong this is part of your home or you were once part of the Congress, and we know that. Ang Quadcom po, Mr. Secretary, ay hindi lang po sa invitation nyo siguro nakita. Definitely po, alam naman po siguro ninyo na meron pong hearing ng Friday kasi makikita nyo rin po naman po ito sa news, sa television, Mr. Secretary. Considering nakalimutan nyo po ng Thursday na meron po tayong hearing, halimbawa, nagkamali kayo, honest mistake, hindi po ba dapat inalam ninyo kung ano ang naging come out o come up do sa hearing ng Thursday kung sakali halimbawa akala ninyo na merong hearing ng Thursday? Dapat po inalam ninyo na what happened sa hearing. Another thing, supposed to be Friday ang ating hearing, hindi niyo po ba inalam na yung Friday po, anong nangyari nung Thursday, and then nung Friday po, chinek niyo po ang calendar ninyo. Paano niyo po ba na-receive ang invitation, Mr. Secretary?
Sa email po. Sa email ko, nare-receive yan, and I receive voluminous email po talaga, no?
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, sa talino niyo po, para pong katakataka na magkamali kayo simpleng schedule po ng araw ng hearing na napakahusay niyo pong abogado.
Well, nangyayari po talaga yon na Your Honor, no? Dahil lang nakita ko na Committee on Public Order, so sabi ko, may hearing na naman. So, may hearing na naman this Thursday. So, ang ginagawa ko nga po ngayon, rini-reserve ko na yung mga Thursdays ko, and I was going to manifest, in fact, that on next Thursday, I have an international arbitration, and there I will submit the correct form already. Pero, tinitignan ko na po talaga ang aking schedule, dahil alam ko naman po matagal itong mga hearing neto. So, kumbaga po, sa korte, we also set it ahead of time. So, bina-block off ko po, tine-check ko na kung ano yung mga Thursdays na meron pong appointment.
Another thing po, sabi niyo po kanina, nung nagtatanong po si Honorable Chua sa inyo na you have already a ready medical certificate from your doctor na nagpapatunay na kayo ay hindi fit ang inyong pangangatawan. Para po na pang napaka-ironic na may ready na po kayo agad na medical certificate sa pag-attend ng hearing na kung halimbawa na hindi kayo talaga okay at ina-attest ng inyong doktor, hindi kayo dapat nakarating, which is sinasabi nyo na dahil gusto nyo ipaliwanag ang sa inyo, maging totoo sa committee na to, umattend pa rin kayo despite may advice po ng inyong doktor. Para sa akin po, parang pinaghandaan nyo na po na kung sakaling kayo ay magka-problema dito sa hearing na to, may ready kayong medical certificate na ipapakita sa committee na kung sakali ay kayo excuse, halimbawa sa ganitong klaseng pag-uusap ng contempt, Mr. Secretary.
Your Honor, hindi naman po ganon. Kung hindi, nag-persist po yung aking kondisyon. And I don't feel I'm on tip-top shape now. So, kaya po ako nagkonsulta talaga sa doktor din. And the advice of the doctor is, hindi na kita papauwiin because in the first place, napakabilis na iyong heartbeat and you already have a heart stent, no? Baka ka mag-collapse dyan sa house as you appear. But I explained that my wife already, who is also invited, cannot attend, so I have to go. And what I'm doing is I'm just managing. She gave me Valium para hindi daw ako ma-aggravate. But she did stress na baka mamaya tumumba ka na lang dyan sa hearing na yan. But I think it's very important that I appear today dahil I have already asked members of the committee to excuse my wife. And the least I can do is to appear despite the medical advice not to do so and to be confined.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, being part of this committee, for me, my personal observation regarding the honest mistake of the good secretary is really unbelievable. Considering na kung halimbawa na nakita niya na nagkamali siya during the Thursday na ina-assume niya na meron tayong hearing, dapat nakita na niya sa news yung hearing natin supposed to be na Thursday. Where in fact, wala naman talagang hearing. Dapat nagtaka na siya na nagtanong siya at na-check niya ang kanyang calendar na ito pala yung Friday, Mr. Secretary. Parang sa akin po, mababaw masyado yung pong kanyang dahilan, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Arrogancia. Next is Congressman Paul Daza. You're recognized.
Good afternoon to the four chairs of the committee, my colleagues in these various committees. Good afternoon to our resource persons, and thank you for being here with us the whole day. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask our former colleague, Secretary Roque, in the last Congress, has he ever participated as a resource person in the last Congress?
Not in the last Congress po.
Okay. In this Congress, how many times have you been invited and how many times have you appeared?
Well, I was invited for the 2 times I was here. I was absent for the 3rd, and I was invited for today. So this is my 4th invitation.
And you've appeared, Mr. Chair, how many times in those 4 invitations?
3 times, Your
3
Honor.
times. And out of respect for our colleague, I've attended many hearings, Mr. Chair. In fact, just yesterday, we suspended a budget briefing because a secretary had said that he was sick. Secretary Roque is an intelligent person. He could have actually put in his letter, he was sick. He could have put in there, he had a hearing and not put Manila. My point of view is the other way, and we could have never checked. But I think he was good faith. He actually put where the hearing was. And I'm sure he knew that could have been checked. So I'm more inclined to believe that it was an honest mistake. Considering that he's here, he's appeared multiple times. And I think the biggest issues are the substance of his various resolutions. It would be counterproductive, I think, to cite him in contempt, and whatever sanction that will be, my understanding is you would be holding him. But on the same token, I'm more inclined to maybe appeal to the movement to Congressman Salo, instead of contempt, but some sort of a reprimand for that mistake, which she admitted, and admitted in public. I think that weighs quite a bit. And I'd really like to move forward to the substantive issues. And I think Secretary Roque will contribute more being here than citing in contempt, which I believe will be some sort of, well, actually, that's my question, Mr. Chair. If the resource person cited in contempt, what does that really mean? Wouldn't that be counterproductive? Because I'm assuming we're going to continue the hearing today.
To respond to your query, Congressman Daza, it is pursuant to our rules on Section 11 of Rules of Procedure Governing Inquiries in Aid of Legislation, clearly states that there are several violations that a resource person may commit before this committee. And if these violations have been committed by any resource person, then a member can move for the committee to cite the resource person in contempt by a 2/3 vote consisting of a quorum. So, in this case, as clearly stated by Congressman Ron Salo, the violation, as stated in paragraph E of Section 11, which is a contemptible act, Your Honor. So that is the basis, and that is the reason why perhaps the movant has moved to cite our resource person in contempt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, if the motion is carried, what would be the sanction for this situation?
Well, if the contempt is carried, what will happen is we will proceed to the next section, the Section 12. Pursuant to Section 12 of the same rules, the Section 12 titled Penalties. So, by a vote of 2/3 of the members present, there being a quorum, those cited under Section 11, paragraphs E and F shall be detained for a period not exceeding 10 days. That is what our rules say, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the clarification, which I think strengthens my view with the indulgence of my colleague, that may be counterproductive when we have so many issues, national issues that we need to tackle, and this will just divert our focus for the more important issues. That's my opinion, Mr. Chair, and I hope my colleague will reconsider his motion, and maybe I could suggest, maybe should he find it in his heart to do that, is maybe just a motion to reprimand for the honest mistake that Secretary Roque committed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Daza. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add dun po sa sagot ng chairman natin, Chairman Barbers, for the information of Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza, under our rules, wala pong reprimand dun sa contempt, no? That's number one. Number two, if the good congressman is wary that Secretary Harry Roque cannot participate in the proceedings, he can, because those resource persons cited in contempt can still participate in the hearing and in the succeeding hearings. So, kung ang agam-agam po ni SDML that we cannot extract some more information, vital information from former Secretary Roque, tuloy-tuloy po yung presence ni Secretary Roque even today until such time that this committee will suspend the hearing. Now, second, Mr. Chairman, with due respect to the position made by Co-Chair Abante. As the chairman has said, this committee should be fair to everyone. Well, in fact, kasi as I heard, the statement coming from Co-Chair Abante that former Secretary Roque has already publicly apologized. But the same is true with all others. Resource person that was cited in contempt during the past, and even as of today, in the case of Miss Baterna. After she was cited in contempt, nag-appeal po siya, and she apologized. But of course, she has violated our rules. So, yung contempt niya, she's serving now, and is now present in today's hearing. So, ako, Mr. Chairman, again, with due respect to the position of Co-Chair Abante, I still stand that we should base on our rules, no, with regards to inquiry in aid of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I move for 1 minute recess?
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. 1 minute suspension. Hearing is resumed.
Mr. Chair, Chairman, may I be recognized, please?
Yes, Congressman Dasa, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments of my good friend, Chairman Karaps Paduano, earlier. And I understand that the resource person can actually stay and participate even if they were held in contempt. But I'd like to emphasize to the committee that in every Congress I've participated in, many of the chairs in various committees always pride themselves in affording courtesy to former members. We do that as a matter of practice, as a matter of courtesy. And second, I actually read the section, Mr. Chair, that you cited. And Section 11, paragraph E, acting in a disrespectful manner towards any member. I have to be honest with all of you. I think the resource person was the exact opposite. He apologized for what he claims is an honest mistake. I wasn't disrespected, and I think most members here probably weren't. It would be stretching it to the limit to cite someone in contempt who apologized, made a mistake, is now showing up and participating. That's not being disrespectful, Mr. Chair. Anyway, having said that, I respect the opinions of the others, and again, I'd like to appeal to because the parliamentary status is there's a motion pending on the floor, and I'm appealing to my colleague to find it in his heart and to maybe find a solution to his motion.
Congressman Paduano, are you done, Congressman Dasa? Okay, thank you, Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With due respect to the manifestation of the good SDML, giving due respect to our former colleague, we give it them. Well, in fact, but of course, that will not be an excuse for a former member to be cited in contempt because, well, in fact, for the record, we have cited in contempt Governor Mamba, a former colleague in the House. At that time, he was the elected governor. So if that will be the case, Mr. Chairman, ang labas dito, pumipili lang tayo nang pwede natin i-cite in contempt. Diba? And kaya nga may Section 11 tayo to warn all those resource persons being invited to respect and answer truthfully the queries being raised by the members of this committee. Kaya wala tayong pinipili dito patos na just to be fair, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Abante.
Before we take the vote, I would like to ask Attorney Roque, being a part of this Congress before, if he believes that this committee has all the power to contempt anybody else.
That is recognized, Your Honor.
If you recognize that, therefore, your public apology also include that you believe and realize that this committee has the right to order you in contempt.
That is recognized, Your Honor.
That's the only thing that I would like to say, Mr. Chair. That's the reason why I said let us hold this in abeyance, because I'm not objecting. I'm not objecting. I am just asking that we hold this in abeyance, all right? And that's the only reason why. I'm not objecting at all. If, for example, the two-thirds of this Quad Committee would cite him in contempt, Mr. Chair, I would not in any way object, but I have given my manifestation.
Thank you, Congressman Abante.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop.
I think the protocol is when there is a motion and properly seconded, no objection, I think the the chairman should rule. Now, if there is any objection, it will be subject to votation. So why don't we follow our rules?
Thank you for that reminder, Congressman Akop. The reason why, when the motion was made by the movant, the chair immediately suspended the hearing so that we can confer among each other and see whether indeed a violation was committed before this committee, and that violation is a contemptible act before the members of the committee. We do respect the opinion of Congressman Paul Dasa in saying that it is the exact opposite because to most of the members of the committee, lying before this committee after you took an oath is a contemptible act in the committee. Therefore, following as well the arguments raised by other members, the motion that we will decide is a motion to cite Attorney Harry Roque in contempt, which comes with it the penalty of a detention in the detention facility of the House of Representatives. Now, since there is already a motion by Congressman Ron Salo, it is now the opinion of the chair, which I hope my co-chairs would likewise follow, to vote on the motion.
Mr. Chair, before we do the voting,
okay, Congressman Fernandez.
We recognize and appreciate Attorney Harry Roque's being apologetic. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, it took us so many hours or maybe minutes to discuss this motion that was moved by Congressman Salo. And we know for a fact that he is really so apologetic about to the issue that what had happened. But unfortunately, I still remember the last time that we have discussed the issue of the SMNI, Celis and Badoy was cited in contempt. And Attorney Harry Roque was so vocal about attacking our institution and every members of this House. And I wanted to ask Secretary Roque before we render our vote on this issue, because as an institution, Attorney Roque, you malign each and every member of this House by telling that we are all corrupt and we are conniving with the DPWH. And a while ago, we were discussing about it. And we are very hurtful of what you have said in that video that we have seen. As much as we wanted to accept your apology, somehow behind our minds and our hearts, there is this something that lingers in all of us, that you are being apologetic in this committee, but somehow when you are outside of this committee, bad words are being thrown against all of us. So, Attorney Harry Roque, can you somehow tell us why it is so that if you are here, you are being so nice with us, but if you are outside, it's the other way around? Can we have some comment, Attorney Harry Roque, please?
Your Honor, aside from the fact that I respect the institution where I came from, there is also proper decorum. So I have always maintained that as a lawyer, I should be in top behavior while in Congress, and that is why there's a substantial difference when one is in the exercise of freedom of speech outside and when one is before an institution like Congress. No? Well, thank you very much for contemplating, Your Honors, whether or not this committee will cite me in contempt. I will, of course, accept it because I have no choice. But, Your Honor, I would like also to emphasize that the committee must abide with its own rules, no? And for now, I would like to make a query to the 4 committee secretaries of the Quad if we in fact have a quorum as we take this vote. Because I think as a person who may or may not be detained, I need to ensure at least that the rules are followed, that there be a 2/3 vote of the body, there being a quorum. And I do not know what quorum is involved, given that there is a Quad committee now, and which is actually a first as far as legislative history is concerned, no? That there are 4 committees. I'm just doing so, Your Honor, because I leave my faith to you, but that faith should, of course, be in conformity with the rules. But thank you very much, Your Honors.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
my question,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary, is that are you being truthful with all your accusations against the institution and against all the congressmen when you deliver those statements after the contempt that was issued by all of us with Celis and Badoy?
Your Honor, I still represent Celis and Badoy. And I raised legal grounds against the contempt. I said that there was no due process because in jurisprudence, there must be a show cause order before being cited in contempt. And I also said that the exercise of freedom of expression should not be deemed to be contemptible, especially under the facts of the Celis-Badoy case, because they were raising an issue of public interest. So I do not know what other matters the good chair is referring to, but I certainly know how the institution works. I respect the institution, but we all know that there are also abuses within the institution, no? Which should not in any way affect the integrity itself of the institution, but certain practices will have to be condemned if, in fact, one sees them happening.
Yeah, we understand you're kind of representing the SMNI, and we understand as well that of your freedom of expression. But of course, you have established also friends among the members of this House. And with that collective accusations against all of us, that really hurt a lot of members of this 19th Congress. And that's the reason maybe we have a long discussion about your predicament because of that friendship that you have established in this Congress. But of course, we have to follow our rules. As what you have said a while ago, that there are certain rules that we have to follow. Painful as it may be, but you have a lot of friends in here, but we have to do our job. We hope you will understand that, Secretary Roque.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm always guided by the fact that I'm probably one of the most heavily criticized personalities in this country. You know? And I have to take these criticisms in stride because of the importance of freedom of expression. And I would hope that all public servants would take to heart the decision of this honorable court, of the honorable court, that public servants should not be onion-skinned. But in any case, as part of my rights as a person who may or may not be cited in contempt, may I know, Mr. Chairs, if we have a quorum at least to determine if I should be cited in contempt. And this is a first because this is a first meeting involving 4 committees, so I do not know how the quorum will be determined. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, after this, we will be establishing if we have a quorum or
That's
or
correct.
none.
Mr. Chair.
But for the meantime, thank you, Mr. Attorney Harry Roque, for that reply. And
Mr.
I yield
Chair.
back to the chairman.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair, may I say something for a while before anything else?
Before I acknowledge Congressman Abante, let me just reply to the query of Attorney Harry Roque with respect to the quorum.
Mr. Chair, he has no right. He has no right whatsoever to speak of the quorum, Mr. Chair. What I'm saying is, his right is to appeal. He has no right whatsoever to ask for a quorum, Mr. Chair.
I absolutely agree with you, Congressman Abante, but in response to the query of Attorney Harry Roque, kung ano yung quorum sa Quadcom, para lang malinaw, Babasahin ko ang ground rules that we all approved and adopted during the organizational meeting of the Quadcom. Quorum, the presence of a quorum in each of the committees concerned is necessary to conduct meetings of the joint committee. 1/5 of all the members of the committees concerned shall constitute a quorum. In the event that a member in one of committee is also a member of another committee or committees, the attendance of such member shall be counted in each committee to determine the presence of the quorum. So that is the reply of the chair to the query of Attorney Harry Roque. Now, Congressman Abante, please continue.
Okay, Attorney Roque, I'd like to remind you that I was the one that moved to contempt Ms. Badoy, after which, as said by Congressman Fernandez, you have maligned this institution. Now, I still maintain my position to hold in abeyance these contempt charges against you. But I cannot do anything, Attorney Roque, if this whole body right now will cite you in contempt. That's the only thing that I'd like to say.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Now we vote on the motion by Congressman Salo. May I ask Congressman Salo to please reiterate the motion?
Mr. Chair, allow me to reiterate my earlier motion. Considering that former Secretary Attorney Harry Roque has lied to this committee, that amounts to disrespect on the members of this committee, which is contemptible under Section 11E of the rules of this House of Representatives on inquiries in aid of legislation. I therefore move, Mr. Chair, that he would be cited for contempt by this committee. Thank you.
There is a motion to cite Attorney Harry Roque in contempt for violating Section 11, Paragraph E of the Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation of the House of Representatives. There is a quorum in each of the committees composing the Quadcom. So may I ask the committee secretary to please record the vote of all the members in this committee hearing.
Mr. Chair, just a clarificatory questions, Mr. Chair, before we proceed on the voting. Mr. Chair, I was listening to the manifestation of Chairman Acop, and well, I agree with him. Voting should be done if there is a outright objection to a motion raised. I believe the motion that was raised by Congressman Ron Salo, has not been objected to, Mr. Chair. Did you object?
Can we get a clarification as to the position of Congressman Paul Dasa with respect to the motion of Congressman Salo? Are you objecting, Your Honor?
Well, I beg to disagree with my good friend, Chairman Acop. The chair had opened the floor for comments before taking it to a vote. So my position is the chair had already decided to let people speak and then take it to a vote. But I will abide by your ruling, Chair. Should you take that position, but if you want to take it to a vote, I'm also willing to vote.
So in that case, if I may be allowed to explain, in that case, Mr. Chair, if the good gentleman from the good Deputy Minority Leader accede to the fact that even the chair can decide, the chairman can decide whether to cite Attorney Roque in contempt or not, then we will just simply yield to the decision of the chairman and no longer proceed with any voting, Mr. Chair, because under the rules, the only way we can proceed with the vote, Mr. Chair, if there's an objection, and since there's no objection, we relay. I mean, I agree with Congressman.
The rules states that 2/3 of the member present must agree to a motion in order that the motion will be approved and carried.
Yes.
So, in this case, the motion to cite Attorney Harry in contempt was properly made by the movant, and no objection was put forward, meaning it is a unanimous decision in accordance and in approval of the motion of Congressman Salo. So the motion is to cite him in contempt. So since, again, there was no objection made by any of the member present, therefore, the ruling of the chair and the members is that Attorney Harry Roque is now cited in contempt. Okay? So, again,
Mr. Chair,
the
Mr. Chair, just a quick manifestation. I will not be questioning your ruling. I'd just like to register my vote as a no for that motion.
So, isn't that an objection?
Mr. Chair?
Okay, it's a vote. Now, I just want
Yeah,
to
just
make
for the
that
record.
clear.
I didn't want to delay it any further. I could have objected and make everybody
Okay.
vote.
Thank you.
But I wanted to give you that flexibility to immediately rule on it as requested and by Chairman Akop and Kong
Okay.
Adjong.
Thank you.
But just for the record, I would have said I voted no for that motion.
Thank you, Congressman Paul Daza. The motion of Congressman Ron Salo to cite Attorney Harry Roque in contempt is now approved.
Mr. Chair, can
Mr.
I move
Chairman.
for reconsideration?
Mr. Chairman.
Let us first hear the member. The next the rule clearly states that after citing in contempt a resource person, a proper motion of the penalty must be open to the body. So is there any motion?
Mr. Chair, can I move for a few minutes suspension?
Okay, 1 minute suspension. So the parliamentary status is that our resource person, Attorney Harry Roque, was cited in contempt for violating Section 11, Paragraph E of our rules. And after the contempt, the proper motion is to follow Section 12, which speaks of the penalty. Is there any motion? Congressman Salo?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, and to this honorable committee, in consideration of the fact that the resource person, former Secretary Harry Roque, is my former law professor, fellow Kabayan Party List representative, and a former member of this House of Representatives, and in consideration also of his claim for honest mistake, and of course, the apologies that he has given to this committee. And finally, in consideration personal relations, as you has mentioned a while ago that he was my ninong, respectfully move, Mr. Chair, that the penalty be shortened to the barest minimum, which is just 1 day or 24 hours, Mr. Chair.
Second motion, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion, duly seconded, to impose a penalty of 24 hours to our resource person, Attorney Harry Roque. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. One minute
Chair.
suspension. Hearing is resumed. Congressman Abante.
Mr. Chair, may I continue the interpellation here? And I would like to interpellate only Ms. Paterna and Ms. Macarenas.
Okay, before that, Congressman Abante, the ruling has been made on the contempt order of this committee to our resource person, Attorney Harry Roque, and imposing a penalty of 24 hours detention in the detention facility of the House of Representatives. So, after the committee hearing, may we ask Attorney Harry Roque at the LSB or the Office of the Sergeant at Arms to assist Attorney Harry Roque to his detention center. Thank
Chair.
you. Congressman Abante, are you going to ask questions related to
connected to the personalities that were invited here?
Okay, please
Sayang
proceed.
naman, kung halimbawa hindi nila matanong yan, so I'd like to ask a question here.
Okay, the resource person, Attorney Harry Roque, wishes to be recognized.
Yes.
I will give you, Attorney Harry Roque, 2 minutes to
Thank
make
you.
your manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move for reconsideration. It is not the severity of penalty, but the deprivation of liberty that I am appealing from. I believe that the right to liberty is amongst the most important of basic human rights, and there being no showing that there was an actual lying, but an honest mistake, and there was no actual disrespect, as evidenced by the fact that I have appeared 3 times out of the 4 invitations, I believe that any form of punishment by way of deprivation of liberty is unwarranted. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Attorney Harry Roque. Let it be of record that Attorney Harry Roque is asking for a reconsideration on the contempt orders that the committee has issued. Under our rules, there must be, again, another vote on this. And since there is no motion to vote, we will have to wait for the time that when we resume in our next hearing, we will probably consider the motion for reconsideration of Attorney Harry Roque. Congressman Abante, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, considering the time that already been consumed for this hearing, with the indulgence
this
of...
will not of liberty is unwarranted. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Attorney Harry Roque. Let it be of record that Attorney Harry Roque is asking for a reconsideration on the contempt orders that the committee has issued. Under our rules, there must be, again, another vote on this. And since there is no motion to vote, we will have to wait for the time that when we resume in our next hearing, we will probably consider the motion for reconsideration of Attorney Harry Roque. Congressman Abante, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, considering the time that already been consumed for this hearing, with the indulgence
this
of...
will not be long, Mr. Chair.
With the indulgence of Chairman Abante, can we suspend our hearing and continue it on Tuesday?
Mr. Chair, I just would like to ask a few questions because sayang naman, nagpunta itong mga to and they are waiting.
Please proceed.
Okay. To Miss Stephanie Mascarenas,
Yes, Mr.
I'd
Chair.
like to ask, ito pong Lucky South 99 Outsourcing Incorporated ay naging Lucky South 99 Corporation. Am I right? O sila'y iba pa din?
As far as I know po, same lang siya. Pero yung pong final ko, initially is outsourcing. Lucky South 99 Outsourcing. At that time na nasa company po ako.
So nag-iisa yan? Isang korporasyon yan?
As far as I know po. Kasi if iniba po nila or nagano sila after
Ang tanong ko,
2019.
merong Lucky South 99 Outsourcing Incorporated.
Yun lang po yung
Merong
final ko.
Lucky South 99 Corporation. So pinag-isa na yon. Kasi kasama ka as incorporator eh.
Mr. Chair, nag-stay lang po kasi ako sa company until 2019.
Ano yun?
Nag-stay lang po ako sa company until 2019, December 30.
Yes.
Then afterwards, hindi po kasi ako aware na my name was still being used. So, kung ano po yung ginawa nila, hindi po talaga ako aware.
Okay. Ano ang position mo sa corporation?
Initially po, HR manager. Tapos, pero marami po sila pinapagawa sa akin. And hindi po ako sa Whirlwind or Lucky South. Sa Dragon Wealth System po ako na-hire.
Hindi ka aware. Pero meron
After 2019.
So hindi totoo ito na meron kang total amount paid na 6 million.
Hindi po, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
po totoo yun.
May alam po akong amount is 9 million. Nung
6
nag-file
million.
po kami.
Hindi totoo na ikaw ay may total amount paid capital na 6 million. Hindi totoo
po.
yun.
Hindi po. Wala po akong 6 million.
Wala kang alam tungkol doon.
May alam po ako. May napag-usapan po kami nung
So hindi
boss.
totoo na kayo po ay nagbigay ng 6 million na paid up capital sa Lucky
South.
Dito sa Lucky South 99.
Hindi po ako yung nagbayad.
Hindi ikaw ang nagbayad, pero may nagbayad para sa'yo.
Yes po.
Sino po yon?
Si Mr. Wu po, yung boss ko.
Sino po?
Mr. Wu.
Mr.
Wu.
Wu.
Yes po.
Anong pangalan po niya?
Initially po explain ko lang po, nung sa Pampanga, hindi ko na po talaga maalala.
Ano ang kanyang posisyon sa korporasyon?
Wala po siyang pangalan sa corporation, pero siya po yung boss ko.
Okay. Dito rin, sa Lucky South 99 Group, meron kang total amount paid na 9 million na cash. Meron ba?
Sa
Wala
papers
din.
po. Siya rin po yung ano niyan. Yung boss din po yung nagde-decide.
Si Mr. Wu din. Wu po ba? Anong pangalan niya?
Duan Ren Wu po, Mr. Chair.
Ano ang pangalan?
Duan Ren Wu.
Guana Ren Wu.
Duan Ren Wu.
Ano po siya? Siya ba Chinese?
Chinese
National?
po.
Chinese
It's
national
either
po
Chinese
siya?
or Taiwanese po.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we invite Mr. Wu in the next hearing that we're going to have. So I move, Mr. Chair.
What is the pleasure of the co-chair, Chairman Abante? What's your pleasure?
My motion is to invite Mr. Wu, the one that actually paid the capital of Stephanie Mascareñas.
Okay, the
who
COMSEC...
is not actually a member of the corporation.
Okay, the COMSEC is hereby directed to ano yun, subpoena ba yan? Ano ba yan? Invitation
Invitation to invite.
to invite that particular personality.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so Ms. Mascareñas, katulad po ni Ms. Paterna, sinasabi niyo po dito sa committee ito na hindi niyo alam ang pinasukan niyo.
Alam ko po, nag-usap
Alam mo.
po kami. Pero initially po, outsourcing. And ang alam ko po is table games like Baccarat. Yun
Ano,
po
yun?
yung...
Ano po yun?
Ang alam ko po kasi is legal talaga. Nung ako po yung nag-ano. Kasi
alam
Baccarat,
alam
ganyan,
mo yung
online
pinasukan mo na
casino.
korporasyon, alam mo legal.
Opo, ako po kasi nag-file ng SEC niyan.
Alam mo rin po na ito'y POGO.
Wala po akong idea about POGO before.
So, ibig sabihin,
inaral ko
alam
po
mo
siya.
legal ang korporasyon,
Yes,
pero
walang
wala kang
legal.
idea na ikaw ay POGO.
Eventually na lang po. To be
Eventually
honest.
nalaman
Yes, eventually
mo na.
na lang.
Well, ilang buwan mo nalaman afterwards?
Around 2 to 3 months po. Well, although 2019 pa po yun eh.
Inyo bang kilala si Ms. Paterna?
Actually, hindi po. Pero if ever po,
Ngayon
nagpunta
lang
kasi
kayo
ako
nag-meet
sa ano.
ni Ms. Paterna.
Ganito po yun. Na-meet ko siya first time sa Senate.
Yes or no? Ngayon lang po ba kayo nag-meet ni Ms. Paterna?
No po, nung sa Senate yung first time.
Okay, pero hindi mo alam na siya ay kasama sa korporasyon.
Hindi po.
Hindi mo alam. Hindi mo alam na siya ang corporate secretary.
Yun din po yung kinakagulat ko, to be honest.
Oo, nakakapagtaka yung korporasyon ninyo.
Opo.
Oo, ang gulo eh. Ngayon naman, Ms. Paterna naman, tatanungin kita, kanina, nabanggit mo yung law office, ano, di ba? Anong law office uli yun?
Yung humahawak po ba ng Lucky South, Mr. Chair?
Ano po yung law office na yun?
Yung law office po na nabanggit ko po kanina, sila po yung humahawak po sa akin ngayon. Pero yung attorney po na humahawak ng Lucky South is yung nabanggit ko po
Hindi.
before.
Nasabi mo sa aming investigation last time na naging corporate secretary ka, pero pinipirmahan mo lang ang lahat ng papeles, pero hindi ikaw ang gumawa, correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Sino pong gumawa?
Kay Attorney Medina po.
Sino pong attorney yun? Anong pangalan po ng attorney gumawa?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, Mr. Chair, Jared Medina po.
Attorney
Jared Medina.
Jared Medina.
Yes
Andito
po.
siya last time, di ba? Andito po ngayon. Ando po sa attorney Medina. Andiyan po ba siya? Attorney Medina, will you please come here? Ikaw, nag-under oath ka rin, di ba? Oo, pero nung meeting namin last time, tinanggihan mo eh, na ikaw ang gumawa ng papeles eh.
Your Honor.
Tinanggihan mo last time na ikaw ang gumawa ng papeles. Yes or no?
If I...
Papakita namin sa inyo ang ang record namin dito. Oo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tinanggihan mo ba last hearing na ikaw ang gumawa ng papeles na pinirmahan ni Ms. Paterna?
Your Honor, to the best of my knowledge, alam ko po hindi kami. To the best
Teka,
of...
tandali lang.
Opo.
Sinasabi ni Ms. Paterna, ikaw eh. So tinatanggi mo yon.
Yes, Your Honor. Sa pagkarinig ko po rin sa kanya last time, sabi po niya, hindi niya alam kung sino ang gumagawa.
Binanggit niya ang pangalan mo ngayon.
Opo.
Okay, so therefore, tinatanggap mo ngayon na ikaw ang gumawa.
Mayroon po kaming ginawa na dokumento, pero hindi po lahat.
Sinong kayo?
Yung pong law office po namin, sa totoo lang po, Your Honor, hindi po ako nakakaalam lahat ng mga dokumento kasi may iba kaming mga staff.
Sino po ang nakakaalam lahat?
Yung pong mga staff namin.
Pero ikaw lang ang kilala ni Ms. Paterna.
Yung po kasi ay law office namin. Attorney Gerald Medina po, from Medina, Flores, and
So, ibig sabihin, nagsisinungaling si Ms. Paterna ngayon nung binanggit ang pangalan mo na ikaw ang nagpapirma sa kanya.
Opo.
Ikaw ang nagpapirma, hindi?
Hindi po.
Nagsisinungaling si Ms. Paterna?
Yes
o ikaw
po.
ang nagsisinungaling?
Siya po.
Ms. Paterna, uulitin ko. Nabanggit mo ang pangalan niya. Hindi ba? Kilala mo siya. Siya lamang ang kilala mo sa law office, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ano pong ginawa ni Atty. Medina na nakilala mo siya?
Yung may mga, pag po nagsasign po ako ng mga dokumento, sa law firm niya po ako nagsasign, yung sa logbook po. Kaya po kilala ko po si Atty. Medina.
Yung alin po?
Yung logbook, Mr. Chair.
Siya ang nakikita mo. Siya ang humaharap sa'yo.
Yung tauhan niya po.
Hindi siya mismo.
Nakikita ko po siya, Mr. Chair.
Nakikita mo siya, pero hindi siya napapirma sa'yo.
Si Miss Cassandra po.
Yung tao niya.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Teka. Nakikita mo siya. Anong ginagawa niya? Nung nakikita mo siya.
Nakaupo po, Mr. Chair. Sa
Kaya nga, nakaupo.
office niya.
Anong ginagawa niya? Siya ba ang nagpapirma sa'yo o hindi?
Minsan po, Mr. Chair, pero minsan po yung tauhan niya po.
Atty. Medina, sinasabi po ni Ms. Paterna, minsan, ikaw ang nagpapirma sa kanya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Inaamin mo. Inaamin mo ngayon na may pagkakataon, ikaw ang nagpapirma sa kanya.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may explain po. Kaya po pinapirma yon kasi
alam mo, under oath ka,
Yes po,
abogado ka.
yes po.
Alam mo dapat ang ginagawa mo.
Yes po.
Hindi ba?
Yes po.
Last time, taga.
Yes po.
Last time, itinanggi mo na ikaw ang nagpapirma. Ngayon, inaamin mo na.
Kaya nga po, if I may explain, Your Honor, kung bakit po gano'n yung sagot ko. Kasi po, ang sinasabi niya, pinapipirma ko po siya. Hindi ko po siya pinipilit pumirma. Ang term po na pumipirma sa amin, kaya sabi po niya, logbook, ang proseso po sa opisina namin ay napakahigpit. Kung meron kang dokumento at gusto mo yung manotaryo, kailangan mo ng personal presence sa harap ng abogado at sasabihin mo sa kanya na yung dokumento na yun ay dokumento mo. Yun po ang proseso ng pagpapapirma, sinasabi niya.
Nakakapagtaka naman ng napakahigpit ninyo, pero kayo gumawa ng mga papeles, pinapirma nyo ang corporate secretary na hindi niya alam. Hindi niya alam. Wala siyang alam dito. Yun ang sinasabi ni Ms. Paterna sa amin.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Chair, kaya po kami ganun kahigpit, kasi nga po, yan po iniwasan namin. Kinatagalan, baka sabihin ng nagpanotaryo sa amin, na hindi naman siya dumating, hindi niya alam yung dokumentong pinirmahan niya, kaya po kami ang mahigpit bilang notaryo publiko. Kaya po ang proseso ng notary public is that there should be personal presence ng pipirma doon sa dokumento.
Ilang beses ka nang nag-attend sa hearing na ito?
Pangalawa lang po, Your Honor.
Pangalawa, ikaw ba ay nag-absent minsan o lahat inatenan mo?
Lahat po inatenan ko. First time lang po akong na-invite last time, Your Honor.
Mahirap paniwalaan ang sinasabi mo ngayon sapagkat ito ay tinatanggihan ni Ms. Paterna. Naunawaan niyo ba ako?
Yes, Your Honor, but nagsasabi po ako ng totoo.
Well, ibig sabihin yan, ito pong Lucky South 99, kayo ang gumawa ng mga papeles niyan. Kaya yan po yung naging korporasyon.
Yan po ay maring kong tinatanggi Kaya po, ang sabi ko kanina, kami po ay isa lang sa kanilang mga lawyers. Kaya, sinabi
yes
na
or
po,
no lang po, yes or no lang. Kayo po ba ang gumawa ng papeles ng Lucky South 99 kaya ito ay naging korporasyon?
hindi po, Your Honor. I categorically deny that. Hindi po ako yun.
Sino po ang gumawa?
Si ano po mas nakakaalam? Si Stephanie, na nandito naman po ngayon para klaro lang po lahat.
Miss Stephanie, nabanggit ang pangalan mo.
Yes, Mr.
Sino
Chair.
pong gumawa?
Yung pong sa file na pinakita sa akin kanina, ako po yung nagpirma. Pero kung hinat-notarize po siya na hindi sa office ni na Attorney Medina, hindi po ako present doon. Kasi meron pong pinakita sa akin si Cathy before na file ng Lucky South 99 na hindi po ako nag-appear sa notarization niya.
Alam mo
And
din
after
ba,
that
Miss
po,
Macarenas, na ang incorporators, directors, officers, beneficial owners, and authorized representatives of Whirlwind Corporation, nakasama ka din doon sa Whirlwind Corporation, a sublessor of Lucky South 99. Yung ba yung tinatanggap
yes,
mo?
Mr. Chair. Alam ko po yun. Kasi ako po yung nag-suggest nun eh.
Well, Mr. Chair, tatapusin ko na po ang ating pagkatanong dito upang para po sa pakiusap ni Chairman Dan Fernandez. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, briefly lang kasi meron pa atang magsasalita. Mag-interject lang ako. Stephanie, the same kind of issue no with Ronaldin Baterna. You were the president ng Whirlwind, correct?
Yes,
And
Mr. Chair.
during the time na ikaw yung president, was there a time that you open account sa any bank? And,
Personal po.
Personal and the company bank? Wala?
Wala po. Ayaw po kasi ni Mr. Wu before.
Kasi si Ronaldin, umamin na siya na
Wala po.
nung
Kahit
una
check
sinabi niya
po.
wala din. Then suddenly, nung huli, inamin na
Wala
niya
po.
na meron.
Actually, yun po yung suggestion ko before, mag-open ng company account. Pero ayaw, siguro walang tiwala sa akin si Mr.
So,
Wu.
wala kang any bank
po.
that is in connection with,
Wala po.
with that
Personal
company?
account po. Actually, ngayon wala po akong bank account. You can check po with video in other banks.
And your contact for you being there was Cassandra?
Nauna po ako sa kanya, actually.
Okay. So, mas nauna ka.
Then
No,
ini-
because Cassandra, during that time, was still a 17-year-old girl. And that's the reason why she's not capable yet of being a part of the
17.
company. Yes. That's the reason why hindi siya napasama din sa company. Am I right?
She's 19 years old, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair.
During that time? Kasi wala pa siya sa company nyo, di ba?
I think she's born in 2000. That's
Pero how many years ka
2019.
doon sa company?
Roughly 6 months lang po.
6 months ka lang?
June to December of 2019.
Were you paid by that Chinese guy to be a front of that company?
I was promised share. That's why may iba po kung di ba siya, hindi po siya pwede. And at that time, he asked me to like build a company so that we can work together. And
Okay.
he promised like a certain amount of
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we will be exploring na lang some questions. I think some members would like to ask more, but I would like to reserve my time. No? Next time, medyo pagod na rin ang mga chairman. At alas 7 na po ng gabi.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Dan. Congressman Acop.
Mr. Chair, isang tanong lang po kay Miss Macarenas. Isang tanong na lang.
Congressman Abante, and then Congressman Acop.
Ano po ang inyong relasyon kay Mr. Wu?
boss po. Wala na pong iba.
Boss lang talaga.
Boss lang po talaga.
Ayun po ang akin tanong.
Hindi kayo friends ni...
Hindi po.
Thank you. Congressman Acop. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, I have a lot of questions for Ms. Baterna and Mascarenas, but I will just reserve it on the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. Kasi a while ago you mentioned that you were not there during this when that document was signed by the lawyer, notary public. Di ba?
I remember seeing a document po that is notarized in Bamban.
But you are not there personally.
If it's in Bamban po, I was not there.
Oh, you were not there. But it was notarized.
It's
Oh,
notarized.
di may problema yung law office na yon because supposedly yung notarization, the person that affects his or her signature must be present. Anyway, I will not discuss that. We'll discuss that on the next hearing. Mr. Chair, just for the exigency of time, at saka in fairness to the resource persons that was invited in today's hearing, kanina pang umagang mga to, at I think the members has already a copy of the position paper of Mr. Attorney Joel Ruiz Butoyan. So, Mr. Chairman, if the Chair will allow, may I request that Mr. Butoyan will be the next to be, the next resource speaker to be asked, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Attorney Butuyan, please take that seat. Have you taken your oath?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And do you have a lawyer beside you?
I have Attorney Kit Belmonte, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
for just,
Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, for this protocol in this committee hearing, will we allow the counsel of Mr. Butoyan to be present or to sit beside the resource person, Mr. Chairman?
Well, in deference to the counsel of Attorney Butuyan as a former member of the House of Representatives, may we ask the lawyer to please enter your appearance before this committee?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Chairman, and members of the House. Attorney Jose Christopher Belmonte, respectfully appearing as counsel for Attorney Joel Butuyan, who is called to testify before this honorable Quad Committee. And thank you very much for allowing me to sit beside my client at this point.
Mr. Chair. Congressman, with the indulgence of Congressman Paduano, are you done, Congressman Paduano?
Hindi nga tinanong ko pa lang yung present nung entry ng lawyer niya bakit magtatanong ba si Chairman Dan Fernandez in relation to...
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, I have with me the copy of your letter, no? But of course, this is not notarized. You just sign it, di ba? Now, reading with your narration with regards to your involvement in Biangcham, Mr. Chairman, may I request na lang po, Mr. Butuyan, to narrate his involvement and his relationship with former Secretary Harry Roque and with the Biangcham. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Okay. Please proceed.
With the Joint Committee's indulgence, I wish to explain upfront my involvement in Biangcham Holdings and Trading Incorporated. Biangcham was incorporated in March 2014 at the time when Attorney Roque was not yet into politics and was a private citizen practicing law. In 2014, Attorney Roque and I were law partners under the law firm Roque and Butoyan Law Offices. However, we parted ways when he joined the Duterte administration and I went on to represent victims in the drug war. Sometime in 2014, Attorney Roque informed me that he wanted to form a family corporation. Since his children were still minors, he asked me if I could serve as a nominal incorporator in order to meet the minimum requirement of 5 incorporators at a time. I agreed to his request and 2 shares were registered in my name out of a total of a capital stock of 2 million shares. I never had any financial or management participation in the company because I merely held the 2 shares as nominal and qualifying incorporator in trust for Attorney Roque's family. I submitted to the committee the copy of the Articles of Incorporation, which shows that I only had 2 shares in Biangcham. In 2020, the 2 shares in my name were transferred, and consequently, the 2020 GIS of Biancham no longer listed me as a nominal shareholder. I've also submitted the 2020 GIS of Biancham. In other words, more than 4 years ago, and long before the current controversies happened, I was no longer a nominal and qualifying incorporator of Biancham. The only reason why my name continues to appear in the articles of incorporation is because the names of incorporators are always permanently printed in the articles of incorporation, even if the articles is subsequently amended, and even if an incorporator is no longer a shareholder. In fact, an incorporator's name remains in the articles even if he or she is already dead. This is the reason why the name of the late Attorney Charmaine Garcia still appears in the articles even if she already died in 2018. I've also submitted a copy of the death certificate of Attorney Garcia. The list of incorporators is essentially a record of the founders of the corporation, but not the current shareholders of the corporation. Given all of the above, I have no personal knowledge of the subject of the investigation by the Joint Committee, including any alleged involvement of Biancham in the events or incidents that are being investigated. Thank you, Your Honors.
Chairman.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Congressman Paduano.
Anyway, I presume that all the members have heard and of course the document, no? Binasa lang po niya, no? Ni Attorney Butuyan. Last lang po, Mr. Chairman, is SEC present? SEC? SEC ba nandito?
Can you,
SEC, please?
can you seat in the available chairs?
Mr. Chairman, can I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. SEC, please identify yourself.
Good evening, Your Honors. I am Attorney Hill Oliver M. Labayo of the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Have you taken your oath?
A while ago, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, this is only my one question. Hearing with the statement coming from Mr. Butuyan, do you confirm what Mr. Butuyan has said?
Yes, Your Honors, with respect to the names of the incorporators, because they are the founders of the corporations, their names will always appear even if the articles of incorporation will be amended.
So, kina-confirm mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, with that, Mr. Chairman, wala na po akong tanong kasi malinaw na po na it started with 2014 and before this this investigation on the POGOs, Mr. Attorney Butuyan is certainly more connected and with Biancham and was confirmed by the representative of the SEC. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I end my interpretation to Mr. Butuyan. And if nobody from the members will ask question to Mr. Butuyan, Mr. Chairman, with due respect to the members of the chair, I move that we will excuse Mr. Butuyan, but of course temporarily, unless proof and evidence that will implicate Mr. Butuyan will arise in the next succeeding hearings, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Since the chair has stated that Mr. Attorney Butuyan is no longer connected with the corporation that the Quadcom is investigating and requested that he be excused. Is that a motion, Congressman Paduano?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to excuse Mr. Butuyan.
Okay.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second.
There's a motion, duly seconded. But let me state for the record that the prepared statement of Attorney Butuyan, I am absolutely sure, was coached by the brilliant lawyer right beside him. Thank you. And the hearing...
Mr. Chair, can I have one very quick?
To Attorney Butuyan?
No.
Let me just dispose of the motion. So the motion is to excuse Attorney Butuyan. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection.
Mr. Chair.
Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. You are now excused, Attorney Butuyan.
Can we allow Attorney Joel Butuyan to leave while the counsel, Congressman Kit Belmonte, stays?
Thank you. Yes, Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair, in relation to the documents that we are requesting from Attorney Harry Roque, may I further move that in line with the transfer of property, which is the reason why there was a sudden 67 million cash in Biancham. I move that he be directed as well to provide us a copy of the deed of sale, including the tax return. That is one, Mr. Chair. Second, he made mention about the trust agreement. I further move as well that the resource speaker provide us with all the documents he used with the SEC to validate the transfer of shareholdings by trust agreement. And third, Mr. Chair, he likewise mentioned about the aunt who passed away and left certain properties. I therefore move, Mr. Chair, that he be directed to provide us a copy of the extrajudicial settlement of estate, including their corresponding tax returns. And finally, Mr. Chair, to clarify my earlier motion about the income tax return, I wish to include not only the ITR of Biancham from 2014 to 2022, but likewise the ITR of spouses Roque during the inclusive dates. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there is a motion. Any second? Duly seconded. Any objection? No objection. The motion is approved. The chair directs our resource person, Attorney Harry Roque, to provide the documents being requested by Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. Is this related to the hearing today, Counsel?
Not really, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, I would just like to ask that your co-chairman, Congressman Governor Dan Fernandez, if I may be allowed to leave with my client. And also, I'd like to thank the committee for allowing us to expedite our statement in this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And again, you are excused. Thank you for appearing before this committee. Yes,
Chair.
Congressman Dan Fernandez.
We have invited the Cruz siblings.
Mr. Chair, I think I was supposed to have the floor.
I'm sorry. Yes, Congressman Akop.
Thank
you're
you,
recognized.
Mr. Chair. Madam Ronaldine, ako po yung nagtanong sa iyo nung mga nakarang hearing kung sino po yung gumawa at nagpapirma nung lease agreement. Di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ipinakita ko sa iyo yung sublease agreement at sinabi mo na pirma mo ngayon. At tinanong ko rin sa iyo kung sino po ang gumawa ng mga sublease agreement na yon. At ang sinabi mo si Attorney Medina. Tama? Nasa records of the or minutes of the hearing yon.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Now, paano mo nasabi na si Attorney Medina ang gumawa ng mga dokumento na yon?
Kaya ko po nasabing na kay Attorney Medina po yung mga dokumento nang galing kasi po doon po ako nagbe-base kasi doon ako laging nagpipirma po doon sa logbook po nila, Mr. Chair.
Pakiulit yung huli.
Kaya ko po nasabi na si Attorney Medina po yung gumagawa ng mga dokumento dahil doon po ako nagbe-base kung saan sa law firm po kasi nila ako nagpipirma, yung sa logbook po. Kaya po nasabi ko na siya po yung may gawa, Mr. Chair.
Now, before I ask you a question, Attorney Medina, okay ka na ba? Kasi I heard mataas kanina ang blood pressure mo.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'd like to thank the medical staff of the House of Representatives for taking care of me. Medyo
So-
nahihilo pa rin ako ng konti, Your Honor. Pero,
So at your own risk, you will answer the questions that I'm going to ask you. Are you okay? Kasi baka sisihin ako ng pamilya mo kung sakali matumba ka dyan.
hindi naman siguro, Your Honor. I'll just say, Your Honor, kung medyo hindi na po ako. Yes,
Okay,
Your
that's on record. I just want to be safe. Narinig po nyo yung sagot sa aking mga katanungan ni Madam Baterna. Is that true?
Your Honor, if we are, because last hearing, Your Honor,
Tinatanong ko lang po kayo, abogado po kayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung tanong ko po is answerable by yes or no. Is
Yes,
that
Your
true?
Honor.
Yes?
Yes.
So kayo po ang gumagawa.
no, Your Honor, on the contract of lease. On the contract of lease. The question earlier, Your Honor, was
Yung
very
sublease
specific.
contract yun.
Yes, Your Honor, on the
Kayo ang
sublease.
gumagawa.
Yes, Your Honor, on the request of Whirlwind Corporation.
Sino sa Whirlwind Corporation ang nagsasabi sa inyo na i-prepare nyo yung dokumento na yun?
Your Honor, if you're referring to a
Tinatanong ko po, sino ang gumagawa o nag-utos sa iyo na gawin mo yung mga dokumento na yon?
First, Your Honor, for Whirlwind Corporation, it was Stephanie Mascareñas.
Sino po sa Whirlwind?
Stephanie Mascareñas, Your Honor, who's here, Your Honor.
Teka, dalawa po yung sublease agreement na yun.
Yes, Your Honor. The first one, Your Honor. That's why I said first, Your Honor. The second one was requested by Catherine Cassandra L. Ong, Your Honor.
So yung first si Stephanie.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung pangalawang sublease agreement ay yung si Cassie Ong na.
Yes, Your Honor. Catherine Cassandra L. Ong.
Sila ang nag-utos po sa inyo.
They requested us, Your Honor, to make the legal document for the lease.
So in this case, si Stephanie mismo ang kumausap sa inyo o nag-contract ng services ninyo at saka doon sa isang sublease agreement ay si Cassie Ong na.
Cassie Ong, Your Honor, as representative of Whirlwind Corporation.
Now, Madam Macarenas, totoo po ba yun na kayo ang kumausap sa law office nila?
Initially po.
Ha?
Initially po. Utos lang din po kasi ni Mr. Wu yun. Kasi ang balak yata nilang i-purchase yung land ni Mr. Cruz. Tapos parang mas mabilis kasi yung mag-lease muna. So we proceeded with the lease contract na pinasuyo ko po kay Attorney Medina.
So
Sa office
totoo
niya.
lahat yun?
Yes po. Pero yung ni-request po ni Miss Catherine Cassandra, no, hindi ko na po sure yun kung alam ko pa yun. Kasi siya na po yung humawak.
Ronaldin, doon sa isang sublease agreement, ikaw ang pumirma with Cassie Ong, di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So, sila rin ang gumawa. Pero, para bang nirepresent mo yung sarili mo na parang ikaw ang pinuno o nangunguna doon sa Lucky South 99. Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ikaw ba talagang big boss doon?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Sino?
Si Miss Cassandra Ong po yung pagkakaalam ko, Mr. Chair. Dahil siya lang po yung nakikita ko at nakakausap ko po.
Bakit ka pumirma? Hindi naman pala ikaw ang boss.
Per Cassandra Ong po.
Ano po?
Ginamit lang po kasi yung pangalan ko, Mr. Chair.
Ginamit
Kinuhanan
lang
lang
yung
po ako ng
pangalan ninyo.
ID.
Bakit kaya hindi yung pangalan niya ginamit? Pilipina naman siya talaga.
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Medina. I hope you're okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would like to address Attorney Roque. Attorney Roque, active pa ba kayo dun sa First Bataan Holdings?
Well, sa ngayon po ay hindi. Kasi nga po na nagkaroon ng violent reaction yung aking misis because of that false report that appeared in Bilyonaryo. And she really wanted out of First Bataan. Ang problema nga lang po, hindi naman ganun kadali umalis. So, pinabayaan ko na muna po ang First Bataan dito sa aking kapartner, knowing na malinaw naman po kung magkano yung investment namin at saka na lang aayusin yan.
Yung investment nyo dun sa First Bataan Holdings ay 95M given in 3 tranches.
Opo.
32.5, 32.5, and 30, right?
Opo.
Tama?
Opo.
So, ano na po ang nangyari dun sa 95M nyo kung wala na po kayo dun sa First Bataan Holdings?
Mr. Chair, nasa lupa naman po yan. No? At hindi naman po ikinakaila ng aking partner na kami nagpasok ng 95 million para sa lupa po dyan sa First Bataan po.
Mr. Chair, before I ask the partner of the Honorable Roque, in the spirit of transparency, Mr. Danny Corral has been known to me since I was in the service up to now. Mr. Danny Corral, totoo po ba yung kasagutan ni Attorney Roque na siya po ay wala na dun sa First Bataan Holdings na ang kasama po dun ay yung kumpanya nyo rin na Green Mile?
Opo, wala na po.
Wala na.
Opo.
Ano po yung usapan ninyo tungkol dun sa investment niya ng 95M?
Inalis nila yung pangalan nung nagka-problema. Tapos sabi niya...
Teka. Inalis po nila yung pangalan nila nung nagka-problema. Ano po yung problema?
Yung ayaw na ni Myla sa...
Ayaw ng asawa.
Opo. Pwede.
So ngayon, yung lupa na yon na 300 plus, di ba?
Opo.
Hectares.
Opo, Your Honor.
Yung Green Mile na ang nagsusolong may-ari?
Hindi, kasi sabi ni attorney, ano yun yung, di ba 95 na ilipat yung pangalan sa Green Miles. Pero yung 95, nandun ho yun sa lupa.
Nandun sa lupa. Pero ang nagmamay-ari na lupa sa dokumento, sino po?
Sa ngayon, kami, sa Green Miles po.
Sa Green Mile na, di ba?
Opo.
Yes. Pero wala na yung pangalan ng ni Attorney Roque.
Opo.
So, may usapan kayo?
Opo, sabi niya po, yung, kasi hindi naman ako nagbayad Hindi ko naman binalik yung 95.
Yeah, hindi mo nga binalik yung 95. So,
Opo.
ano ang nangyari doon sa 95? Basta nandun lang sa lupa.
Opo.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Roque, doon po tayo sa bahay doon sa Baguio.
Opo.
Ang sinabi po nyo noon po doon sa hearing, nakarehistro doon sa isang corporation, PH2, at saka yung Biancham Corporation, na kayo po ang nagmamay-ari, kasama po doon sa incorporation, sa korporasyon na yun.
Tama po, Mr.
Tama.
Chair.
And sinabi mo na hindi ikaw ang may-ari. It's the corporation.
Oo, narehistrado po sa pangalan ng korporasyon.
Now, when the house was leased, sino po mo ang pumirma ng lease contract?
Si Mrs. ko po ang pumirma ng lease contract because I asked her to sign the lease contract.
Siya po ang pumirma, Mrs. po ninyo.
On
Ano
behalf
po ang posisyon ng Mrs. ninyo doon sa korporasyon na yun?
She only signed on behalf of PH2.
Hindi po yun ang tanong ko. Ang tanong ko po ano ba ang posisyon ng asawa po ninyo doon sa korporasyon na yun?
Well, sa kontrata po siya naging representative
Hindi,
ng korporasyon.
ano ang posisyon ni Mrs. Roque sa korporasyon na nagmamay-ari nung bahay at lupa?
Hindi ko po maalala ngayon kung ano talaga ang designation
Mrs. mo siya, hindi mo alam?
Well, Mrs. ko po siya, kaya po siya ang pumirma.
Hindi nga, pero alam mo na siya ang pumirma. Bakit siya ang pumirma? Kung wala siyang personalidad doon sa korporasyon na nagmamay-ari.
Meron po. Well, I guess siya po yung nagmamanage ng property for lease. At,
So siya ang
signed.
nagmamanage
Siya
ng property
po.
for
Opo,
lease.
Opo.
Pero ano po ang pwesto niya doon sa korporasyon?
Parang wala naman po ata siyang na-specify na pwesto, pero i-check ko po sa papeles. Pero wala po ako maalala kung ano po yung talagang position niya.
Kung sino po ang nagbabayad ng RPT nung lupa at bahay?
Meron po kaming tagabayad po.
Sino nga?
Sa taga-Baguio.
Sino ang kaninong pera ang binabayad?
Galing din po sa amin ang pera.
Galing po sa inyo?
Galing din po sa amin ang pera.
Okay. Now, matanong ko nga, meron po bang business permit yung asawa po ninyo?
Well, hindi po siya kumuha kasi
Ang tanong,
wala pong business
wala.
permit.
Pakisagot lang po yung aking katanungan ng
Apo.
diretso. Wala po siyang business permit, pero siya ang nagpaparenta nung lupa at bahay. Di po ba?
Kakasimula lang po kasi.
At yung asawa po rin ninyo ang listed na kasama sa Homeowners Association nung lugar na yon.
Tama po, dahil tumira po kami.
May I conclude, or is it proper for me to conclude, Attorney Roque, that in paper, the house and lot belongs to the corporation, pero yung beneficial owner, kayo po?
Totoo po naman yan. Sinasabi ko naman po talaga yan na may interest po kami dyan sa bahay na yan. Yes
Hindi.
po.
Yung may interest, iba yun dun sa ikaw ang beneficial owner.
Totoo naman
Kasi
po.
kayo po ang may control sa lahat. Kasi dun sa mga sagot nyo yung aking katanungan, although the property is registered under the corporation, kayo po ang may control. At yung sino ang may control, siya ang tunay na may-ari ng lupa at bahay.
Well,
Di po ba?
Well, beneficial owner po, totoo naman po yan. O the ibang registered owner. Totoo po. Totoo po.
For the last portion, Mr. Chair, may I ask Ronaldin Baterna, pumirma po kayo ng waiver of confidentiality nung last hearing, di po ba? Na pwedeng i-open ninyo, payagan ninyo na mabuksan po yung inyong bank accounts.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Meron pong pagbabago dahil kine-question yung kwan, dahil yung nakalagay po kasi doon sa pinirmahan nyo na waiver of confidentiality, ang nakalagay lang po doon is China current account. Hindi po pwede po yun. Dapat China current account under your name, kasi under the bank secrecy law, hindi mo naman pwedeng i-waive yung karapatan ng ibang tao. So binago na aming COMSEC yun. At nakalagay din, dinagdag, all other bank accounts under my name herein referred to as the subject bank accounts. Matanong kita, and you can consult your lawyer. Pwede mo konsultahin yung lawyer mo, nandyan naman yata siya eh. If you are willing to sign the amended waiver of confidentiality.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you agree, the lawyer of Madam Ronaldin? Para walang question.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Pirmahan mo na lang ito mamaya, papipirmahan ng COMSEC sa iyo. Okay?
Okay po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. That would be all for this day.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. Ako may isang tanong lamang ako kay Miss Stephanie Macarenas.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Saan ka graduate, Stephanie?
College po.
Yes.
Hindi po ako nag-college.
So hindi ka, pero
High school po.
nakakaintindi ka ng mga
Of course.
dokumentong pinipirmahan mo. No?
Pinapa-explain ko po. Kaya po, kinontak ko po si Attorney Medina kasi if ever na hindi ako maintindihan, kasi for my safety as well.
So, pagka meron kang alanganing pipirmahan dokumento, lagi mong kinokontak si Attorney Medina o si Attorney Medina nagpapapirma sa'yo ng dokumento?
Hindi po, ako pong kumukontak.
Binabasa mo naman kung ano yung pinipirma mo?
Binabasa ko po, then pinapa-explain ko. If hindi po kasi siya available, meron po kasi siyang kasamang mga lawyers na if wala siya, sila po yung nag-explain sa akin ng kung ano yung pipirmahan ko or kung ano po yung, minsan po kasi, or madalas, ako po yung magpapagawa ng ano. Hindi ko naman po tinatanggi yun.
Okay. Kilala mo ba si Miss Ronilyn Baterna?
Hindi po talaga. Pero hindi ko sure kung nakita ko na siya before sa Royal Thai Court. Parang Royal Thai Court. Yung kung saan po yung ano. Kasi before po, nag-ocular, kami sa... Pupunta po kami sa Royal Thai. Pero at that time po kasi wala pa yun. Wala pa yung mga buildings. As in, bare pa. Dirty pa siya. So, yun po. May naalala ko, may pinakilala kasi sa akin si Mr. Cruz before na parang sekretary niya sa Royal Thai. Hindi ko po sure kung si Miss
May
Baterna
pinakilala
yun.
si Mr. Cruz sa iyo
Yes.
na sekretary niya.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken. So, hindi ko po sure if that's her or not.
Okay. So, hindi mo personal nakakilala si Miss Baterna?
Hindi po.
Okay. Sige. Miss Baterna, kilala mo ba si Miss Stephanie Macarenas?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ayon sa iyo, ang iyong boss ay si Cassandra Leong. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
At ayon naman din sa iyo, sa iyong sinabi, ang boss mo ay si
Mr. Wu po.
Mr.
Wu.
Anong relasyon ni Mr. Wu kay Miss Cassandra Leong?
Una po kasing hinire ako. Then after...
Hindi. Anong relasyon ni
Translator? Initially translator po siya, pero nung...
Sino ang translator? Si Mr. Wu?
Si Catherine po.
So si Catherine o Cassandra
si
Leong
Cathy. Yes po.
ay translator ni Mr. Wu. So,
Yes po.
kilala mo rin si Cassandra Leong.
Yes, of course.
Mga nakakausap mo si Cassandra Leong. Siya
Yes
ba ay marunong magtagalog?
Oh, of course.
Marunong magtagalog?
Opo.
Siya ba ay sa yung tingin ay Filipino-Chinese o purong Chinese?
Sabi niya po kasi, puro daw siyang Chinese.
Pero
Tapos,
marunong siya magtagalog?
Fluent po, very fluent.
Fluent siya. Okay. So, mga ilang beses mo siya nakausap o nakaharap?
Kasama ko po siya sa office.
So, araw-araw?
Most of the time po. Minsan po kasi umalis sila.
Okay.
Or umaalis ako.
So, okay. Si Ronilyn, ilang beses mong nakaharap, nakausap si Miss Cassandra Leong?
Minsan lang po, Mr. Chair. Siguro po sa isang buwan, mga 4 na beses. Depende po.
Nakakausap mo
Kasi
rin siya?
hindi po siya araw-araw pumupunta doon, Mr. Chair.
Pero nakakausap mo rin siya?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi lamang mas kasindalas nung pagkakataon na nakausap ni Stephanie si Cassandra Leong.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, sabi mo, Stephanie, na si Cassandra Leong ay translator
Opo.
ni Mr. Wu. Diyan ba sa kumpanya nyo maraming Chinese na hindi marunong magtagalog kaya kailangan ng translator?
Personal translator po siya ni Mr. Wu.
Personal translator.
Kaya po magkasama sila sa bahay.
Magkasama sa?
Bahay.
So si Mr. Wu at saka si Cassandra Leong ay magkasama sa bahay.
Opo.
Personal translator.
Opo.
Okay. Sige. No other questions for the moment. Nandito po ba yung Cruz family? Pwede pong dito po tayo mo po, sir.
Magandang gabi, sir. Sir, pwede po akong humingi ng permiso na basahin po yung opening statement ko. Short lang po, Mr. Chair.
Sige. Yan ba ay maiksi lang?
Maiksi.
Maiksi lang po?
Maiksi lang po, sir.
Kayo ho ba ay magkakapatid?
Apa.
At ang opening statement mo ay ganun na rin ang opening statement ng iyong mga kapatid?
Opo.
Okay. Yes, Congressman.
Chairman, before we proceed with the opening statement of the years, no, yung mga Cruz family, may I ask if the lawyer of Roberto Cruz is present? Is the lawyer of Roberto Cruz present? Wala. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wala.
Okay. Sige po. You have the floor.
Magandang gabi po, Mr. Chair. Nais ko pong simulan ang aking pahayag sa isang katanungan. Meron ba kaming lease agreement sa Whirlwind Corporation? Sa ilalim ng aking sumpa, wala po kaming lease agreement sa Whirlwind Corporation. Wala din kaming anumang transaksyon sa Lucky South 99. Meron po kaming contract to sell sa Whirlwind Corporation noong October 28, 2019. Hindi po nagbayad ang Whirlwind sa konsiderasyon sa bentahan ng lupa noong October 31, 2020. Naghain po kami ng kaso laban sa Whirlwind Corporation para mabawi namin ang mga pag-aari naming mga lote ng lupa. Maliban po dito, kinamkam din po ng Whirlwind Corporation ang 10 sa aming mga lote ng lupa. Naghain din po kami ng 3 kaso ng forcible entry noong Enero 2021. Hanggang ngayon, nakabinbin pa sa hukuman ang 4 na kaso ng ejectment na aming inihaing kaso laban sa Whirlwind Corporation. Bilang mga ordinaryong individual, kami po ay sumangguni sa aming abogado bago po kami pumasok sa contract to sell. Noong kami ang aming mga pag-aring mga lote ng lupa, kami ay dumulog sa mga kinaukulan upang huwag mabigyan ng kaukulang permiso sa illegal na pagtatayo ng mga gusali sa mga nasabi naming pag-aaring lote ng lupa. Umaasa kami na sa lalong madaling panahon ay makamit namin ng hustisya sa mga hukuman upang mabawi namin ang mga pag-aari naming mga lote ng lupa na kinamkam ng Whirlwind Corporation. Nakakalungkot man na idinaan namin sa legal na pamamaraan ang mga naging hakbang namin para mabawi ang pag-aari naming lote ng lupa, ay nadawit kami sa ganitong usapin. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa Kongreso sa pagbibigay ng pagkakataon na masabi namin ang katotohanan at pawang katotohanan lamang. Salamat po.
Salamat po. Pwede po bang ipakilala nyo sa amin ang inyong mga kasama?
Ito po ang kuya ko, si Ronaldo T. Cruz, at yung isang kapatid ko po, si Froilan T. Cruz.
Mr. Cruz, can you sit down here also? Kasama inyong mga kapatid?
Tapos si Celine Cruz Roque po, nakatira na sa US since 2015 pa po.
Sister niya rin po yon?
Sister ko po.
Hindi siya related kay Attorney Roque?
Hindi po.
Kasi Roque rin yung apelido?
Hindi po.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Biyasa ko Kapampangan?
Opo.
Kapampangan ko talaga?
Opo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, Congressman Dan Fernandez, you're recognized.
So the reason why you were invited here, actually, this is beyond the scope of the investigation already because your case is within the jurisdiction of the court already.
Opo.
And I think we remember the time that was manifested by Attorney Roque that merong awayan yung magkakapatid, saka yung tatay nyo, saka yung kapatid nyo. Kayo magkakapatid against your father. Is it correct?
May family issues po kami, Mr. Chair.
So yung father nyo, si Roberto Cruz, he was the one who contracted with Whirlwind Corporation. Am I right?
Dun sa contract to sell, patungkol po dun sa 4 na lote ng lupa, Yun po, pumayag po kami dun sa contract to sell na 2. Patungkol po dun sa 4 na lote ng lupa.
So in other words, you were paid for that 4 lots together with your father.
Nabayaran po kami pero hindi po bayad ng
At yung
buo.
4 lots pong yon ay consisting of how many hectares?
Hold on po.
Kasi you were saying...
Yung sa 4 lots po,
Hindi na natin issue masyado yan.
52,513 square meters po.
Ilan? So yung 4 lots is 5.2 hectares. So you were still talking about 10 lots, di ba? Meron pang 10 lots.
Apa,
So yung 10 lots, not yet paid by the whirlwind.
hindi pa po.
Ah,
Yun po yung inokupahan po nila na walang permiso sa amin.
so
Yung
the 10,
10 yun.
the 10 lots that were occupied by whirlwind is under the Court of Appeals.
Opo,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So Mr. Chairman, I think
Sa MTC po yun,
as MTC,
trial court. Opo.
was there already a decision by I think there's a resolution that was given to us by 5th Division, GR number 180319. Are you familiar with this?
Opo, yung sa Court of Appeals po.
So what's the decision of the Court of Appeals?
Bale po, na-dismiss po yung
Yung petition.
petition for
Ng,
annulment
whirlwind.
of judgment.
Okay. So Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, just a quick interjection.
go ahead, Congresswoman Janet.
May we know when the Cruz family sold or had signed a contract to sell with Whirlwind, who was the representative of Whirlwind? Sino po ang kaharap or kausap nila?
Nung nagpirmahan po kami sa contract to sell, si Cassandra Leong lang po yung nandun. Kaya ang sabi po nila, magsasubmit na lang po daw ng notaryadong contract to sell yung Whirlwind Corporation. Pero
Isa
hindi
lang po
po
siya, ma'am, Mr. Chair. Kasi sa Cassandra Leong lang, isa lang po.
Opo. Hindi po natupad na binalik sa amin na notaryadong contract to sell. Mr.
Chair, Your Honors, ang kaharap nila ay si Cassandra Leong. Meron po ba siyang special power of attorney to represent Whirlwind Corporation?
That time, wala po.
So, Mr. Chair, pwede po nating matanong yung iba nilang kausap. Let's say, who issued the check or the payment to you in behalf of Whirlwind Corporation?
Dun sa initial deposit po, ang tumanggap po nun ang aming ama.
So wala po kayong nakita
Ginoong
kung
Roberto
sino?
L. Cruz.
At ang cheque ay galing sa kumpanya or galing sa isa or sinong tao, Mr. Chair?
Basta po binigay lang po sa amin ni Mr. Cruz yung parte namin.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I may, pwede po bang matanong, paano po sila nakapasok kung hindi pa bayad? Pinayagan niyo po?
Pumasok po.
Di ba may property kayo? Ang sabi niyo, 5.2 hectares ang binenta, pero ang total niyo na lupa ay 10 hektarya.
Kung bakit po
Paano sila nakapasok dito sa portion na hindi pa bayad?
Dahil po dun sa contract to sell po.
So may contract to sell, hindi pa binayaran, nakapasok na sila. Tama po ba, ma'am, Mr. Chair?
Bale po.
Para po malaman natin, kasi malamang baka meron pang ibang mga personalities involved. Sino ang kausap sa lokal? Sino ang kaharap na abogado?
Mr. Chair, doon sa contract to sell, inalaw po namin silang magtayo kasi may kontrata po kami. Pero dun sa 10 lote ng lupa, hindi po namin sila pinayagan at wala po silang permiso sa amin para magtayo na.
So in other words, doon sa, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Janet Carian, doon sa 10 lots, 10 lots yun, di ba? So,
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Ang ibig mo sabihin 10 lots, hindi siya necessarily 10 hectares. Or 10 hectares siya?
Hindi po.
So how many hectares are we talking about?
69,800 square meters
So
po yun.
6.9 hectares. We're talking about 6.9 hectares.
Opo, Mr.
Sa 10
Chair.
lots.
Opo.
At sa 10 lots na yon, pumasok sila. How many buildings were constructed on that 6.9 hectares? Kasi meron tayong, I think, 42 buildings there, di ba? So how many buildings were constructed on the 10 lots?
Hindi po namin alam yun, Mr. Chair, kasi ang nakikita lang po namin, isang diretso lang po na gano'n.
So you were not able to secure the place wherein you are the owner of the property. Is that what you're trying to say to us?
Dun sa 10 lote ng lupa, maliban po kasi sa paglalagay po namin na no trespassing sign, naghain din po kami ng 4 ejectment cases at sumulat din po kami ng maraming sulat sa LGUs ng PORAC na patungkol sa illegal na pagtatayo po ng gusali ng Whirlwind
So
Corporation.
when did you start the filing of cases against them? During the time that it was already they were already beginning the construction, or prior to the commencement of the construction of the different buildings?
Nung nag-umpisa na po kaming magpadala ng demand letters ng year 2020.
2020.
Mr. Chair, tapos nag-file po kami ng kaso simula nung January 2021.
So with all of these issues that we are talking about, yung tatay niyo po ang nakakontrata sa Whirlwind. In other words, even the 10 lots, tatay niyo ang nakakontrata.
Hindi po namin alam. Kasi kami, wala kaming kahit anong lease agreement transaction sa Whirlwind Corporation.
Attorney Roque, you are with Whirlwind Corporation. So,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I think you are knowledgeable about the issue, no? So, yung 10 lots ang pinag-uusapan, may kontrata ba si Mr. Ruperto Cruz with Whirlwind?
The original contract of lease was entered into by Mr. Ruperto Cruz and Whirlwind, Your Honor.
So, they have contract?
They have a contract. And the contract to sell came about as a compromise agreement after cases for ejectment had already been filed.
Oh.
Mr. Chair, hindi
so in-
po totoo yun. Kasi wala po kaming lease agreement na transaksyon sa Whirlwind Corporation.
So, you're trying to tell us that Attorney Harry Roque is lying?
Wala po talaga kaming lease
Can you
contract
give us
transaction.
yung ano po,
Mr.
yung
Chair.
documents with regards to that ejectment? Meron po ba kayo?
Mr. Chair, baka pwede mo na ring matanong, did they issue any special power of attorney?
Chairman,
in relation to
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Roberto, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've been waiting for the past several minutes, no, to ask the Cruz family. Well, in fact, I yield my slot to you. Now you're entertaining interjection from Congresswoman Garin. What's just asking the chairman, Mr. Chairman, I think...
Okay, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Garin, Chairman Paduano is already heated up, and I'll be yielding my time to Congressman Paduano to explore more questions to the Cruz family, to the Cruz siblings. Congressman, Karaps, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, it's the other way around. It is not you that give me your time. It is me that give you my slot, because I was listed there first Anyway, Mr. Chairman, ganito na po, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, to the Cruz family, are you familiar with the unnumbered board resolution from your corporation?
Yung pong unnumbered board resolution, nakita lang po namin yan nung provincial hearing naimbitahan po kami sa provincial hearing nung June 28, 2024. Binigyan po kami ng kopya ng board resolution, Mr. Chair, nung provincial hearing. Doon lang po namin nakita yung lease agreement and board resolution dated October 25, 2019.
Okay. So, yung board resolution na hawak ko, October 25, 2019 din. But, eto po because your signature affects in this board resolution. The person, Roberto Cruz, which is your father, tama po ba?
Tama po.
Teresita Cruz,
Yung mother ko po.
mother mo, Ronaldo Cruz, Nila Di Guzman,
Ako po.
Froilan Cruz, and the only person who has no signature is Celine Roque, which you have said that she's now in the U.S.
Opo.
Oh, so you do,
Mr. Chair,
so do you
hindi po
confirm? Sandali po. Please, don't speak unless you will be recognized by the chair.
Sorry
Okay?
po.
Okay. Now, do you confirm that indeed this document that you also submitted to this committee from the hearing in the Capitol is authentic?
Sino pong notary public po ang nakalitaw?
The notary public is attorney is Tablilio. Madilim. Tama.
Attorney Estrabillo.
Ano po, may certification na po si Attorney Laila May Estabillo na sinabit po sa amin na hindi po niya ina-acknowledge yung board resolution na yan. At hindi po namin po lagda yung mga nakikita po dun sa board resolution October 25, 2019.
Anyway, do you have a copy of that certification coming from the notary public that
Yes, Mr. Chair.
please submit that document to this committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask the COMSEC to secure the copy of the certification coming from the notary public in the person of Attorney Estrabillo? Please. Okay. Now, so you denied that walang nangyaring board meeting or board resolution.
Hindi po kami humarap
So, in
sa
short-
Notary Public at hindi po namin lagda yung nasa board resolution dated October 25, 2019. At may sarili po kaming mga abogado.
Okay. No. I'm just asking you about the truthfulness of this document. So you deny your signature here. So
Yes.
in short, this is not your signature.
That's not our signature, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay, balikan kita mamaya, ma'am. Attorney Harry Roque, because this board resolution is all about the lease agreement, the authority that was given to, allegedly, to Roberto Cruz. Are you familiar with this board resolution?
No, Your Honor, because we entered the case after the...
No. I'm not talking about the case. I am talking about this document that will be the basis for the lease agreement.
Well, I am not familiar with cause precisely. We entered the case after there was already a judgment.
No, again, due diligence. You have to check if indeed what is the basis for Roberto Cruz to represent the corporation for a lease agreement.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
our theory in the annulment case is that Whirlwind was not even informed about the existence of the ejectment case. And that is why it was a petition for annulment of judgment based on fraud. We were alleging that it was Roberto Cruz who got the lawyer and kept the fact that there was already a complaint for ejectment from Whirlwind. So they only found out that there was already a judgment against them when there was already a writ of execution issued against them.
When was that?
Well, we filed the case po in August. So
what?
August of 2023. So a few weeks before August was when they found out that there was already a writ of execution.
So you started lawyering for Whirlwind when?
August po of,
August of
2023. Tama ba? 2023. Dahil yun nga po, nag-file kami ng motion to recall writ of execution sa RTC of Angeles po.
Okay, now you're familiar now.
Yes po, yes po.
The background of such case. Okay?
Only...
Kasi ito, Attorney Harry Roque. Ito kasi, well, in fact, kahit itong board resolution, kaya sinasabi kong fake talaga to. Kasi, the board resolution was made October 25, 2019. And it is a document that was presented during the hearing sa Kapitolyo. Tama? Tama po?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Now, but the lease contract, Mascareñas, sagutin mo to mamaya. But the lease contract was dated 25 July 2019. Mas nauna po ang lease contract kaysa board resolution. Now, Ms. Materna, I will not ask Attorney Harry Roque because sabi niya nga, August of 2023 lang siya pumasok. Ms. Materna, do you confirm that you are the one that signed this document? Ano, Ms. Mascareñas? Do you confirm?
Kung yan po yung pinakita sa akin kanina, yes ako po.
Kinonfirm mo?
May I see? Just to be, ano po.
Chairman, can we ask the COMSEC?
Ako po nagpirma nito.
So, ikaw yung pumirma?
Yes, Mr.
Tama,
Chair.
or on
Opo.
behalf of the Whirlwind?
Opo. Whirlwind po.
Whirlwind. Now, Ms. Materna, you signed it on...
Mascareñas po.
Sorry. Ms. Mascareñas, you signed it 25th July 2019.
Opo.
But, kahit sabihin mo pa na ito ay hindi fake, nauna pa po yung lease agreement kaysa board resolution.
To be honest po, hindi nga po ako masyado aware dyan sa board resolution.
Why you sign? Alam mo naman, korporasyon yun. And who told you to sign it?
Ang kausap ko po si
Cassandra Ong na
Mr.
naman.
Roberto Cruz po.
Si Cassandra Ong during the time nandiyan na sa kumpanya?
Ano po?
Si Cassandra Ong ba during the time nasa kumpanya na?
Ang alam ko po, nandyan na siya.
Who told you to sign this document?
Mr. Cruz po.
And
Mr. Roberto Cruz po.
No, you're representing Whirlwind.
Opo.
Sino sa Whirlwind? Ano bigay sa'yo ng order o authority to sign?
Ang kausap ko lang naman po sa Whirlwind is my boss po, si Mr. Wu.
Saan na siya ngayon? Nagtatago
Wala
na.
na po kung alam. Kasi since 2019 lang po talaga ako.
Sorry?
I was at the company until December 30 of 2019.
Hindi, but
Afterwards
we're talking about July 25. Ikaw na nag-sign, confirm mo na, di ba?
July or akala ko po October.
Ang October is the board resolution, a numbered board resolution. Yung lease agreement o contract is 25th July.
Okay po.
Oh, sino nag-utos sa'yo?
Si Mr. Wu po.
Oh, si Mr.
Kasi
Wong.
if I'm not mistaken, kasi gusto po nilang i-rent or i-occupy yung place.
Hindi, is siya Pilipino?
No.
O, sana siya
It's
ngayon?
either is Chinese or Taiwanese.
Sana siya ngayon?
I'm not sure. Kasi po, Mr. Chair, I am not connected with the company until 2019 lang talaga ako.
Mr. Chairman, have we invited a certain Mr. Ong? A certain
Mr. Wu.
Hindi ba ito Willie Ong?
Mr. Wu po. Wu.
Mr. Wong.
Mr. Wu.
Mr. Wu.
W-U.
W. Kaso sa
W.
Chinese po kasi
Invited
Wu ang
Have you
bigkas.
invited Mr. Wu?
Juan Ren Wu po.
Well, we
Yes,
invited the incorporators of both Lucky South 99, Whirlwind Corporation, and Jun Yuan Corporation, and Baofu. Yes.
Anyway, Ms. Macarinas, eto nga po you signed it, but the board reso was October. 2 months after, etong reso sa kontrata.
Ang alam ko po, may problema yung unang pinirmahan namin kasi si Mr. Cruz lang po yung nagpirma, which is supposedly dapat po kasama yung family niya.
Ba't pinirmahan mo?
Wala po akong idea na meron po silang dispute or problem within the family.
Anyway, for now, Mr. Chairman, itigil ko muna yung pagtatanong kay Ms. Macarinas kasi may kasunod pa to, yung lease agreement na in which pumasok na si Atty. Harry Roque. Yung sub-lease agreement na dalawa. Gusto mo? Anyway, Miss Cruz, yung nanay mo ba buhay pa?
Opo.
Why is not present today? Why she's not present?
Nahirapan po siya maglakad.
The same as
Mr.
your father.
Chair.
Yung father mo,
Pa,
yung tatay mo, ba't wala dito ngayon?
hindi po kami nagkikita at wala po kami ng komunikasyon.
Wala kayong communication. So
Mr.
your
Chair.
mother stays with you.
Magkasama po sila ni Freud
Ang
sa
kapatid
isang
niya.
bahay.
Ang kapatid mo.
Opo.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
for now, yan lang muna. In the next hearing, I will ask na Ms. Baterna and Macarinas. But before that, Mr. Chairman, in relation, kasi yung Baterna is connected to Cassandra Ong. So can I ask, Mr. Chairman, the BID, what's the status of Cassandra Ong that was reported? Hindi, kaya nga gusto ko lang i-confirm.
The BID has just informed the committee that Cassandra Ong is now at the Bureau of Immigration facility, correct? And being processed. She's being processed. And after the processing of Cassandra Ong, we have already requested that she be detained at the premises of the House of Representatives.
Kasi she was cited in contempt last hearing. BID nandito? Wala na? BID. Ay. Please take a seat. Yung case ni Cassandra Ong, when he left the country, do you have a record? When was that? Private plane ba? Commercial ba? What commercial plane?
Mr. Chair, I'll have to check the records. And,
Yeah, the records.
yes, sir. We have
Yung
the-
sheet. Yung palabas ng bansa.
Di ba meron tayo? Cassandra Lee.
Yung departure niya is...
Yes, we have, Mr. Chair. The latest departure of Ms. Cassandra Ong was on June 11, 2024.
June 11, 2024. Tama. Now,
Yes po.
yung remarks dito may lookout bulletin. Sa lookout bulletin siya, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Paano siya nakalabas? Ano ba to? BID, commercial ba sinakyan niya? O private? Tapos saan airport?
Ano sinakyan daw?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. So, based on our records, Cassandra Leong left on June 11, 2024. So, I don't have the exact flight here, but since it's in the BI database, I presume it was a commercial airline, Mr. Chair.
But where? But where? Yung flight, ano niya? Yung exit and entry niya?
I'll have to call the office now, Your Honor.
Please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pati yung ano, kung saan siyang airport, pwede naman kasi sa Clark, pwede sa Cebu, di ba?
Yes, we'll check,
Pwede
Your
rin
Honor.
private.
Yes, Your Honor. And then, as regards the lookout bulletin you were asking earlier, the date of that lookout bulletin, Your Honor, is 21 June 2024.
So nakalabas niya ka? Bago niyo inilabas yung lookout bulletin?
Based on the database, yes, Your Honor.
Oh, but the hearing of this committee and even in the Senate started, di ba, ilang months na?
We are not. I have to check, Your Honor, if there was a lookout bulletin issued by the House and the Senate at that time, Your Honor.
Hindi, tsaka i-check nyo rin, pati yung kaap. Kasi baka yung record, kasi kailangan na, kung private yan, mati-check natin, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor. We will check the flight details. Your
Kailangan kasi natin to kasi bakit nakalusot palabas ng bansa using a Filipino passport?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
She was using a Philippine passport.
Nung exit niya?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, anyway, pakikuha lang po, then coordinate with CAAP. No?
Yes,
Baka
Your Honor.
private plane. Now, DFA nandito ba? Please.
Von Ryan Pami po, Chair's Passport Director.
Thank you. With regards to the passport of Cassandra Ong, bakit nakalabas siya? In short, active yung passport niya. You never canceled the passport of Cassandra Ong.
She's Filipino kasi, yung kanyang citizenship eh. So, the only way for us to cancel the passport if there is a court order may kaso, well, kung may kwan siya, dahil sa na-hearing siya, nasa watchlist siya namin. Pag nasa watchlist siya, she can only be pag-renewal. But for her, according to the law, sa new passport law, in case of a Filipino citizen naman siya, there's no doubt naman sa kanyang citizenship. It's a matter if pag may case filed siya sa court, and the court, dahil may mag-flight risk siya, that is the only time that the court will order us to cancel the passport.
So, Cassandra Ong is a Filipino?
Yes.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, ang
Hindi,
records po namin.
hindi late registration na naman.
Even the late registration.
Sigurado ka?
As far as I remember, I had to double check, parang naturalized siya na naturalized siya na Filipino. Though I had to defer to the BID on that, but I had to double check. I remember she's a naturalized Filipino.
Mr. Chairman, yung sa PSA nandito ba? PSA?
Good evening, Your Honors.
Do you confirm that Cassandra Ong, as stated by the FNBI, is a Filipino citizen by birth?
Based on the birth records that we have on file, he is born of a Chinese mother and apparently a Filipino father, Your Honors.
When?
The date of birth is May 23, 2000, and she was registered on 2001. So this is of delayed registration for about 1 year, Your Honor.
Delayed registration na naman. Paki-check na naman yan.
We are already on it.
Anyway, DFA, ito lang kasi in that case, so that law also applies to Filipinos outside of the country as of now and cited in contempt in this committee, and until now their passport has never been cancelled by DFA because of that law.
No po. Every time naman po. Pag may, for example, I'll explain. Pag may kwan siya, pag may, for example, whole departure order, pag meron siyang pag-cited in contempt, ang ginagawa po, nilalagay po natin siya sa watch list. Pag nasa watch list siya, we don't actually cancel the passport. Hindi lang siya makakapag-renew.
No, but excuse
Yes, sir.
Problema, hindi siya makakapag-renew pero tumakas sa ibang bansa. And he's using the passport in the case of Pangilinan.
Yes.
Di ba?
But kasi sa
Di ba, ang tinanong na kita nung nakaraan, anong possible legal remedy? But in the case of Alice Go, why so fast to cancel the passport of Alice Go?
Ganito.
Filipino passport din hawak niya.
Yes po.
But that fast? Dahil Senado ang nag-imbestiga?
Hindi po.
Dahil Senado nagpa-contempt?
To be honest po, hindi pa siya cancelled ang passport ni Alice.
Pakilapit-lapit mo yung microphone. Sorry?
The passport is still in the process of cancellation. We are still waiting kasi nang ma-confirm. We've sent letters to the Bureau of Immigration and the National Bureau of Investigation. We know that they have the biometrics of Guo Huaping. We have sent them, kasi there are two ways to cancel a passport. A, court order. Or B, pag by the very basis of the application, false yung application. Now, if for example, matagal kasi ang court, it will take time. But in this case naman na they are stating that Alice Go is Guo Huaping. And they say that my biometrics from SIRV ata ang ginamit with NBI records. Kaya sinasabi nilang the one and the same. That is the reason why, because we have biometrics in our record, we wrote to NBI to please confirm yung biometrics ba namin, that was July 7. Yung biometrics pa ba namin dito sa passport database? Does it, and your biometrics of Guo Huaping and Alice Go, is it one and the same person? All we need is a confirmation from them to prove that she has a fake identity, because we need that documentary evidence to cancel the passport.
How about in the case of Eddie? So ang sinasabi mo kasi is if proven that indeed Cassandra Ong Alice Go falsified.
Yes.
Now in the case of Eddie Yang.
I'll double check. Eddie Yang kasi may passport na foreign it was already forwarded by us by certification from the Bureau of Immigration that's stating that this person is a foreigner, and because of this certification, we can cancel the passport because Eddie Yang did not mention in his passport may false statement siya sa application form niya. False statement being, di ba, when you apply for a passport, there's a particular notion there, as application there stating na, do you have a foreign passport or do you have foreign citizenship? Di naman niya tinate na may foreign citizenship siya. So, false statement, we can cancel the passport.
So, you have canceled now?
It's canceled.
Ha?
Yes po.
Sigurado ka?
Yes.
Yung kay Eddie Yang?
Editay yan.
Na-cancel na?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway,
Yun lang
pagod
po
na.
ang kailangan po namin for the Guo siblings. Ang kailangan namin, because we've sent those biometrics, please confirm. Kasi we need it has to be confirmed before we can do something.
You need to confirm that indeed that person is lying or that person falsified the document or that person is not a Filipino, di ba?
Yes.
But all Filipinos having a Filipino passport, you cannot cancel it, as you have said, because of that law.
No, for all, it's a protection to all of us naman all Filipinos
No. Kasi fugitive yun in court
Yes.
Oh.
It's the courts po ang makakapag sa amin, the courts po ang magde-determine whether fugitive or justice siya. Basta utusan lang kami ng court, wala kami problema, sir.
But in your end, do you... kasi kayo sa DFA, dapat kayo mag-file ng cancellation sa court, authoritative of the court.
Normally, in most cases, it's usually law enforcement who does the filing.
Anyway,
Or basta case build-up or DOJ or whichever agency will feel, basta may case build-up and ma-cancel yung, ma-order kami cancel, we will cancel the passport.
anyway, Mr. Chairman, i-reserve ko lang po. Marami pa tayo pag-usapan, especially dun sa possible legislative actions na gawin natin. No? Mula pa kasi noon yan sa Mexico, hanggang dito. Pare-pareho yung mga cases, no? With regards to passport, with regards to BI. Now, Mr. Chairman, with that, Mr. Chairman, may I move, Mr. Chairman, that in the next hearing, we will invite CAAP, no? Representative from the CAAP, so that we just confirm the flight schedule of Alice Go and Cassandra Ong. With that, Mr. Chairman, I end my interpellation to the DFA and to the BI, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. I know that the members are very eager to propound questions to our resource persons. We've been hearing for the last 11 hours. And we'd like to request that for us to be able to propound questions that would give us good answers as well. After the manifestation of Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales, the committee will temporarily suspend hearing on the subject matter of the illegal POGOs. Congressman Gonzales, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko lang itanong, si Mr. Roberto Cruz at yung nanay nyo, ilan po kayong magkakapatid lahat?
5 po kaming magkakapatid.
Ilang babae?
2 babae, 3 lalaki.
Ngayon, yung anong pangalan nung kung saan ginagawa yung kasalan, yung anong pangalan nun?
Yung Grand Palacio Royal.
Grand Palacio Royal. Sa inyo yun, di ba?
Ang property po sa bunsong kapatid po namin, kay Rupert Cruz.
Okay. Ngayon, galing kami doon, yung sa likod ng Palacio Royal, sa inyo ba yun? Kaya kayo ita?
Yung sa likod ng Grand Palacio Royal,
Grand
hindi
Palacio.
po sa amin yun. Sa
Hindi.
mga Del Rosario po yun.
Sinong Del Rosario? Arthur Del Rosario?
Hindi po,
Sino po?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Roy Del Rosario.
Roy Del Rosario. Okay, so hindi pala sa inyo yung kung saan nakatayo yung mga Pogo hubs doon sa likod ng Palacio Royal.
Yung sa subdivision po, bale, sa amin po yung mga lote doon po sa subdivision. Sa
Yun ang
family
sinasabi mong-
corporation, tapos sa amin magkakapatid din po, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, binenta nyo yung subdivision nyo sa Whirlwind.
Hindi po.
Anong ginawa nun ng Whirlwind?
Yung
at saka sa-
ano po, 4 na lote ng lupa lang po namin yung naka-contract to sell po sa kanila.
Meaning to say, pag contract to sell, hindi pa bayad. Di ba?
Hindi pa po.
Magkano yung nakalagay sa contract to sell yung at ilang hektarya yon?
Dun sa contract to sell, nasabi ko po kanina is
52,000, 5.2 hectares.
52,513. Opo.
So, magkano bawat metro kwadrado yung binenta? Sa contract to sell na nakalagay,
Check po muna namin po sa document po namin.
Anyway, para ma-shortcut ko na lang, hindi kayo binayaran ng buo ng Whirlwind.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So, anong saysay nung contract to sell? Yung contract to sell kasi, pag 100% paid ka na, wala na yung contract to sell. Meaning to say, yung nag-ayente, naibenta na yung property nyo. Bakit pa kayo naghahabol sa Whirlwind?
Hindi po kami nabayaran. Di ba po, kaya po nagpadala po kami ng mga demand letters sa Whirlwind Corporation at naghain po kami ng kaso, ejectment, for ejectment cases sa Whirlwind Corporation po.
Secretary
Simula
Roque.
po ng Enero 2021.
Secretary Roque, ba't hindi sila nabayaran doon sa contract to sell?
Well, kasi po nga, pinasok lang yung contract to sell by way of compromise dahil nga po nagkaroon na ng writ of ejectment na hindi naman sila nasabihan na may kaso na sila. Hindi po nila gusto bilhin yun. Ang gusto lang talaga nila, upa. Dahil wala naman sila pera pambili. Pero sinabi nga po ni Mr. Ruperto, ito naman po isang ayon sa Whirlwind, siya daw magbabayad ng unang taon na installment. Kaya pumayag na. Siyempre, dahil wala naman po talaga sila pambili ng pera at napilitan lang sila pumasok doon sa agreement na yon dahil ayaw naman talaga nila bilhin po yon, naipit na sila. Yan po totoong kwento po.
Ganun ba?
Mr. Chair, hindi po hindi po
Sandali lang. Sige, sagot ka lang. Sige, ako na magantay.
Nauna na po yung contract to sell, October 28, 2019. Iba po yung dun sa compromise agreement, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, tanong ko lang, ingabon niyo bandi na pang tatamperto o korporasyon na?
Atin pong parting family
Bandi na.
corporation, atin pong parting kaya kami mo pong may kakapatan.
Kapampangan pala.
Sorry, speak.
Akala ko
Can you
kapampangan.
speak in Tagalog, please?
Sabi ko, tanong
Sa
ko,
records kasi
yung
para
bang
sa-
lupa na yan, personal na pag-aari pa ni Natang Perto o korporasyon na?
Dissolved na po yung corporation, Mr. Chair.
So kung dissolve na yung corporation, ang talagang may-ari niyan, tatay mo at ang nanay mo, di ba?
Doon sa corporation lang po, Mr. Chair, 50-50 po sila ng mother ko.
Okay,
Pero
conjugal.
may mga lots po na nakapangalan sa aming magkakapatid, Mr. Chair.
Well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat. Salamat kaya kayo. At least, kasi kilala ko ang tatay mo. Kilala ko kasi nung panahon na yun, gumagawa pa kayo ng mga, di ba?
Mga furnitures
Mga
po.
furnitures.
Malakas po yung export.
Kaya kilala ko ang tatay mo. Ilan taon na tatay mo ngayon?
81 po.
81. Sige. Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat. Salamat kaya kayo. Thank you.
Thank you din po, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
SDS Gonzales. Since there are no more members who will interpolate, earlier I enumerated several communications submitted to the committee by those resource persons that we invited in the last hearing. And several of those that were invited were already issued show cause orders in the past two hearings that the committee had. And since they failed to appear in our scheduled committee today, may I know what is the pleasure of the committee?
Nag-move na ako sa Buena kanina. Tanggalin nila yung mga nandito. Except for...
O sige. Okay, there was already a motion that
Chairman?
subpoena be issued.
Chairman?
And because of that, but those that are present today will not be issued a subpoena, okay? So that's very clear. Yes, Congressman Paduano.
Chairman, anyway, we have the list of all those issued the subpoena just this morning. At saka nandito rin po yung mga pangalan ng mga present in today's hearing. So, I withdraw all my motion to issue subpoena to all those resource person that is present in today's hearing. Now, Mr. Chairman, lastly, with regards to Mr. Alberto A.R. de la Serna, I have with me a copy that was sent to this committee, signed by a certain attorney Kevin San Agustin, representing Alberto Rodolfo A.R. de la Serna. Mr. Chairman, there is no an attached document that will prove that indeed Attorney Kevin represents Alberto Rodolfo A.R. de la Serna. And I stated about technical problem, but still, they received the invitation August 21, 2024. And, Mr. Chairman, that is why the explanation letter that was sent by his counsel, but no, claiming to be his counsel, but no documents that will prove that indeed he is the counsel of Mr. A.L. de la Serna. So, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that the excuse letter that was signed by Attorney Agustin is not valid, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a subpoena ad testificandum to Mr. Alberto Rodolfo A.R. de la Serna, Mr. Chairman, the EA of former Secretary Spokesperson Harry Roque. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to subpoena Mr. Rodolfo de la Serna.
Second, Mr. Chair.
In the next scheduled committee hearing of the Quadcom, duly seconded, and hearing no objection, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair.
Likewise, just for admin pa rin, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Attorney Maria Gracia Joco is the notary public in Angeles City that notarized the sublease agreement between Whirlwind and Lucky South 999. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we invite Attorney Maria Gracia Joco in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Attorney Joco, Your Honor, is one of our associates.
So what?
Yes, Your Honor. We're just informing Your Honor.
Thank you for that information. Mr. Chairman, I move to invite Attorney Maria Gracia Joco.
Okay, there's a motion to invite Attorney Joco. Maria Gracia Joco in the next scheduled committee hearing of the Quadcom, duly seconded. Hearing no objection, motion is carried. Congresswoman Garin.
Mr. Chair, just because the name of Mr. De La Serna was mentioned, may we have his full name?
Full name. Can we ask Comsec, what is the full name of Mr. De La Serna? Alberto Rodolfo de la Serna.
The middle name, please.
Can we ask Attorney Yap? The middle name is Yap, according to Attorney Harry Roque.
Any relation to Celestina Maria Jude de la Serna?
Would you be able to...
She is an aunt, I believe.
But sister of the father? Or?
I believe sister of the father.
Yeah, the reason why I asked, Mr. Chair, though not directly related to this hearing, is the fact that, if my memory recalls me right, Celestina Maria Jude de la Serna was the PhilHealth president during the previous administration, where there were allegations of misuse of PhilHealth funds. Just putting that on the record, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Congresswoman Garin, for that information.
Yeah. Can I have another question, Mr. Chair? What's the full name of Mr. Wu, as he has been mentioned several times, so that we will know if this is an alias or any record from Miss Mascareñas.
Yes, Miss Stephanie, ano ang full name ni Mr. Wu?
Duan Ren Wu po.
Pakiulit ba? Pakiulit.
Duan Ren. Duan Ren Wu.
Duan Ren Wu.
And Miss Cassandra Leong is his interpreter or translator.
When I was in the company po, yes.
In other words, Mr. Chair, Miss Cassandra Leong is both employed under Whirlwind and Lucky South 99.
Yes.
Miss Mascareñas, pakiulit po.
Yes po. I believe direct hired siya ni Mr. Wu like me.
Okay. So pareho siyang employed ng Whirlwind at ng Lucky South 999. Tama
How
po?
should I say?
Nakikita
when
niyo
she
po
was
sila sa isang
hired,
opisina.
There's no Whirlwind pa. It's Dragon Wealth. We met in Dragon Wealth office.
So, Mr. Chair, ano naman yung Dragon Wealth? Has it been part of...
It's a POGO company po.
So, it's a POGO company. And
Yes.
Dragon Wealth is also owned by Mr. Wu?
I think they lease. Kasi
They use the license?
Yes, they're like... Kasi Dragon Wealth, if I'm not mistaken po, is a service... Parang nag-service provider siya sa kay Mr. Wu.
Service provider kay Mr. Wu. And what services yung...
Parang franchise. Although I'm not sure with the terms po.
So the Dragon something is the license, POGO operator, sinabcontract or pinahiram niya yung lisensya kay...
Possible, something like
kay
that.
Mr. Wu. Pagkatapos si Lucky South 99 naman ay kasama rin doon sa grupo.
In-apply na lang namin po siya afterwards.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, if these issues can be threshed out in the next hearing, we welcome that. And Mr. Chair, baka lang po malaman rin natin if I'm not sure if Mr. Cruz was invited in the previous hearings.
The Cruz family was invited in the Bacolor Committee public hearing of the Quadcom. They were there, but they were not. No one has actually. Oh yeah, they were there, but hindi po sila natanong.
And the father was also there. Si Mr. Cruz, who's
only the siblings are there, but the father was not present. Tama, no?
Did the siblings sign any SPA for their father in relation to Whirlwind contracts and operations?
Please answer.
Wala po siyang SPA.
So no authority issued to your father po, ma'am, Mr. Chair?
Hindi po namin in-authorize na i-represent kami.
No further questions, Mr. Chair, and I do hope that again, this issue will be expounded or explored in the next hearings.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman Garin. We've also practically covered a lot of issues. Yes, Congressman Acop.
Mr. Chair, I think the committee has not ruled on the request of Madam Myla Roque that she be excused and that her husband, Harry Roque, would be in the best position to answer any further query that the committee will ask on the matter. May I know the ruling of the chair?
The letter requests the committee that Mrs. Myla Roque, because of her medical condition, be excused to attend in our committee hearing today and the future hearings of the Quad Committee. Now, with that request, I cannot decide unilaterally on that particular request. I need to hear the wisdom and the opinion of the members of the committee before the chair rules on that particular request, Your Honor.
And since we cannot decide on the matter, then maybe when we have a quorum, then we can take this up again, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Akop, we will probably discuss and decide on that particular request when the committee holds another committee hearing and there being a quorum, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
Anyway, in relation to the query made by Chairman Akop, actually, my personal position when Attorney Harry Roque was cited in contempt and the penalty was only 24 hours, my personal consideration for that short period of time for his detention is because of the medical situation that was stated by former Secretary Harry Roque. But of course, Mr. Chairman, that was the claim of, and I give him the benefit of the doubt with regards to it. And I hope on the next hearing, before the next hearing, former Secretary Harry Roque will submit to this committee a latest medical certificate that indeed, yun po ang sitwasyon ni Ma'am Myla. Para po at least malinaw po yung consideration na binigay natin with regards to the request of Secretary Harry Roque for his wife to be absent, no, in the next and future hearings, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chair.
So, as...
If I may, kasi medyo
Congressman
late lang po ako
Fernandez.
ng dating. May I ask Attorney Roque, nag-undergo po ba siya ng surgery?
Yes, she has had 2 in relation to a same illness.
So when was this po?
Well, one was July and the other one was earlier. But she had diagnostics 2 days ago and there's another anomaly in a major organ involved.
So is it a major operation?
Both were very major and the ailment is one of those that we hope can be cured, but she has undergone 2 surgical procedures and we don't know when it will end.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Siguro I agree with Congressman Paduano to have the documents pertaining to the hindi naman po sa nagdududa kami, Attorney Harry Roque. We just have to follow the procedure of the rules of this Quadcom in order to be fair with everybody. So yung pong documents lang pertaining to the actual condition of your wife must be submitted on this Quadcom. Thank you, Attorney Roque.
Okay, so since there are no other members who wish to ask questions, any motion?
Motion to suspend, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to suspend.
Till Tuesday next week, Mr. Chairman.
Second motion, Mr. Chair.
Wednesday pa rin talaga.
1 minute suspension.
that we suspend our Quadcom committee hearing. That's it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to suspend the Quad Committee hearing.
Second, Mr. Chair.
And we will just notify all our resource persons to be invited in the next scheduled committee hearing. Hearing is suspended.